Game World Reincarnation in a Villainous Clan to become the strongest swordsman. Volume 1. Chapter 1. The Worst and Best Villain Reincarnation. The MMORPG Monochrome Sword. It was a PC game released as a so-called classic fantasy title, but it was also the work that reigned at the glorious #1 spot, surpassing all conventional MMORPGs. What made Monochrome Sword so fascinating? Even for me, a fanatical fan, that would be difficult to explain. The main scenario, the voice acting cast, the system, the graphics, the music, all of these seemed correct yet wrong at the same time. Still, more than 1 million people played Monochrome Sword, causing a massive boom throughout Japan. I too was captivated by Monochrome Sword, to the point where I achieved first place in the overall player rankings. I swept away countless formidable opponents, created various battle strategies, and stirred up excitement in the game world time and again. I discovered hidden elements and items not listed on the official website one after another, and everyone called me the strongest player. It was truly enjoyable. Work, overtime, social obligations, I wanted to savor that moment of liberation from those constraints forever. What if the game world were reality? There wasn't a day I didn't think about that. However, a turning point came for me. It was one early morning. When I opened my eyes as usual, an unfamiliar world spread before me. No matter where I looked up, down, left, or right, there were only scenes I had no memory of. At first, I was genuinely shocked. I seriously worried that I had somehow ended up somewhere unknown. But that anxiety was immediately shattered. More precisely, it was painted over by new astonishment. Because that place was the world of the game I had loved. Section: the Salvatore Ducal family. That was where I had been reincarnated. I deduced this from information I heard from my parents, who occasionally came to see me, and the maids who took care of me, shortly after I was born. The Salvatore Ducal family was one of the 3 great ducal houses appearing in Monochrome Sword. A clan of geniuses excelling in martial prowess. If my memory served me correctly, the successive heads of the Salvatore family were called the Heavenly Sword, the strongest swordsmen in the Empire, or something like that. I wasn't entirely certain about the main scenario since my memory was somewhat vague. But the fact that my name was Luca Salvatore said it all. According to the maids, I was apparently the youngest among my many siblings. At first, I mentally screamed, seriously, fuck. The reason? Simply because I had been reincarnated into the Salvatore Ducal family. What made the Salvatore Ducal family the worst was, this clan was undoubtedly the villain faction in Monochrome Sword's main scenario. The entire clan upheld a meritocracy mindset, and those with low abilities were mercilessly killed, even if they were family members. Well, they didn't exactly get killed. They'd die on their own during the trials they were subjected to, and no one would mourn their deaths. The Salvatore Ducal family was seriously screwed up. If a normal person had been reincarnated into this clan, they would have bitten their tongue and tried the reincarnation gacha again. However, unfortunately for me, I was different. Though I nearly despaired at first, when I thought about it carefully, I rejoiced. Because the Salvatore Ducal family was an officially cheating clan. More than half of the users who played the game knew this. These guys' specs were abnormal. Their overall stats surpassed all NPCs, and they were so high level that they could only be defeated in guaranteed win scenarios. Almost all of them had excellent equipment, making them stronger than mediocre PvP rankers. They were truly monsters. Once, the developers held a war-type event where they pitted these guys against all players, but the difficulty was so high that nearly 90% of participating users died. Only the remaining 10% of hardcore players obtained the event rewards, causing quite the uproar. Well, they had been enhanced beyond their normal strength for that event. It was understandable, if you think about it. Incidentally, I was among that remaining 10%. For a while, I was chased around by players who had died, begging me to sell them the rewards. But anyway, back to the topic. I had now been reincarnated as the youngest child of that cheat clan, probably a mob character whose name never even appeared in the game. In the main scenario, this clan met a bad end where they were defeated by the protagonist and players and wiped out entirely, but not bad. A bad ending would be troublesome, but if I had enough strength to overturn it, there wouldn't be a problem, right? As the old saying goes, blow away anyone who gets in your way, so I decided at that moment to pursue strength once again in this beloved world, to reach the pinnacle of power and massacre anyone who stood in my way, even if it was the original protagonist. Kyukuku. Perfect. The guaranteed physical specs of Luca Salvatore, combined with the vast knowledge I had accumulated over more than 5 years. If I utilized these, I could win against anyone, no matter who they were. If I aimed for the top without ever giving up or compromising, I would become the sword that reaches even the heavens. Even when I was playing the game, there were plenty of underhanded players. The abnormal siblings of the Salvatore Ducal family, the protagonist and heroines who would eventually stand in my way, and other villains who might become obstacles. I would blow them all away just like in the game and live for my own sake. I am the only one worthy of respect in heaven and earth. I grinned while dribbling urine from my lower half. For now, I should cry, wah! Someone please change my diaper. Chapter 2. Lilith the Wild God. About 5 years had passed since I was reincarnated into this world of monochrome sword. I had grown considerably, now standing over 1 meter tall, and could run around the entire mansion on my 2 legs. Phew, I worked hard and persevered again today. I lowered the wooden sword in my hand. Currently, I was relentlessly swinging my wooden sword in a corner of the training ground near the mansion. This was a basic training regimen imposed on members of the Salvatore Ducal family. Since I was still only 5 years old, this was relatively light training. My brother, who was 2 years older, was already crossing blades with his personal knight. I've completed today's training properly, so it's about time to resume my exploration. It should be time to narrow things down. I returned the wooden sword to storage, received a towel from a maid to wipe my sweat, and left the training ground. I told the maid who tried to accompany me, not necessary, and walked down the long corridor. It had been several years since I graduated from crawling and became able to walk on the 2 legs I was born with. During that time, I had walked around the Salvatore Duke mansion countless times. The servants simply thought it was part of exercise or curiosity, but I actually had a clear purpose. That was to find the hidden passage to the basement somewhere in this mansion. In that hidden passage was something that would greatly influence my future life. Kyukuku, I'll definitely find you. The game's final boss, Lilith the Calamity God. Section, evading the eyes of my family and servants, I stepped into the study of the detached building that was no longer in use. When I opened the door, a large amount of dust danced in the air. There was a terrible smell. Cough, cough, what is this place? Hasn't anyone bothered to clean it? Was it the servants' negligence? No, I was sure this detached building was scheduled to be demolished eventually. If it was going to be demolished, there was no need to clean it. The fact that it was uninhabited and unnoticed by anyone was convenient for me. However, with this much dirt, finding the hidden passage will be quite difficult. I should have seriously read the main scenario back then. Due to my insufficient memory, I didn't know the location of the hidden passage leading to the basement where Lilith's corpse was placed. I had tried searching all the promising spots at random, but so far I had been striking out continuously. I wanted to find it quickly if possible. I had to propose a deal to Lilith within the next 3 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't make it in time for the first trial. According to anime and manga conventions, if you knock over a book, a hidden passage opens. Clunk, a book really fell over. It stopped before falling completely, and I heard rattling mechanical sounds coming from the other side of the bookshelf. Could it be? Right before my eyes, the bookshelf moved forward. Then it slid sideways, revealing a small passage. It was just wide enough for one adult to pass through. I felt a strange coldness emanating from the depths. Lucky, I found it. This was what they called good fortune. Having found the long-awaited hidden passage, my heart was pounding loudly enough to be annoying. Pressing my chest tightly, I slowly headed toward the back of the passage. After walking for a while, I suddenly arrived at an open plaza. A large black stone and altar were placed in the center. Thick ropes were wound around the stone as if binding it, and their ends were tied to nails driven in a circular pattern. I felt an eerie atmosphere. This is creepy. Is Lilith really here? Did you call? Whoa. Suddenly, a black-haired woman appeared before me. Her jet-black eyes captured my face directly. Who are you? Who? You just said my name yourself, a moment ago. Don't tell me, you're Lilith, the one referred to as Calamity. Her appearance looked like nothing more than an ordinary girl. However, she was unmistakably floating in midair. Not an ordinary person, I suppose. HMPH. That calamity is a derogatory term humans arbitrarily gave me, right? I don't accept it. Don't tell me that. Tell it to the person who coined it. It means don't call me that. I'm Lilith, Lilith the wild god. I see. Well then, Lilith, I came here because I have business with you. I'd appreciate it if you'd listen. Business? Who are you anyway? Since you're here, you must definitely be from the Salvatore family. I'm Luca Salvatore, the youngest son of the Salvatore Ducal family. The youngest son, huh? I don't know what you know about me, but are you sure it's okay to give away your information so easily? I don't mind, you'll find out soon enough anyway. What do you mean? I told you I have business with Lilith, or rather, I want to make a contract. Lilith showed a strong reaction for the first time. Her expression, which had been rich with emotions, laughing and getting angry, suddenly turned cold. A contract with me? Do you know what that means? Yeah, I have a reason for wanting to contract with Lilith the wild god. And there are conditions that would benefit you if you give me your power. Conditions that benefit me? She tilted her head while maintaining her cold gaze. After a beat, I grinned. It's simple. If you give me your aura, I'll help you with your revenge in return. Chapter 3, My Annoying Brother. I smoothly extended my right hand forward. I smiled as I gazed at Lilith. In contrast, Lilith continued without breaking her cold expression. How do you know my wish? Is that really important? I mean, even if I knew you were nearly killed by the other wild gods, it wouldn't matter to me. I couldn't say it was game knowledge. Even if I told her, she definitely wouldn't believe me. Maybe it really doesn't matter. You can't kill a wild god as you are now. Not as I am now. Do you have a plan to win? Your opponent is a god, you know. I don't. I'll just get stronger and kill them. Simple, right? So that's why you proposed a contract to me? The cold mask of ice crumbled. She was genuinely surprised from the bottom of her heart. I still answered with a smile. Yeah. I'm going to become the strongest anyway. I might as well declare that I'll kill gods while I'm at it. Ah, how absurd. Very typical of an arrogant Salvatore family member. Don't praise me like that. It makes me embarrassed. I'm making fun of you, you know. Just hurry up and start the contract. Time is precious. I had to return to the surface quickly, or the servants would start moving to search for me. If they discovered I was here by any chance, it would be quite bad. No. Isn't it amazing that you think you can make a contract with me on those terms? Isn't that incredibly stupid? Who's stupid? I'm completely serious. I'll seriously get stronger and kill gods. Killing gods is just a waypoint anyway. Killing gods is a waypoint? Of course, what I'm aiming for is to be the strongest. The strongest. There's no way someone who can't even kill gods could call themselves the strongest. Back when it was a game, how many times did I defeat such gods? There was no one the future me couldn't defeat. Probably. I think this is the first time I've seen someone this unhinged even in the Salvatore family. Praise is fine. Just answer with yes or yes. What's with yes, and isn't there a no option? There isn't. Lilith, you must be bored being locked up in this dim basement all this time, right? If we make a contract, you can go outside. Just your soul. But if I make a contract, I'll be bound to you. If you die, I'll lose my power and return here, right? I won't die. I'll live actively for at least 100 years, and kill gods. My head is starting to hurt, even though I'm just a soul. Lilith held her head and looked exhausted. What a strange person. I'll help with Lilith's revival too. On top of that, I'll kill gods for you. I don't think it's a bad deal. You say that even though there's no certainty. Are you some kind of big shot after going full circle? Pretty much. Immediate answer. Lilith's sharp glare pierced into my forehead. I was getting impatient about the time, so I wanted her to hurry up, whether she refused or accepted. What will you do? Will you make a contract with me or not? Choose. Of course I won't make a contract. She cleanly cut through my hope. Or so I thought. I wasn't going to, but I've become a little interested in you. A Salvatore family member who harbors ideals far too grand despite being so small. I've never seen anyone as foolish as you. I feel like I'm being provoked somehow. It's your imagination, your imagination. More importantly, it's about the contract, right? Fine. For some reason, I feel like betting on you. I wonder why. You have good judgment. Annoying. Stop it, don't look at me like that. My heart hurts too. Despite not being childlike at all. Yeah, and also here, the contract. I thrust out my extended right hand ostentatiously. Lilith chuckled and grasped my hand. A spirit. So she couldn't actually grab it, but our hands overlapped. At that moment, a purple aura enveloped my body. It was a dark color that felt somehow ominous. So this is aura. That's right. Your color is coincidentally the same purple as mine. Interesting. Cool. Right? From today you're also an aura user. I don't think you can even control it properly yet, but the contract has been fulfilled here. The aura pulsed even stronger in sync with her words. I'll give you my aura. In return, you fulfill my wish. The contract is established. I'll definitely make you happy. Is that a proposal? No. Why would I have to propose to a ghost? It wasn't like Lilith particularly liked me either. Hee, just kidding. Nice to meet you from now on, okay? Your name was Luca. Yeah, please treat me well, Lilith. We both grinned at each other. I would satisfy the interest, or rather, curiosity, that Lilith felt toward me. From today, my life would truly begin in the real sense. I was eager to start aura training and felt restless. Section. Having successfully made a contract with Lilith the Wild God, I hurriedly exited from the basement to the surface. I somehow managed to restore the door mechanism and return to my room through the main mansion's corridor without anyone noticing. On the way, a familiar boy appeared from around the opposite corner. As soon as he saw me, he put on a mocking expression and called out, "Oh, if it isn't Luca, what's wrong? Are you heading back to your room?" Cameron Nasan. This guy was my brother 2 years older than me, Cameron Salvatore. A damn bastard with blonde hair and red eyes. In the Salvatore Ducal family, ability was valued above all else. Not only children of the legal wife, but children born from concubines also aimed for the position of family head. In other words, from Cameron's perspective, even I, the youngest child, was a proper heir and an enemy. He had been harassing me about one thing or another for a long time. Could he only pick fights with opponents younger than himself? However, this timing wasn't bad. I now possessed aura that Cameron didn't have yet. I could beat this guy almost one-sidedly. I couldn't help but grin wickedly. Chapter 4. Serves you right. I had returned from the basement where Lilith was sealed, and on my way to my room, I encountered one of my brothers, Cameron Salvatore. He wore a vulgar smile and approached me in a condescending manner. "Oh, if it isn't Luca. What's wrong? Are you heading back to your room?" Cameron Nasan. Honestly, I disliked Cameron. This guy possessed the kind of shitty personality typical of the Salvatore Ducal family, full of abnormal people. He was a scum who mainly enjoyed bullying me, his weaker younger brother. While sighing inwardly, I answered Cameron's question. "That's right. What about you, Nick-san? Finished your training?" "Yeah, so this is perfect timing." "I'll dote on you." "Don't you mean bully?" "Don't say such cruel things. It's just brotherly bonding." How rich. I hadn't forgotten that he had been using violence against me almost one-sidedly, taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't beat him. Until now, I could only endure it, but the weak me of the past was gone. I raised the corners of my mouth in a grin and concentrated the small amount of aura I had refined into my right hand. I put strength into my right foot and delivered a palm strike to Cameron's chest. Then, receiving an unexpected attack, Cameron fell backward. What the hell are you doing?" Sorry, my hand slipped a little. Are you okay?" "It would be terrible if you got injured." I deliberately provoked my brother Cameron. Given Cameron's personality, he would probably take the bait immediately if I provoked him. "Ha! As if I'd get injured from being hit by you." There easily, so I responded like this. "Really? You seem to fall quite dramatically, though." Cameron's face turned red with anger. Being mocked by his younger brother who was 2 years younger and whom he always looked down on, your strong pride couldn't stand it, could it? Against my smirking face, Cameron returned the expected reaction. "Shut up. Don't make fun of me." He stood up, raised his voice, and clenched his fist. He threw a full-power right straight. However, just as I was about to wrap myself in aura and counter Cameron's attack, a low, cold voice echoed from the depths of the corridor. "What are you two doing?" Both Cameron and I stopped moving simultaneously. We glanced toward the direction of the voice. At the end of our gaze stood a man boasting a physique of nearly 2 meters. The scars carved into his face proved he was a veteran warrior. At the same time, both Cameron and I knew this man well, none other than Lucius Salvatore, the current Duke Salvatore himself. Father. Cameron withdrew his arm. His expression turned slightly pale. This was proof that he feared his father. Even without using aura, the commanding presence that Lucius Salvatore exuded was special. An ordinary person couldn't even make proper eye contact with him. However, I deliberately gazed boldly at the head of the family. The head also looked at my face in return. I ask once more, what were you two doing here? That is. Cameron had been about to use violence against me. The father who had called out understood this as well. Then why was he asking? He wasn't particularly angry. In the meritocratic Salvatore Duke family, bullying and violence were daily occurrences. Nothing to reproach, so I answered. Cameron Nigsan picked a fight with me. I was about to buy into it. What? Oh. Cameron was surprised, while father narrowed his eyes with interest. I had caught the head's interest. That alone gave great meaning to beating up Cameron. You, still only 5 years old, will defeat Cameron. Yes, I am a member of the Salvatore Ducal family. To prove that I am right, that I am the strongest, do I need anything other than victory? The Salvatore family was a clan of constant victory. They considered anything but winning to be trash. The relationship with Cameron, the bullying, I could overturn it all by winning. That was the correct way for a duke's family, wasn't it? You abnormal bastard. I disparaged Father Lucius inwardly. On the other hand, the head curved his mouth like a bow. Exactly right. The Salvatore Ducal family has no need for losers. Deflect all unreasonableness with victory as your shield. I will acknowledge it. Your duel. A duel. Between me and Luca. Of course, when the youngest son is showing motivation, will you, his older brother, cower? A member of the Salvatore family. I understand, I'll do it. I just have to do it right. Grinding his back teeth, Cameron glared at me. Things had become somewhat serious, but this was rather an opportunity for me. Using Cameron as a stepping stone, I would make the entire clan aware of my talent, of my existence. Section, moving locations to the training ground. Several servants, Lucius, and even the second wife Muriel had appeared, surrounding me and Cameron. Everyone was watching the duel between me and Cameron. Hee. I was surprised at first, but who would have thought you'd prepare a stage for me to shine? Do you really think I'm just going to lose? Of course. Do you think you, who's always been weak, can beat me? That's more laughable. Hehe. Then I'll hit you without holding back, okay? Be prepared for a few broken bones. Break them if you can. The butler serving as referee announced the start of the match. Simultaneously, Cameron kicked off the ground. Like a member of the Salvatore family, Cameron also had naturally high physical abilities. He quickly closed the distance between us and swung the wooden sword in his right hand. If it hit directly, bones would definitely break. Therefore, I turned my body sideways and avoided Cameron's attack. Cameron was slightly shaken, but immediately readjusted his stance and connected into a series of attacks. Sharp attacks came from left, right, and diagonal angles. I concentrated aura into my right hand and deflected them. What? This time he was strongly shaken. He created distance and stepped back. How could you deflect my attacks? How, you ask? That's right. Thinking normally, I couldn't match the arm strength of someone 2 years older. Deflecting all of a continuous attack series rather than just once would be unbelievable. I would reveal that secret. I refined my aura further, just the amount I could barely control. This reaction is, could it be aura? Father Lucius was the first to notice my secret. I grinned and answered. Yes, I have acquired aura. Impossible, that's impossible. Cameron's scream-like voice reached me. Even I haven't acquired aura yet, so there's no way a 5-year-old like you could have acquired it. Even if you say that. In fact, there's aura in my hand. Nick-san, are you doubting the master's words? Using the heavenly sword, the symbol of the Salvatore family, as a shield, I chipped away at Cameron's heart. Watching him panic and suffer was exceptional. Luca is like a devil. Lilith said something unnecessary from behind me. Who's a devil? Who? How did you acquire aura? Ignoring the speechless Cameron, head Lucius continued his questions. What an uncouth question in the middle of a duel. I found myself able to use it before I knew it. I haven't practiced yet. That's a lie. Are you saying you were born harboring aura? Murmurs arose among the servants. The head still maintained a calm expression, but the butler and maids, who were veteran knights, were surprised enough to change their complexions. It was understandable. Originally, aura was an ability that men and women awakened at an average age of around 15. No one other than me had manifested it at age 5, though it was thanks to Lilith. If I told them that, it would be over. I would make maximum use of it. I see, so you had talent. I don't know about that yet. However, I pointed the tip of my wooden sword sharply at Cameron. I grinned wickedly. I suppose I have more than Cameron Nixon over there. Hee hee. Why you? Even though the conversation with father wasn't finished, Cameron ran with his face bright red. He came straight toward me. He foolishly swung down his wooden sword. Good grief. As a member of the Salvatore Ducal family, don't lose yourself to anger. There was no way such a monotonous sword would hit the current me. I nimbly dodged Cameron's slash and swung my wooden sword with my aura-wrapped right hand. Coincidentally, it was exactly the same series of attacks that Cameron had shown at the beginning. Multiple impacts coursed through Cameron's body. Hit in a total of 5 places, Cameron fell to the ground. Gah! I had broken his bones. Cameron couldn't stand anymore. Holding his arm while dropping his wooden sword, he rolled on the ground pathetically, drooling and crying. Looking down at this scene, I suddenly thought, if I killed this guy here, it would be advantageous for my plans later. I gripped my wooden sword tightly. Even though I was about to kill a person, my own brother at that, strangely, my heart was calm. I felt no melancholy, no fear, no sadness. I simply held my wooden sword in an overhead stance, thinking it would benefit me. However, that's enough, Master Luca. One of the butlers, who had been watching the duel, moved behind me. He grabbed my arm and interrupted my attack. Why are you interfering with me? Was there a problem with killing the loser? No, but having deaths from duel disputes would be troublesome. I recall there have been deaths in the past. I glared at the butler. However, father's voice was heard and my killing intent was dispelled. Enough, forgive him, Luca. Master, I understand. I'll specially forgive your foolish actions, Cameron Neye-san. I emphasized the specially part and looked down at Cameron, who was still in pain. Cameron's head contained only intense pain and fear. He didn't seem to hear my words or the master's voice. I had lost interest in this guy too. I confirmed that the butler had released my hand before turning on my heel. From behind, Lucius called out to me, Luca. Yes. Well done, I am pleased with your talent. I am grateful for your words. I stopped, turned around, and bowed my head. I couldn't stop grinning inwardly. I loved being praised by someone. My need for approval was high. I had no particular interest in the position of head of the Salvatore Ducal family, but I would gladly accept praise from the strong. It would be wonderful if I could eventually defeat even that head. This time I truly left the training ground. Chapter 5, The Siblings' Reactions. 5-year-old Luca manifested aura. With a dull thud, the drink on the table spilled spectacularly. A stain formed on the cream-colored carpet, but the white-haired man showed no sign of caring about it as he raised his voice even further. Yes, it's true. I just heard it from father. Damn. The ones speaking were the sons and daughters of the Salvatore Ducal family. In other words, Luca's brothers and sisters. Both had white hair swaying, and the man in particular was severely agitated. Impossible. Aura at 5 years old? Even the first family head didn't first awaken aura until he was 8. 3 years earlier than that. Definitely the fastest in history. Apparently he won a duel against Cameron with that power. Cameron's just small fry anyway. Someone who can't even use aura isn't even worth using as a measuring stick. But Cameron is 7. Defeating someone 2 years older isn't easy. You understand that, don't you? You can't beat me after all. Shut up, I'll kill you soon enough. But right now, it's about Luca's matter. If Luca really manifested aura, that talent far exceeds ours. Even the first family head. That's right, we awakened aura when we were around 12. It's an overwhelming difference. Who would have thought a stronger enemy than Norn Nisan would emerge? We still don't know if that talent is genuine, do we? What are you saying? Norn Nisan manifested aura at 10. She's now the strongest swordsman excluding father. Without doubt, Luca will rise to the top. In exchange, we've moved further from the position of family head. The white-haired woman gazed out the window with melancholy. However, the man harbored killing intent instead. Leaving Luca alone like this wasn't a good strategy. Damn, can I just sit here with my hands tied? Biting his nails and violently kicking his chair, the white-haired man left the room. Watching him go, the white-haired woman murmured quietly, "What a foolish man. With your level of talent, you can't beat Luca, where ultimately..." The sound cut off from there was no need to put it into words. The next morning. I woke up feeling refreshed, and as soon as I finished breakfast, a male butler led me to the training ground. Apparently, Head Lucius had prepared a special opponent for me. Was I going to be made to fight someone again? What awaited me as I thought this was, a black-haired woman. She was considerably older than me. That was natural. She was the eldest daughter of the Salvatore Ducal family, Norn Salvatore. Her red eyes shone mysteriously yet beautifully. "Good day, Luca. It's been a while since we've met face to face like this." "It's been a while, Norn-Nisan. When did you return to the mansion?" "I returned yesterday. I was resting peacefully when father suddenly came to see me. He said Luca has talent, so I should teach him swordsmanship and aura." "Can you really use aura despite being 5 years old?" "I can use it, look like this." Yesterday, under Lilith's supervision, I trained with aura. My aura manipulation ability, which had been mediocre, had improved since yesterday. Norn-Nisan should probably be able to sense even minute amounts of aura. "It's true. Amazing, Luca. Overwhelmingly fast. Faster than even the first family head." "Thank you. I'll become a fine swordsman like Norn-Nisan." "Fine, oh my hihi." Norn-Nisan was the strongest swordsman in the clan, excluding our father Lucius. Though her manner of speaking was graceful and gentle, her abilities were genuine. A member of the Salvatore family who had once challenged her in battle, one of my brothers, had died from receiving her sword. With a single blow, at that. Though she appeared gentle now, she also possessed the fierce aspect typical of Salvatore family members. "Oh, that's right. I heard about it. That Cameron was bullying Luca, that you dueled, that he said terrible things." "Eh? Ah, yes. How did she know about that? I didn't think Lucius would talk about it." "That won't do. Despite having no talent, interfering with the talented Luca's progress." Nisaner's voice gradually became lower. She was definitely angry. "As a member of the Salvatore family, he should die. Perhaps I should kill him for you, both Cameron and the butler who interfered with Luca." Though her tone remained unchanged, dense killing intent emanated from her body. The nearby male butler trembled and turned pale. Even a veteran like him was like this. I too couldn't stop sweating. This was the existence said to be the strongest even within the Salvatore family. She had appeared in the game too. As one of the enemy characters, she boasted overwhelming strength. Such an opponent was before me, within range of my sword. I couldn't reach her yet, but someday my blade would kill her. I wanted to become strong enough to kill her. But that was that, and this was this. It had nothing to do with now. I somehow managed an awkward smile and said to her, "No, you don't need to kill Cameron Niasan or the butler." "Really? Even though they're small fry? Do they have value in living?" Cameron Niasan might grow, after all. Besides, the master stopped it too. If you killed the butler without permission, you'd get scolded. I don't like being scolded by father. It can't be helped. I'll specially forgive them." With a smile, Norn-Nisan dispelled her killing intent. Both the butler and I breathed sighs of relief. "By the way, Norn-Nisan, you're going to teach me swordsmanship and aura." "Yes. It's father's order, and I'd be happy to do it for my cute little brother." Norn-Nisan hugged me tightly. Two abundant swells pressed against my face. "Didn't you just talk about killing one of your brothers?" "Talent, I guess. Those with talent get recognized as brothers. The Salvatore family really was completely insane. I was the only normal one." "Well then, let's start by reviewing swordsmanship. You practice regularly, don't you?" "Yes. Personally, I'd like to devote time to aura training though. I understand the feeling well. Swords just need to be swung to kill opponents. Only mediocre people prattle about technique. If you crush them with overwhelming power, everything works out nicely." "Haha, I agree. Like hell I do. That's only possible for Nisan and Lucius, who boast overwhelming aura output. It's impossible for me, who hasn't reached that level yet. For now, I can only learn technique and aura manipulation and control. I became slightly anxious about having her as my instructor. However, it was also true that the head's decision couldn't be overturned. While sighing inwardly, I trained with Nor Nisan. Chapter 6, Survival in the Northern Mountains. Since manifesting my aura, my daily life had been passing by at a dizzying pace. Before I knew it, 3 whole years had gone by in the blink of an eye. "Oh, you've really improved, Luca." Lilith, floating behind me, looked down at me and said this. I answered as if it were only natural. "Well, yeah. Between Norn Nisan's cooperation, and more importantly, the quality of the aura you gave me is good. As expected of a wild god. HMPH. It's annoying to be praised after that crazy woman, but that's right, that's right." Lilith puffed out her chest happily. Surprisingly, she rejoiced when either she or her aura was praised. She was a bit similar to me, but I was really surprised. Surprised. "Yeah, you improve at many times the pace of ordinary people. It's like you already know about aura. I'm a genius after all." I've gotten completely used to that response too. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. More importantly, aren't you being called by the head of the family? You should hurry up and go." Elisha. Indeed, as Lilith said, I had been summoned by Lucius. Though ignoring her provocation wounded my pride, I couldn't disregard the head's summons either. Leaving my dissatisfaction behind, I interrupted my training and left the room. I headed straight for my father's study. Section. I arrived at the study. After receiving permission and entering the room, I could see my father holding a single sheet of paper. I bowed my head and asked about the matter concisely. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, master. What is your business?" You turned 8 the other day, didn't you?" "Yes. It's a bit early, but I've decided to impose a trial upon you." "A trial? Isn't that normally imposed from age 12? The age restriction for trials is merely to wait for aura awakening. Both I and my eldest daughter Norn took our trials at age 10. "I see, so it's being imposed because you've judged that I've grown sufficiently. Wasn't this too early?" I had expected it, but I never thought I'd be thrown out at age 8, elementary school age in my previous life. "If you have concerns, I can wait. What will you do?" "Hathy." Did he think I would be intimidated? The answer was no. I had no anxiety about wielding a real sword right now. My preparations had been completed. I grinned and shook my head. "No, there's no problem, master. I would be delighted to take the trial." I couldn't stop here. The strongest was still far away. Section. 1 week later. I rode in a carriage and arrived before the snowy mountain range to the north of the Salvatore Ducal family territory. In the game, it had been introduced as a region where monsters lived, but the real thing was considerably vast and large. This had originally been a mine owned by the Salvatore family, but dozens of years ago, monsters had begun living there in large numbers. Since then, mining had been suspended, and now it was used as a trial ground for the Salvatore family. Phew, it's cold. Being the north, the temperature dropped sharply as soon as we moved even slightly away from the territory. On top of that, it was snowing. No snow fell in our territory. This was abnormal, whether unique to other worlds. Whoa, are you really going to survive here starting now? Luca, all alone. Lilith, floating behind me, said this with a slightly taken aback expression. I nodded in affirmation. "Yeah. For generations, members of the Salvatore family have been made to survive for a week in monster-infested regions once their aura awakens. Since about 2 generations ago, it's been this snowy mountain. Not only monsters, but the footing is bad and the terrain is poor. Body temperature and stamina are stolen by the weather, and while visibility is blocked by blizzards, you have to secure food while defeating monsters. That's way too harsh. There's no food in a mine to begin with. There is monsters. You eat those disgusting things? Humans are weird. Many monsters are suitable for eating. Besides, even if they're somewhat unpalatable, it's fine as long as they don't upset your stomach." There it is, Luca's stoicism. Such a training maniac. Who's a maniac? More importantly, let's quickly enter the mountain. Knights are watching the surroundings. If I stay here too long, I'll lose points. "Good luck." Lilith waved her hand flutteringly. As a spirit, neither temperature nor abnormal weather affected her. I began walking up the mountain path that continued straight ahead while sighing. This was the Salvatore family's specialty, the survival trial. Most of my older siblings had overcome this trial. In other words, surviving a week of survival was only natural. Anyone who died in a place like this wasn't needed in the Salvatore family. Of course, I would safely get through this survival trial. I had just been wanting to come to this northern mountain range anyway. Cuckoo, how much stronger can I become on this mountain? Just thinking about it makes me unable to stop laughing. The presence of monsters I could sense from afar. They excited my heart endlessly. My first battle, my first survival, my first solitude. Everything was so interesting that I couldn't straighten my grinning face for a while. Thanks to that, Lilith beside me was completely put off. What was wrong with me laughing? Section. While Luca Salvatore walked along the mountain path, there were others who visited the northern mountain range later. All of them wore eerie black cloaks and hid their mouths with cloth. As time passed and the blizzard increased in intensity, the man at the front looked up at the white, beautiful mountain range and laughed. Ha ha ha, just as that man's information said, this is the worst place. However, our mission will be easier. Right. Told this by one of his companions waiting behind him, a woman judging by her voice, the man chuckled even more. You're not wrong. I wasn't too enthusiastic at first, but just killing one person gets us a fortune. Not bad. It's a suspicious story, though. A request to kill a child, his own brother at that. What? You can't accept killing a brat? That's not it. From what I hear, that target apparently has considerable talent. If he's from the Salvatore Ducal family, it's natural they'd find him troublesome. I think his name was Luca Salvatore. Yes. The woman nodded and answered the man's question. A genius who awakened aura at the youngest age in the Salvatore family's long history. Some apparently call him a prodigy. Ho, or at age 5, eh? I hear ordinary people manifested around age 15. Even I awakened around age 18. That's right, only because it's the genius Salvatore family can they manifest at age 12. Age 5 is impossible. I'm still doubting it. What a petty story. Killing because you're afraid of your talented brother. Are you dissatisfied with the request? Nah, as long as I get paid, I don't care. I'd kill God if the price was right. Saying this, the man began advancing up the mountain path. Several companions lined up behind him, followed his back with the same feelings. At best, the prodigy boy can become my nourishment. The man's face was dyed an evil color. Chapter 7, Holy Relic. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Walking steadily up the mountain path while treading on the accumulated snow. Along the way, I killed every monster that appeared. 8 years since my reincarnation. This was my first time encountering monsters, but my heart didn't waver even a millimeter. I calmly assessed the monsters' movements while piercing their vital points. I didn't even need to use aura anymore. For weak individuals, I could brute force my way through with physical ability alone. Hee. I know what you are feeling right now. What are you talking about? It's simple, you must be wondering why your physical abilities are so high. Not really. Why not? Normally you'd be curious. I have a good idea why. It's true that at first, like Lilith said, I was surprised I could defeat monsters without using aura. Even if I was a Salvatore, defeating monsters at 8 years old was abnormal. However, I quickly realized it was due to Lilith's influence. By contracting with her, not just my aura, but my raw physical abilities had also increased. Boo! Having good intuition is annoying too. I'm grateful for your power, Lilith. Thanks to it, I can become stronger at the fastest pace. Though I sometimes complained or acted cold, inwardly I was properly grateful to Lilith. The reason I didn't voice it is because this wasn't a power-up based on trust, faith, or affection. What existed between Lilith and me was an alignment of interests. I lend a hand in Lilith's revenge, and Lilith makes me stronger to achieve that revenge. That's all there is to it. Therefore, I couldn't place complete trust in her. Good that you understand. But Luca, where are you heading? You're not looking for monsters, right? Right. The key to this survival is how to avoid fighting monsters. There's no need to waste stamina unnecessarily. Then why aren't you staying in one place or resting, but keep climbing the mountain path? I'm looking for something. In this mountain range. Looking for something, what's that? A cave. Why a cave? Are you going to make it your base? That's part of it, but the main reason is different. Stop being mysterious and tell me quickly. HMPH, Lilith puffed out her cheeks and hit my back. It seems she could interfere with my body since we made a contract, despite being just a soul. Yes, yes, I want something that's dropped in that cave. Dropped, something worth coming all the way to these snowy mountains to find. You'll definitely be surprised when you see it. After all, that dropped item is a holy relic. Holy relic? A holy relic is that thing, right? Tools that heroes carried. That's right. That holy relic should be dropped inside the cave. How do you know that? I saw it in a dream. Huh? Just kidding. I can't tell you the reason, you don't need to know either. That's true. Lilith accepted this with a cheerful expression. It was unfortunate, but I couldn't tell her about my previous life. There'd be no point in telling her, and I didn't think Lilith would understand anyway. My secrets were mine. There was no merit in explaining unnecessarily. After that, I continued walking the mountain path without rest. After a while, I could see the entrance to the cave I was looking for. I don't know if the holy relic is actually dropped there, but I enter while being wary of monsters. In the dim darkness, I found it, a silver necklace lying on the ground. Hesh, you're lucky, Lilith. Could that be the holy relic Luca was aiming for? Yeah, an item that once belonged to a priest who saved and guided many people. Why was such a thing near your house? Who knows? As far as I know, the human who had this holy relic is, dead. I picked up the necklace and proceeded further, finding a skeleton lying some distance away. Judging by the pelvis and overall size, it was a male. A corpse, it was this person's item. Probably. Whether this person was here because they were chased by monsters or had business in this mine, I don't know the detailed reason. It doesn't matter. It's not my concern, you're so cold. You lack humanity, is that so? Maybe you're right. To me, this world was an extension of a game. It felt real yet somehow like a fantasy too. Maybe that's why. Other people's deaths weren't particularly sad to me. As long as I was safe, that was fine, and I had discarded anything unnecessary for becoming stronger. I have to do that to survive as a member of the Salvatore family. I will continue to follow my own path for my own sake, even if the ending I desired wasn't at the end of that path. More importantly, let's start a fire here today and spend the night. We can shelter from the snow and wind. Yeah. Lilith was quick to understand, which helped. She didn't pry unnecessarily either, an ideal partner. I put the necklace around my neck and headed back the way I came. I had already brought tools for starting a fire. After that, I moved as close to the cave entrance as possible to let the smoke out. Then, while walking, I noticed. I stopped dead in my tracks. Lilith walking beside me noticed too. Oh no, this reaction is definitely human. Could it be someone you know? Impossible. During survival, no one's interference is permitted. They're definitely suspicious persons or mountain bandits. During my training with Norn Nisan, she told me something. That my other siblings resented my talent. Resent was too mild a word. I should say they hate me enough to want to kill me. She warned me that assassins would probably be sent after me from a young age. Judging from that, this situation wasn't ordinary either. To begin with, multiple knights were conducting surveillance near this snowy mountain. Could mere bandits slip through those gaps? It was definitely the work of insiders who knew the guard positions in advance. That way, they could easily infiltrate the snowy mountain. Plus, the fact that they came targeting my location specifically means. As I thought, I searched through the supplied bag. At the very bottom was an unfamiliar tool. Based on its shape and material, it's a magic item, probably something that transmits location information to another magic item. What's that? A transmitter. Something to send my location to another device. Then this reaction really is. Probably my family's doing. How thoughtful of them to prepare even expensive magic items. I dropped the magic item on the ground and stepped on it. A crack sound echoed through the cave. What will you do? Run? No, it's too late now, I'm already surrounded. They targeted when you were in the cave. No problem, if they're going to attack, I'll fight back. Will you be okay? You are still only 8 years old. Even at 8, with Lilith's aura I can win. I've been training for this. Grinning, I resumed walking. When I stepped outside from the cave entrance, multiple suspicious figures in black were surrounding the cave in the blizzard. Seeing me emerge from inside, the black-clad figure standing at the front spoke. So, you're the rumored Prodigy. And who hired you? What an idiot to accept my brother's request. Ho, you're quite composed. And you understand our scheme and backing too. Ahem. This reaction, did one of my brothers send these guys here? He didn't deny it, and his response was smooth. The possibility is high. I'll tell you up front, if you run now, I won't pursue. If you value your lives, get lost. Haha, as expected of a Salvatore family member. An 8-year-old brat surrounded by us with that composure. Doesn't seem like a bluff. In fact, if you come at me, I'll kill you. I glared at the black-clad man. The man laughed even more enjoyably, making sounds in his throat. Good, good. I thought this would be a boring job, but there's room for me to enjoy myself too. Of course my answer is no. If I kill you, I'll get a lot of money, you know. I've already received the advance payment, so just die quickly. The man drew his sword from the sheath at his waist. I could faintly see an aura reaction from his body. Good grief, I don't know whose scheme this is, but truly, how grateful. I could no longer suppress the beast within me. I could feel my mouth corners twisting eerily. I couldn't stop laughing. I was just thinking that monsters alone weren't interesting enough. To think I'd get to experience person-to-person combat here too, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I also drew my sword from its sheath. Cloaked in aura, I shouted while maintaining my carved smile. Do your best to become my flesh and blood. Chapter 8, Evil vs. Evil. I circulated a small amount of aura throughout my entire body. My physical abilities were enhanced, and in that state I kicked off the ground with my sword in one hand. I approached the bandits swarming before my eyes. Fast. I launched an attack at the man, who seemed like the leader, standing at the front. As expected, my first strike was blocked. It clashed with the man's sword, producing a high-pitched sound. Not bad for a brat. I mean, for a brat, that is. Clang, I was repelled by the man. Even using aura, my physical strength was inferior. It seemed my output was losing out. Compared to Nissan, we were both complete amateurs, though. You're not bad yourself. I thought I could win more easily. Don't get cocky, you damn brat. This time, the man kicked off the ground and closed in on me. He skillfully attacked while wrapping his weapon in aura. By doing that, the enhancement characteristics would also dwell in the weapon. It couldn't be broken easily. I read the opponent's movements while gracefully dodging left and right. Though the opponent was superior in physical strength and aura technique, I was winning in swordsmanship. It wasn't a speed that couldn't be avoided. Hey, you bastards. Hurry up and surround this guy and kill him. Multiple against one, that's cowardly. Got a problem with that? I do, but it doesn't matter. Huh? As a member of the Salvatore Ducal family, defeat is not permitted. Turning from retreat, I also moved forward to match the man's advance. Caught off guard, the man's movement was slightly delayed. I dodged the strike that had gone off course to the side and drove a full-force knee kick into him. Gah! Even if he was protecting his body with aura, if I hit him with the same aura, some damage should get through, right? Spitting saliva, the man rolled backward. Leader. The female companion who had deployed to the side shouted. What? There was a woman too? Gender doesn't matter when it comes to killing, though. Perfect timing, you're next. Ignoring the man who had fallen to the ground, I turned to face sideways. In my line of sight was the woman who had raised her voice. I made a wickedly evil smile and changed my target to that woman. I readied my sword and kicked off the ground. The woman's body stiffened at my approach. I wonder if she doesn't have much real combat experience. That's no good, becoming a bandit's companion without the resolve to kill people. You'll lose your life quickly. There we go. I slashed at her neck. Because she backed away slightly, the wound was shallow. You have hesitation in your movements. How did you even manage to come here? In a fight to the death, kindness and hesitation should be discarded. Those who don't discard them die first, as you can see. She pressed her neck and backed away. Blood was flowing steadily. From the look of it, she'd die in less than 10 minutes. I immediately returned my gaze to the side. You bastard. How dare you hurt my companion? In my line of sight was the man, who seemed like the leader who had stood up. The man was coming toward me. He readied his sword, fully intent on killing me. Yeah, that's good. What pleasant bloodlust. I sometimes dodged and sometimes deflected and defended against the man's sword as it swung around wildly. He had lost himself to anger. That way he can't hit me. Haha, a mere bandit, getting angry because your companion was hurt. While turning your eyes away from all the people you've killed, violated, and kidnapped until now. Shut up, we were just desperate to survive. What's wrong with that? Nothing's wrong with it, nothing at all. That's human nature, society's nature. In the end, people can only live selfishly. Everyone does that. Those who think it's natural not to do bad things suffer the most and can't live properly. I'll affirm it for you. You're not wrong, nobody's wrong. Since you're not wrong, please die. Because I'm not wrong either. I delivered a strike wrapped in maximum aura to the man, who seemed like the leader, who was carelessly charging in. The man, whose defense was delayed and who couldn't avoid it, received my blade and suffered a large slash wound. The wound extended from his left shoulder to his right hip. A fatal injury. Spilling an overflow of blood, the man's sword fell to the ground with a thud. Next, the man with an agonized expression also collapsed to the ground. Leader. The man's subordinates who had been surrounding me were shaken, having their head crushed. What happened to their bloodlust from before? It's no fun cutting down spineless weaklings. Well, whatever. I'm going to kill everyone anyway, but if you tell me about your client, maybe I'll let one person escape. Tap tap, I tapped my shoulder with the flat of my sword. Come on, hurry up. However, to my proposal, the companions answered by readying their swords. Would they rather resist to the end than be killed? Hee hee. Nice, that's how it should be. You're so harsh on others, Luca. That's not true. I was actually quite a tolerant type. I rarely get angry, and I respect others' wills. I was just giving criminals appropriate punishment. No matter how they try to dress it up, those guys are criminals. Even if they haven't committed murder before, right now they're trying to kill me. For people in the position of killers to not even be prepared to be killed, that's the height of selfishness. If you ready your sword, then die. If you try to kill, then I'll kill. That's my value system, a kind of rule. Conscience, law, extenuating circumstances, what's that? Reality was always unreasonable. It doesn't concern me. I agree with that thinking too, but hee hee. Luca, you're not very childlike. Shut up, I'm still only 8 years old. Conversation aside, I readied my sword. The other side seemed to have finished their preparations too. They were waiting for my movement, ready at any moment. However, before I could kick off the ground, a loud sound came from somewhat far away. A dull sound, probably this is. Footsteps. The moment I muttered that, a giant bear came running up the mountain path from deep in the blizzard toward us. A monster, the largest one I'd seen so far, Groaar. A monster. Seeing the giant bear monster that was twice the size of a human, the bandits unanimously chose to retreat. Screaming, they dragged the bodies of their companions and leader as they withdrew. However, the bear monster was extremely fast. In an instant, it closed in on the bandits, opened its vicious mouth, and chomp. The bandits were eaten one by one. Some were torn apart by claws, others were directly devoured whole. A hellscape of screaming agony was unfolding before my eyes. As I leisurely watched this, Luca, shouldn't you run? That thing is strong, Lilith said beside me. I lifted the corner of my mouth and smiled. I won't run. As a member of the Salvatore Ducal family, flight is not permitted. What's that? A family motto. Sounds stupid, right? But it's the truth. If I ran here, I wouldn't be able to grow at all. I advanced one step, then another step forward. I headed toward the monster that was munching on the bandits it had killed and readied my sword. I'll kill you. No matter who gets in my way. Our gazes met, mine and the bear's. Chapter 9, Luca's Madness. I began fighting the bear monster. When I approached, the monster turned toward me with keen senses. Glittering red eyes glared at me sharply and narrowly. Groh. Without even wiping the blood plastered around its mouth, the bear monster kicked off the ground. It charged straight at me. A beast, just like its appearance. It opened its mouth, trying to bite and crush my body with its vicious fangs, an attack that relied on speed. I quickly dodged to the side. I struck my sword into the wide-open torso. My sword couldn't cut through the bear's body. It only slightly slashed the skin, causing blood to flow. Guah. The monster screamed in pain. Next, it swung its right front leg. Sharp claws tore through the air as they approached me. I used my sword as a shield to guard. I received a tremendous impact. My body was blown backward. As expected, your physical abilities are superior. My right hand that I had used to guard was tingling and numb. Defending multiple times wouldn't be wise. What will you do? You can't win like this. From a distance, Lilith was leisurely relaxing. What a skillful one, lying down in midair. No problem. If I can wound it, I can eventually kill it. Groah. The bear monster charged at me again. When I dodged to the side like before, this time I slashed the monster's hind leg. I changed my aim. Ignoring the thickest torso, I first reduced the monster's mobility. Accurately targeting the tendon area, the bear monster collapsed to the ground. It would stand up again soon anyway. Taking advantage of the opening while it was down, I thrust my sword tip toward the monster's neck. Gwa. Oops. I canceled my attack midway. I pulled back to dodge the monster's claw attack that came as a counterattack. However, my evasion wasn't perfect. My right hand took damage. Flesh was gouged out and blood spurted magnificently. Wait, isn't this a crisis, Luca? Seeing my figure after jumping back greatly, Lilith's composure crumbled. She approached me at tremendous speed. She was staring intently at my mangled right arm. You're noisy, Lilith. It's just my dominant hand that got hit. I'm still alive. You'll die from blood loss. What will you do? Will my revenge end here? It won't end, so don't worry. What do you think I picked up this holy relic for? Holy relic? Yeah. This necklace is an item that grants divine power to its wearer. Divine power is the power of healing. I can't use regeneration level recovery, but I should be able to manage first aid. Saying that, I escaped by jumping backward. I pulled out bandages from my pocket and vigorously wrapped them around my right hand. There was pain, intense pain, but it wasn't unbearable. After roughly binding my right hand with bandages, I activated divine power through the blood-stained bandages. Warm light enveloped my right arm. I couldn't restore the lost flesh and blood. At most, I could stop the bleeding combined with the bandages. The pain didn't disappear, and I couldn't move it either. I had merely prolonged my life. The situation hadn't improved one bit. Awawa, we have to run quickly. Ha, what are you saying, Lilith? I never said I'd run. Once the bleeding stops, I'm fighting that damn bastard again. I'll definitely kill it next time. WHAT. KIIIN, Lilith's scream stimulated my hearing. So noisy, there's no way you can win in that condition. Are you stupid? Are you going to die? Don't die. That's why I'm not going to die. Well, just watch. I didn't go to pick up this necklace, just for this alone. I stopped my feet. The bear monster charged at me from the front. I drew my sword with my left hand and readied it. I wrapped myself in aura, amplifying the output even more. Luca, what are you? I didn't answer Lilith's question. Instead, I kept increasing my aura output more and more. I had already exceeded the amount I could control. My muscle fibers throughout my body tore and screamed in agony. It hurt, but ignoring that, I increased the output even further. Continuing, I drew divine power from the necklace and healed my entire body. This was the ultimate trump card I had devised. When aura was released in uncontrollable amounts, it placed enormous strain on the body and broke it down. I just need to heal that broken body with divine powers healing one after another. Of course, my divine power relied on the holy relic and was unreliable. But if I could heal the minimum necessary, that's enough. If I can move, I can kill my opponent. Groah. A mass of muscle more than twice my size unleashed a charge while scattering killing intent. This time, it wasn't evasion followed by counterattack. I released an attack while dodging diagonally to the side. We crossed paths with each other, and my maximum arm strength that exceeded my limits slashed through the bear monster's torso in one strike. And no way. Lilith was agape with astonishment. Behind me, the monster collapsed, creating a pool of blood at my feet. Despite having won, Lilith's reaction was thin. Thinking that when I sheathed my sword, Lilith suddenly shouted, "Why, you idiot?" A second KIIIN. I'd prefer she not speak so loudly since it makes my ears hurt. It's quite a serious injury. It affects my wounds too. Releasing uncontrollable amounts of aura is insane. You could have died with one wrong move. Heck. That's what the divine power was for. I calculated it properly. What's with that smug face? I'll hit you, you know. W8. Right now I'm seriously injured. It's tough just standing due to the aura strain. To be honest, even my left arm that swung the sword was in tatters. It hurt just to move it. Of course it does. Geez, I never thought your screws were loose to this extent. If Luca dies, everything ends for me. Sorry, but it's interesting, right? I'm probably the only one who combines aura and divine power like that. Do you know the phrase self-destruction? All's well that ends well. You're insane. Seeing me still smiling, Lilith's shoulders dropped with a thud. From her perspective, my death as her contractor would be problematic. I understand her worry, but you can't become the strongest without crossing dangerous bridges. I'll risk my life many more times going forward. More importantly, after I rest, I need to carry the bear monster to my sleeping area. Could it be you're going to eat it? Of course, you don't find such valuable food very often. We got lucky. I don't really understand you, Luca. Is that so? I don't really understand what she's saying, but I don't really understand myself either. Understanding yourself is difficult. Even understanding others is quite hard. I plopped down on the snow and focused on recovering my lost stamina. First day of survival. What a tremendously rough start from day one. If possible, I'd like even more spectacular problems to occur. I still haven't fought nearly enough. Luca, I want to fight more, pretty much dying. The divine power that appeared in this chapter is basically healing magic. When mastered, you can even handle powerful recovery that rewinds time. Chapter 10, The Head of the Family's Evaluation. At the Salvatore Ducal family-owned mine where a blizzard danced. At its foot, several men and women had gathered. One of them was the eldest daughter Norn Salvatore, who was waiting for Luca's return. Blood-red eyes stared straight at the summit. It's been a week since Luca entered the mountain. It should be about time for him to return. The one who spoke was a tall man standing behind her, Lucius Salvatore. He was the current Salvatore Duke. That's right. I wonder if Luca can break through this trial at the youngest age. He'll be fine. That child is strong. I, who taught him sword and aura, guarantee it. Eventually, it will be Luca who assumes the position of Salvatore Ducal family head. Not you. Hee, my talent is merely somewhat superior at best. No one can beat Luca, not even you. Ho, SHNK. A somewhat cold atmosphere flowed between Norn and Lucius. It was definitely not due to climate or temperature. Several servants nearby broke out in sweat from the pressure of the two. An interesting story. Normally speaking, you should be the one chosen as the next head. You don't mean that. Father, I know you're also expecting great things from Luca. Well, that's true. Lucius honestly affirmed Norn's words. The existence called Luca Salvatore was close to a miracle for them as members of the Salvatore family. From childhood, he had a stronger curiosity than anyone. From childhood, he enjoyed books and spoke fluently. The clincher was his aura awakening. At 5 years old at the time, he manifested aura earlier than anyone. 3 years since then. Luca's talent that Lucius had heard about from Norn had reached a realm that even Norn, who was called a genius, couldn't measure. Therefore, Lucius had given a trial to Luca, who was still only 8 years old. If it was Luca, who easily exceeded his expectations, he would surely leave interesting results. And finally, that answer appeared. Master. One of the servants noticed. Something was coming down from the mountain path. What emerged from the blizzard was a giant bear. No, to be precise, a bear's pelt. Was the inside hollowed out? Except for the head, it was so thin it didn't feel like it had any mass. More than anything, from under that bear, a boy with a familiar face emerged. It was Luca Salvatore. Section. A week since survival in the snowy mountains began. While treating the wounds I sustained in combat with the bear monster, I continued fighting monsters relentlessly. Days of searching, killing, and eating. My right hand still couldn't move as before, but through repeated treatment, the pain had become much more manageable. Honestly, including the combat with the bear monster and those scoundrels, this survival had been the best. I would have liked to hole up in the mountains for about another week if possible, but it would be troublesome if they thought I had died, so I reluctantly descended the mountain. As proof that I had subjugated monsters, I brought back the pelt of the bear, which was my greatest catch. It was extremely fishy-smelling, but with this, it would become my admirable achievement. It was subtly heavy and difficult to carry with one hand, though. Luca. When I arrived at the foot of the mountain, I could see Norn Nisan, who had been waiting for my return, waving her hand. I placed the monster's corpse on the spot and walked over to Nisan's side. I have returned, Norn Nisan. Was the head of house with you as well? Welcome back. As expected, Luca is amazing. To break through the trial at the youngest age. Moreover, to bring down such a large prey. Nisan's gaze briefly turned toward the bear monster's corpse lying behind me. Even father and I couldn't defeat that monster until after we turned 10. It's not that impressive. I pushed myself a bit too hard. That arm. Yes, I took one hit and ended up like this. Splendid, you defeated it with just one arm, didn't you? As expected of Luca. You're so cute. MMPH. I was embraced by Nisan. She skillfully lifted me while avoiding my injured right arm. You must be tired, right? I'll carry you on the way back. You all carry that monster Luca defeated. Understood. Nisan's subordinates went out of their way to help me. Nisan spun around, and the head of House Lucius came into view in front. We stared at each other. Lucius was the first to open his mouth. Luca, well done surviving, and to defeat such prey on top of that, heck. Lucius's mouth corners lifted once. After that, Lucius slowly approached my side. What? Is he going to give me something? As I braced myself thinking that, Lucius suddenly extended his right hand and placed it on my head. Could it be he's patting me? Unusually, Lucius relaxed his cheeks and smiled. You are my pride and joy, Luca. Head of house. Even I was stunned by this. I had completely expected to be told nothing, or that it was only natural. After patting my head thoroughly, Lucius eventually let go of his hand and spun around. Now that Luca has returned as well, let's go back to the mansion. Understood. Norn began walking with a smile. Naturally, while princess carrying me. This is embarrassing, Nisan. Chapter 11. The Forbidden Magic Sword. Luca's first trial had ended. The impact left by the small Salvatore, who wasn't even 10 years old, yet was instantly conveyed from the head of House Lucius's mouth to his siblings. Lightning struck. Though no one voiced it, they all must have imagined it. Awakening aura at 5 years old, completing the trial at 8 years old. Moreover, among the monsters he subjugated were even medium-sized monsters. It was already a great achievement. Abnormal and miraculous. Luca had produced results that no one else had accomplished. His talent was incomparable. If he continued growing like this, it was almost certain that Luca would sit in the head of house's seat. Some felt impatience. Some felt irritation. Some showed interest. With various schemes intersecting, that night, all the Salvatores who had gathered for this day assembled in the dining room. The pretext was a dinner party to celebrate Luca's trial achievement. Section: It suits you very well, Luca-sama. Is that so? That helps. I conveyed my thanks to the maid, who was smiling cheerfully. Currently, I was dressed in formal attire in my room, for the dinner party that would begin soon. There's a saying in the country I was from, fine feathers make fine birds. It suits you, Luca. Do you think I don't know what that means? Did you say something, Luca-sama? No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Understood. Then I'll move to the dining room first. Are you really fine alone? Yeah, it's inside the house, no problem. Understood. The maid bowed deeply and left the room. Finally alone, I sighed phew and sat in a chair. I glanced up briefly. Above my head was the figure of the wild god Lilith floating while skillfully lying down. Hey, don't suddenly talk to me when people are around. I didn't intend to talk to you. Luca just answered on his own. Your voice carries well, I can't ignore it either. Mufufu, not really, but is it okay? What is? The dinner party, the dinner party. Luca's other siblings will gather, right? That means the employer of those scoundrels who attacked Luca in the snowy mountains will also be there. That's right. Since everyone should be called for the dinner party, they're almost definitely there. Isn't it dangerous? If they're nearby, they might come to kill you. That won't happen. I dismissed Lilith's worry. Why not? This is the great Salvatore Ducal mansion. If they started something in a place like this, other people would definitely notice. It's impossible to assassinate me without being noticed. Well, I don't care about anything as long as Luca is safe. What? Are you worried about me? Of course, we made a contract, didn't we? I need Luca to live as long as possible. Yes. Even without being told, I'll live for 100 years. I had no intention of dying easily. More importantly, don't talk to me during the dinner party, okay? It would be troublesome if I get unnecessary prying. Today is an important day. I won't interfere, but is it that important? It's just praising Luca's great achievement, right? No, it's different. At this dinner party, I'll be officially recognized as a full-fledged adult. Full-fledged Salvatore family members are given dedicated weapons personally chosen by the head of house. Dedicated weapons. For example, eldest daughter Norn Nisan received the magic sword Graham from the head of house. I wonder if they'll give Luca some strong weapon too. Probably. All the siblings who had overcome trials so far had received weapons. They surely wouldn't exclude me just because I was 8 years old. It could be said that Lucius's attention was now concentrated on me. I was just looking forward to what kind of weapon I'd receive. That's why it's an important day. Stay quiet until it's over. Yes, I hope you get an interesting weapon. Yeah, whatever weapon it is, I can master it. There it is, Luca's narcissism. I ignored Lilith's words and stood up from the chair. After checking my appearance in the mirror one last time, I left the room. My destination was the dining room on the first floor. Section. I stepped into the dining room. All family members except me had already gathered. It meant I was called last. You came, Luca. The head of house, Lucius, who was sitting in the innermost seat, prompted me to sit in the seat closest to the front. I sat down as told. Now let's begin the dinner party. You all must be curious about Luca's results. We'll hear the details from him personally. This is tradition. All gazes gathered on me at once, many faces I hadn't seen in a while. The people of the Salvatore Ducal family were all excellent. Basically, after overcoming trials, they became adults and took on various duties. Norn Nisan, as a special case, often assisted the head of house. Or she would go alone to dangerous zones and exterminate large numbers of monsters. Therefore, sharp gazes from everyone except Norn Nisan pierced into me. All of them were opponents I couldn't beat as I was now. Even I would feel some tension. At the same time, I found myself thinking I'd like to try killing all of them. The other siblings who sensed that killing intent sharpened their gazes even more. However, all of you, stop glaring at Luca. If you get carried away, I'll kill you, you know. Norn Nisan's bloodlust blew everything away. The overwhelming pressure from a superior made all siblings, including me, shrink back. Cameron was even breaking out in sweat all over his face. You calm down too, Norn. Right now I'm asking Luca, how was the survival? My apologies. Warned by Lucius, Norn Nisan closed her eyes. The air became cold and quiet. I didn't want to open my mouth in this state, but if it was an order from the head of House Lucius, I couldn't avoid speaking. I told them about the week I had spent, as concisely as possible. Then, one of my brothers who had been listening to my story shouted, "Why you mastered divine power? During combat." That was about when I was fighting the bear monster. In truth, I had just found a holy relic and drawn out its power. But since I plan to learn divine power eventually anyway, it's pretty much the same thing, nod. Ridiculous. Aura alone is already impossible, but now divine power at 8 years old. It's the truth. I saw Luca's injured arm. Without using divine power, he would have died from blood loss. What? And no, but divine power is heretical for the Salvatore Ducal family. Despite Norn Nisan's supplement, one of my brothers persisted. Father Lucius was the one who answered. What's wrong with it? Luca's aura talent is also special. If divine power is mixed in on top of that, he should be able to improve his abilities even further. As long as aura isn't neglected, I have no complaints. Such. With the head of house's words, no more objections came out. Lucius's words were absolute. If the head of house acknowledged it, even crows would become white. Thank you, head of house. It doesn't matter, you have that much value. Polish your divine power just like your aura. Become stronger than anyone. Understood. That was my intention from the start. Eventually I'll surpass even you. I laughed internally, Kyukuku. The talk is sufficient now. Luca is undoubtedly a genius. He surpassed the trial at the youngest age. Let's officially recognize him as a full-fledged Salvatore. Yes. I bowed my head respectfully. As proof of being recognized, I'll give you a present from me. Accept it. It's a weapon dedicated to you. Here it comes, the main point for me. The reason I attended this shitty dinner party, one of the servants brought a box into the dining room. The box had chains and were those talismans. Sacred items containing purification were attached to it. I had a very bad feeling. The servant, who was also a veteran warrior, slowly undid the chains wrapped around the box while sweat beaded thickly on his forehead. Before long, the box opened and the thing stored inside revealed itself. It was. I could tell that Lilith, floating some distance away, gasped. Come closer, Luca. Actually, hold it yourself. Why, yes. I approached the box while slightly flustered. Looking down, there was the Calamitous magic sword emitting an ominous aura, Muramasa. Chapter 12, The Imperial Family's Party. I looked down at the single sword stored in the luxurious box. The blade was beautiful like glass, yet pitch black. The handle and guard were decorated in purple, and the whole thing emitted an eerie aura. This was the Calamitous magic sword Muramasa that also appeared in the game. It was an extremely powerful weapon of the type that chose its user. I never thought this would be selected as my dedicated weapon. I swallowed my saliva. Luca, can you sense it too? The aura this Muramasa emits. Why, yes. I honestly nodded to head of House Lucius's words. Magic sword Muramasa. This sword was a blade with an extremely powerful ego. At the same time, it carried a curse. If the weapon judged that someone wasn't worthy to wield it, they would receive the curse the moment they equipped it. What a shitty specification. According to the official setting, there were apparently many who died unable to hold this sword. More than anything, its performance as a weapon was top class. The fact that it still remained meant no one suitable for this sword had existed. Lucius was probably taking a gamble too. If I was chosen by Muramasa, I could extend my power further. Besides, this sword was something from Lilith's homeland. It was the weapon that once dealt a fatal wound to Lilith. If you don't think you can hold it, give up. This time I'll specially give you the right to refuse. No, there's no problem. I shook my head. Lucius grinned. Ho, you think you can hold this sword? Yes. I don't have time to be scared in a place like this. I resolved myself and gripped the sword. Immediately after, a terrifying purple aura flowed into me from the sword. I ask you. A voice echoed in my mind, a low male voice that wasn't Lilith's. The voice continued. What will you use me for? What will you accomplish using me? I answered that question in my heart. Strangely, I could answer immediately. To become strong. I'll use you for that. Nothing more, nothing less. You seek strength, you will cut down many, won't you? Of course, I'll become the strongest. Everyone stronger than me is an enemy. I'll survive and just leave my mark. Amusing, amusing. Interesting. You're the first human like this I've encountered. The mysterious voice laughed katsu. I couldn't laugh at all. Even now, I was overwhelmed by the eerie aura flowing from the sword, and my body's trembling wouldn't stop. I was desperately suppressing the feeling of wanting to vomit. Very well. I acknowledge the courage to grip me without going mad, and I'll lend you my power. The nostalgic power I sense from your depths must also be seeking me. Nostalgic power? Did it mean Lilith? I didn't really understand, but if it would acknowledge me as its master, there would be no problem. I gripped the sword even tighter and laughed. You belong to me. At that moment, the aura covering my body stabilized. Even curses were mixed into my aura. Just by holding the sword, I understood the concept of curses, and even my total aura amount increased. I understood, right now, at this moment, I had become stronger again. Thank you for waiting, head of house. Muramasa seems to have acknowledged me as its owner. I see. Emma, what? Father, who usually barely moved his expression, was unusually surprised. Did he think I couldn't control Muramasa? How disappointing. I never had even the slightest intention of dying from the start. Well done, Luca. From today, that Muramasa is your dedicated weapon. Train even harder. Understood, I am deeply grateful. I bowed my head and returned to my seat. However, all the other siblings except Norn Nisan, and even the servants, were frozen while staring intently at my face. Everyone was looking at me with eyes that couldn't believe I had been chosen by Muramasa, the legendary weapon. It was the first user in hundreds of years. I understood their feelings, but I felt a bit irritated since it seemed like I was being looked down on. The only one who wasn't surprised at all was Norn Nisan. She was smugly muttering, of course it would be Luca. The dinner party ended quietly due to my Muramasa commotion. Returning to my room, I drew Muramasa from its sheath and grinned. Well, to think I could obtain a hidden weapon from the game this early, this is the best. Originally, Muramasa was one of the hidden weapons that could be discovered after clearing the game. Its performance was terrifyingly high accordingly. Luca smells unpleasant. What do you mean unpleasant smell? Strictly speaking, you smell like the shitty thing that hurt me. Throw away that filthy sword. Bad, bishy. Lilith pointed at the Muramasa in my hand and barked. Naturally, I refused. That's obviously impossible. It's a precious weapon I finally obtained. Even without such a cursed weapon, my aura is sufficient. Yes, yes. Lilith's aura is certainly amazing, but to kill the wild gods, I need to use everything. If you want revenge, please forgive me. I understood why she disliked Muramasa, but having this would let me become stronger more efficiently. She probably understood that too. She puffed out her cheeks and didn't say anything more. However, she was radiating an aura that said I am angry with her whole body. Ah, I'm looking forward to it. From tomorrow, I need to kill lots of monsters using this guy. The more I kill, the stronger Muramasa becomes, and I become stronger too. I smoothly drew the blade slightly. Illuminated by the light, the edge gleamed ominously. If possible, I'd like to drill Muramasa's performance into my body before fighting the original protagonist. 7 more years. There was plenty of time. Section: 1 month after obtaining the magic sword Muramasa. I devoted myself to learning aura and swordsmanship from Norn Nisan while making time to go monster hunting. Muramasa's performance could only be described as wonderful. This sword inflicted multiple curses on whatever it cut. Moreover, its sharpness was terrifyingly keen. I could slice through monsters one after another even without aura. However, unfortunately, Muramasa's performance wasn't just this. Its original abilities included several others, and to draw them out, my current strength was insufficient. Having growth elements was rather pleasing though. To draw out Muramasa's abilities as quickly as possible, I continued fighting with single-minded devotion. Cameron once spat, "What a madman," at me. Are you okay with that? Despite having no talent, I had also said that back to him. With such things, 1 month passed. When time had passed in an instant for me, I was suddenly called by head of House Lucius. He apparently had some business. When I visited his room, Lucius said to me, "In 2 weeks, a party hosted by the imperial family will be held in the imperial capital. You come too." I had a premonition of a storm. Chapter 13. The 3 Great Ducal Houses. A party hosted by the imperial family, you say. I repeated Father Lucius's words. Lucius nodded. That's right. It will be held at the imperial capital's inner palace in 2 weeks. I'll take you and several others there. The members of the 3 great ducal houses will also show their faces. You must never be looked down upon. The 3 great ducal houses understood. Speaking of the remaining 3 great ducal houses, excluding the Salvatore family. The magic prestigious family, Morgan. The wealth and craftsman, Emir. So those guys who also appeared in the original would participate in the party. It will be a good debut for you. I'm looking forward to it. Saying only that, Lucius dismissed me. If I probably couldn't meet expectations, there was even the possibility that everything I had built up until now would come to nothing. I forcibly suppressed my racing heart while lifting the corners of my mouth. Hee, Luca is smiling. Because I'm looking forward to it, the party hosted by the imperial family. Will there be something interesting? It's just important people gathering, right? Since we're close in age, she might be there, that woman. That woman, the youngest of the Morgan family, the genius magician Lucia. So meeting that girl is your objective. That's how it is. Lucia, the future sage who accomplished numerous great feats in the original work. If I could meet her and see even a tiny fraction of her abilities, I'd be fortunate. But that woman has a bad personality. While walking down the hallway, I recalled my previous life's memories. Section: A week and several days later. I and 3 sisters left the mansion for the party hosted by the imperial family held in the imperial capital. Hey, this is Luca's first time going to a party, right? Are you excited or anything? Right after passing through the entrance door, one of the sisters participating in the party, Lynette Salvatore, spoke to me. Beneath white hair, ferociously narrowed red eyes captured me with interest. What an energetic one. That's right, I'm looking forward to it. I'm bored though. Rather than parties, killing monsters or cutting people is more fun. I wonder if I could do some criminal hunting. She made a somewhat eerie smile and laughed, behavior that didn't suit her childlike appearance. Another sister standing beside her scolded her for it. What are you saying? If you cause a disturbance in the imperial capital, Father will be the one who's embarrassed. Stay quiet. Another white-haired girl, Remiliera Salvatore. She and Lynette looked very similar, because they were born from the same mother at the same time. What you'd call twins. Lynette had the qualities of a pleasure killer, and since awakening her aura, she occasionally slashed servants to death during training. The servants should have had decent skills too, but terrifying was the blood of the Salvatore family. Among them, Lynette was apparently quite skilled with aura. Boo! Remiliera always just gets in my way, it's boring. You play with monsters a lot too. I'm fine. The opponents are monsters, and monsters don't have the right to live. Besides, that sight of them suffering in agony is irresistible. Saying that, Remiliera's cheeks flushed slightly red. She was just as much of a madwoman as her sister Lynette, mainly a sadist. An extreme sadist who, when fighting monsters, tended to avoid fatal wounds so as not to kill her opponents immediately. She said it felt good to slowly torment them to death. It's the same thing. It's completely different. Right, Luca? Yeah, that's right. Different. To be honest, they were pretty much the same, in the one respect that they were both insane. You too, refrain from idle chatter. Your stupidity will rub off on Luca, the last sister who scolded the psychopath and sadist. Yeah, the muscle-brain Norn Nisan. She pulled my arm and drew me close. As if to say, Luca belongs to me. Isn't calling us stupid mean? I'm pretty good at studying. Lynette made the teacher give up. That incompetent was the problem. Speaking of which, are you smart, Remiliera? I'm fine. Rather, Norn equals Nisama is more of an idiot. There it is, Remiliera's conceit. What matters is ability. A child who lost to me through trickery says something different. Then I'll take down Remiliera right here. Lynette Remiliera. The two stiffened their faces at Norn equals Nisan's single word. Dense bloodlust was being released from her body. Don't make me say it repeatedly. I'll kill you. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Both of them were overwhelmed by her presence and closed their mouths. Meanwhile, Norn Nisan patted my head as I broke out in sweat. She's like this all the time when she's at home, you know. Am I a doll or what? But I couldn't complain. If Norn Nisan went on a rampage carelessly, just the aftershock could kill me and Lynette and the others. She was a genuine powerhouse who had even killed dragon species, one of the most dangerous creatures in this world. You could say Norn Nisan herself was a dragon, so it was a case of let sleeping dogs lie. I got into the carriage while being embraced by her. There were 3 carriages. The lead carriage where father and mothers rode, the middle carriage with Lynette and Remiliera. The final rear carriage had me and Norn Nisan. The worst. During the journey to the imperial capital, I was constantly doted on by Nisan. I couldn't escape the restraints, of course. We rode the carriage and traversed the long road. Eventually, we arrived at the imperial capital. The Salvatore Ducal family carriage headed straight to the mansion in the imperial capital. After resting there for a day, the next day was the day of the party hosted by the imperial family. When night came, we headed to the inner palace by carriage again. Once we entered the inner palace grounds, movement was on foot from there. So this is the inner palace. I stepped into the brilliant palace. This was my first time entering the inner palace since Reincarnation. As expected of where the imperial family lived, it was magnificent. They were using wealth to an incredible degree. How is it, Luca, the inner palace? It's a beautiful place, Norn Nisan. It's only beautiful. Wealth is just vanity. You can't say that here. It would be terrible if the imperial family heard. It doesn't matter. There's no one who can stop us, the Salvatore Ducal family. I cannot let that pass, member of the Salvatore family. A response came from behind to Norn Nisan's words. Both Norn Nisan and I, as well as Lucius and the others, turned around. In our line of sight stood a woman with long ears, a refined face, and even just standing there, I could sense vast amounts of magical power. It was a face I had seen in the original work. This person was. So you were here, Duke Morgan. The elf Duke Morgan. A descendant of Titania Morgan, one of the 3 heroes who helped found the Empire. A clan born with magical talent. The Empire doesn't belong to you Salvatore family, please don't forget that. Then does it belong to you Morgans? I won't deny that. Really, the Morgans are finished too. They're a good match for the arrogant and crazy Salvatore family. But as I thought, you came here too, Lucia Morgan. Next to Duke Morgan stood the youngest daughter, Lucia. I grinned and stared at her. Lucia was also staring at me as if glaring. Chapter 14, I challenge you to a duel. Lucia Morgan, the youngest daughter of the Morgan Ducal family, who also appeared in the main story. She had been depicted as a once-in-a-generation genius. It was said that her magical skills might even reach world-class levels. Good evening, Lucia-sama. I'm glad to see you. Good evening. Are you Luca? Suddenly being called without honorifics. If that's how you're going to act, I won't hold back either. Yeah, you knew about me, huh, Lucia? Show respect to your elders. I'm 12. You're still only 8. Glare, Lucia directed sharp eyes at me. The Duke Morgan standing beside her also glared at me. Lucia aside, Duke Morgan had quite an imposing presence. But I had the Duke Salvatore by my side too. I lifted the corners of my mouth and smiled defiantly. We're ducal houses of equal rank, right? There's no need to show respect to someone who doesn't show it. How insolent, getting cocky because you're called a prodigy. You're the same. A magical genius, was it? That's right, I won't lose to anyone. I'll become strong and become the world's strongest. Huh, that's too bad. The one who'll become the world's strongest is me. You've got nerve. I'll acknowledge that fighting spirit at least. Thanks, I'll acknowledge your arrogance too. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Intense sparks flew between Lucia and me. Then a new voice intruded. As always, the two ducal houses don't get along. A low voice, yet one that felt gentle. I, Lucia, Lucius, and Duke Morgan all turned our gazes in the same direction. From the entrance of the inner palace, 2 short men walked toward us. I recognized their figures. Emir. I heard the sound of Duke Morgan grinding her back teeth. Her expression had become stern. She looked down at the 2 men with something like a glare. They were indeed the last of the 3 great ducal houses, Emir, descendants of dwarves who had once been skilled at crafting. According to information from the original work, the Morgan and Emir houses had apparently been on bad terms for a long time, just like the Salvatore and Morgan houses. Good evening, Duke Morgan, Duke Salvatore. Are those your daughter and son? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Luca, son of the Duke Salvatore. HMPH, good evening, I'm Lucia. HMPH, Lucia turned her gaze away from the Duke Emir and greeted them with an insolent attitude. But the Emirs laughed without seeming particularly bothered. Just as I thought, the famous magical genius Lady Lucia and the prodigy Lord Luca, I wanted to meet you. Suddenly my hand was grasped. I was confused as it was shaken vigorously. This is my son Ignis. He has wonderful talent. Please get along well with him. Why yes. What a cheerful person. I wondered if he was like this as I searched through my previous life's memories. I think he was like this. I'm not interested in ordinary people. You just make weapons and armor, right? That's not what I'd call talent. What do you know about me? You seem to be able to use magic despite being a child yourself. Huh, are you mocking me? A mere underling who can't even fight. Lucia and Ignis faced each other, creating a hostile atmosphere. The Morgan and Emir houses really didn't get along. Even the children embodied the relationship between both houses. Now, Ignis, stop that. Didn't I teach you it's pointless to do things that don't make money? Father, but this concerns the prestige of the Emir house. I cannot forgive that person's remarks. That's our line, child of Emir. My daughter has the greatest talent, unlike you. Let them say what they want. It's obvious which will bring more profit. You're still as silver-tongued as ever, Emir. Do you want to suffer from my magic again? I wouldn't mind if I could get compensation. Feel free to use violence as much as you like. That's the Morgan way, isn't it? It wasn't just Lucia and Ignis. Duke Morgan and Emir were also in a hair-trigger situation. If you're going to do it outside. And I'd love for you to show me your strength. I was thinking I might as well provoke them further, when suddenly I was grabbed by the shoulder from behind. I had sensed the presence, but they came to me without hesitation. When I turned my gaze back, a flaxen-haired girl was standing there. I recognized her. Far too well, because she was. Yahoo! You're having fun making noise in a place like this, Luca. Cornelia, your Imperial Highness. Cornelia Zehebarudo, the illustrious second princess of the Zehebarudo Empire. One of the important characters who appeared in the main story. Why was royalty in a place like this? Normally, they should be gathered in the waiting room of the party venue or something. To my surprise, she showed an innocent smile and said, You don't need to address me so formally, Luca is special. I'm interested in you. I interested. Yeah, a talent holder the likes of which hasn't been seen in all of history. Hee hee. I'm curious. In that case, I'm superior, Princess Cornelia. The one who cut into our conversation was Lucia, who had been fighting with Ignis until just now. With the appearance of a big shot, she'd apparently abandoned Ignis and come over here. You're the daughter of Duke Morgan, aren't you? Yes, I'm Lucia Morgan. We met at a party before. Did we? Sorry, I don't remember. For an instant, anger appeared in Lucia's expression. But I had the feeling that anger was directed at me. Something like, I can't forgive that only you are remembered. I'm only interested in geniuses equal to or greater than myself. I don't find Lady Lucia very appealing. If only you were as strong as Luca. That is, even if you are a princess, I cannot overlook that. Are we Morgans inferior to the Salvatore House? Yeah, actually, isn't it true that no one can beat the Salvatore House in military might? Am I wrong? Certainly the current head, Duke Lucius, holds the title of strongest. I'll acknowledge that. Lucia continued with a frustrated expression. However, I cannot permit the evaluation that I'm inferior to Luca. Please retract that. That's what she says, Luca. Why are you telling me? It's a matter between the parties involved, right? Doesn't it look like you just poured oil on the fire? But it's not a bad situation. Since it's a party, I thought it would be difficult to see Lucia's true ability, to see her magic, but with this development, maybe? With hope, yet I shook my head. Let's stop the fighting. It's in the middle of a party, right? We can't test who's superior here either. Hee hee, then I'll guide you to the training ground. Oh, she took the bait. I grinned inwardly. If she's interested in me, I thought Cornelia would definitely jump on this. She intends to measure me with this opportunity, right? I'll use that. Thank you, Princess Cornelia. This is perfect. Let's make it clear once and for all who's superior, Luca. She pointed sharply at my face. Both dukes were smiling as if to say, interesting. And then Lucia declared, I challenge you to a duel. Here it comes, Chapter 15, making her understand. I was challenged to a duel by Lucia Morgan, the youngest daughter of the prestigious magical house of Morgan. For me, this was the perfect development. However, head of house, may I accept this duel? I properly confirmed with the current Salvatore head, Lucius. The answer had been decided from the start. Of course. Members of the Salvatore Ducal family must always be victorious. We cannot be looked down upon. Even if it was against the equally ranked Morgan house. He really was my father through and through. I grinned and returned my gaze to Lucia. That's how it is. Entertain me, Lucia. That's my line, you damn brat. What a foul mouth. Hee hee, it's decided then. Come this way, please, I'll guide you. Seeing the situation between Lucia and me, Princess Cornelia took the lead. As I followed her back, I thought about how to draw out her power. Section. We arrived at an area called the training ground in a corner of the inner palace. Besides Lucia and me, all the heads of the 3 great ducal houses had gathered. Ignis was with them too. Cornelia prepared wooden swords for both of us, and we each took a sword in hand. Lucia's true forte was long-range attacks with magic, but that didn't mean she couldn't fight in close combat. Besides, battle was something where all distances mixed together. There was no loss in having a wooden sword. We faced each other while holding our wooden swords ready. Princess Cornelia positioned herself slightly away in the center. All right. I'm the referee. Do your best to show me something interesting. Saying that, Princess Cornelia immediately gave the signal. The raised arm fell, and at the same time I kicked off the ground. Strike first to win. To make Lucia give her all as much as possible, I wrapped my entire body in aura and closed in on her. Come on, shoot magic at me. How foolish. Swish, Lucia lightly swept the hand not holding the wooden sword. Immediately after, a magical reaction. Something was flying toward me. I hastily wrapped my wooden sword in aura and guarded. This was a wind slash. An orthodox attack. Being wind, it was invisible to the eye. The power was moderate too. It was satisfactory. Hech, as expected, you can defend against this level of magic. I thought it would end in one hit. Whoa. This time Lucia stomped on the ground. The ground beneath my feet cracked, and earthen walls rose up. They launched me into the air. Wind followed by earth. Earth followed by fire. While I was thrown into the air, Lucia's left hand glowed red. She created a huge fireball about the size of a basketball and casually hurled it at me. My entire field of vision was engulfed in flames. A roar, scattering smoke, I was blown away. I twisted my body in midair, added rotation, and skillfully landed on the ground. There was no damage. But my clothes are a bit singed. The bottom of my right arm that I used to guard was burned. I patted it down to extinguish the fire. To not even get injured from that, you're too sturdy. How troublesome. Is that so? I'm starting to enjoy this a bit. Your ability isn't just this level, right? Show me a bigger attack. I kicked off the ground again. In response, Lucia also built up magical power. This was the biggest so far. Regret this. You should have finished it while I was holding back. Crack, crackle, crackle. Starting from Lucia's left hand, blue electricity raced through the surroundings. At 12 years old, she could transform magical power into lightning. I couldn't help but smile. This was advanced magic that even adults had difficulty with. What kind of power would it produce? How much could I endure even taking a direct hit? How long would the numbness last? What was the attack range? Everything piqued my interest, and I had even lost the will to defend. Goodbye, young Salvatore. If you're lucky, you won't die. A roar was released from Lucia's body. It became lightning and approached me while destroying the ground. I still chose not to defend against it. My vision was dyed white. Unbelievable pain shot through my entire body. My flesh and bones burned, but it wasn't powerful enough to make me collapse. Precisely because I had strengthened my body with aura, I could endure it. Cuckoo. I looked at my own body smoking. My skin had turned black in places. The cells were probably dead. Taking that sight in, I laughed aloud. Ha. What, have you gone mad? Lucia's shoulders trembled at my reaction. From a distance, Duke Morgan was saying things like, to be able to laugh after taking that attack. It wasn't something to be that shocked about. Lucia's magic was just weak. She couldn't kill me despite being 4 years older. I temporarily released the aura circulating through my body and circulated a new power. Its name was Divine Power. While it relied on artifacts, she was also boosting her magical power with artifacts. We were even. I healed the bodily damage in the blink of an eye. I couldn't use enough divine power to completely heal, but as long as my body could move properly, that was fine. That power, you can actually use divine power. Yeah, you're just magic anyway, right? Are you jealous? Don't get cocky. With that body, you can't beat me anymore. No. I've thoroughly enjoyed your power, so let's end this soon. The moment healing was complete, I circulated aura. By obtaining the magic sword Muramasa, my aura output had dramatically increased. The amount of aura I could control too. I kicked off the ground with that at full power. I appeared in front of her at a speed Lucia couldn't react to. Lucia's gaze barely fell on me, however her body couldn't move. No. Before she could prepare a counterattack, my fist gouged into her abdomen. Gaha. I held back, but it was too weak. With just a light poke, Lucia was blown away. She bounced off the ground and crashed into the wall behind her. Since the inner palace had its strength enhanced by artifact effects, it didn't break easily. I walked up to Lucia, who was bleeding from her mouth and seemed to be suffering. It still wasn't over. Now let's break an arm or... That's enough. Twitch, my movement as I raised the wooden sword stopped. I heard Duke Morgan's voice from the side. When I glanced in that direction, she was furious. Was she frustrated that her precious daughter had been damaged? You're in this situation because of your poor education. That said, doing any more wouldn't benefit me. If I made an enemy of Duke Morgan, I'd lose after all. Yes. I won't kill her, so please withdraw your bloodlust. HMPH. Duke Morgan obediently withdrew her bloodlust. That was almost a war between Morgan and Salvatore. In that case, Salvatore would definitely win though. Luca. Whoa there. Suddenly Princess Cornelia called out loudly from behind and hugged me. I smell burnt right now, you know? Thinking that, I turned my gaze behind me. She showed an extremely happy expression and said, I finally found him, my destined person. Excuse me, Chapter 16, my one and only. The match with Lucia had ended. Looking at the results alone, it was my overwhelming victory. In the end, she lost without being able to do anything. As I watched Lucia lying on the ground being tended to by her mother, suddenly Cornelia hugged me. Arms wrapped around me from behind as if restraining me. See Cornelia-sama. Ahaha, Luca is amazing. That match just now I could tell just by watching. You're stronger than me, who was pampered as a genius. That's we won't know unless we fight. No, I know, Lucia was it. She was quite strong too. I'm confident I could win, but I can't beat Luca. My instincts are telling me intuitively that no matter what I do, I can't match you. Oh, just being able to understand that told me she was considerably strong. She seemed confident she could even beat Lucia, and personally I wanted to cross blades with her right away, but it wasn't that kind of situation. Besides, bearing fangs at royalty was tantamount to treason. Now wasn't the time to rampage. I banished the wicked thoughts from my head. I'm really happy. Hey, Luca. Yes. You're free after this, right? There's the party. Your father is the host. Who cares about the party? It's just garbage conversation and then it's over, right? A waste of time. His Imperial Majesty would be angry if he heard that. It's fine, it's fine. Father has expectations of me, though I have no intention of meeting them. So, if I hypothetically had time, is there something? Let's go to my room, I have something to tell you. Something to tell me? Can't you do it here? No way. It's embarrassing. Embarrassing. What on earth was she planning to say? I was a little curious. I glanced briefly at father. Head of house. Cornelia-sama apparently has business with me. May I step away for a bit? Business? Very well. If it's the princess's request, it can't be helped. I'll handle the aftermath here. Thank you. I received permission from head Lucius. Now I could skip the party without problems. As Cornelia said, I had absolutely no interest in the party itself either. In a way, it was convenient. I had been able to measure Lucia's ability, and thanks to taking her attacks, I had also etched into my body what magical power was all about. I was confident I could manipulate magical power now too. Grinning inwardly, I gave Cornelia my earlier reply. Cornelia-sama, since the head of house has given permission, let's move to your room. I'll listen attentively to what you have to say. Yay, this way. The restraint from her arms was released. However, immediately after, my arm was grabbed and I was pulled along. I was forcibly dragged away by her as she ran. Section. Following Cornelia's guidance, I entered her room. It was a terribly empty room. The interior was too plain. It was as if she paid no mind to fashion or other people's eyes. Just a place to sleep and wake up. Nothing more. This is Cornelia-sama's room. That's right. Were you surprised it's simpler than you thought? Well, yes. That's natural. Because no matter how much you decorate a room, it's still just a room in the end. Whether it's pretty or rundown doesn't make much difference. More than that, she pulled my arm further. I was pushed down onto the bed just like that. Let's do naughty things now. She climbed on top of me and showed a bewitching face that was somehow not childlike. She vigorously tore off her clothes, her dress. I could see white, smooth skin. Her underwear was impudently black. You're the same age as me, right? What are you planning, Your Highness? Huh? Aren't you excited? What do you expect from an 8-year-old? Of course you're a child. But father said before that, as a princess, my duty is to bear the best children. I see. So I thought it would be good to make children with Luca, who has the greatest talent. So Your Highness thought. Yes. Correct answer. Princess Cornelia raised one hand and laughed innocently. I let out a deep sigh. Cornelia-sama is still 8 years old. There's no way you could bear children. Even if you could, please don't. You could die if things went wrong. This world's medical technology wasn't as advanced as my previous life's Earth. People commonly died during childbirth. Since I could use divine power, I could still lend a hand, but an 8-year-old mother was really pushing it. I thought that might be the case. That was a joke. Your eyes were serious, though. Acting. More importantly, I have something more important to talk about. The main topic. Yeah, I've been alone this whole time. Princess Cornelia began speaking in a small voice, bit by bit. I listened quietly. No one can catch up to me. Big brother and big sister are ordinary people. I've even beaten adults before, you know. But because of that, I couldn't get close to anyone. There was slight sadness in Cornelia's expression. So-called inability to have conversations due to intelligence gaps. Or perhaps there were many whose hearts were broken by her strength. So Cornelia distanced herself from others, deciding that she was special and others were inferior. Well, that wasn't wrong. She actually was a genius. In terms of talent alone, she might be number 1 among the main characters. I wondered if I'd keep getting stronger all alone. Just when I was thinking that, I heard about it. About Luca. That I was someone with talent to match yours. Yeah, and that was wrong. Luca is more amazing than me. I wasn't alone, and the summit was still far away. She spoke with unusual happiness. She raised both hands in a pose of joy. Thank you, Luca, for giving me hope. Thank you, Luca, for saving me. I didn't do anything. I'm happy just that you exist. Let's get married in the future. Let's make the strongest children. I decline. Since it was getting painful, I forcibly dropped her onto the bed. Getting up, I got off the bed. Do you hate me? Am I annoying? What I hate are people who settle for being weak and noisy people. If anything, your highness falls into the category I prefer. Really? Then, if I get much stronger, will you marry me? I'll think about it positively. To be honest, I don't have any desire to get married. My wanting to become the strongest doesn't mean I want to become head of the Salvatore Ducal family either. So it wouldn't be a problem if I never had a partner. Yay, it's a promise, okay? Even if I can't beat Luca, I'll beat everyone except Luca. I'll kill anyone who gets in the way, and I'll do anything for Luca. I felt like the highlights disappeared from Cornelia's eyes. She took on a somehow sticky atmosphere and made an ecstatic expression. Shiver. I felt a strange pressure and a chill ran down my back. What was that just now? More than that, let's hurry and get changed and go back. The party venue might be in a bit of uproar by now. Is that so? All the ducal houses aren't there. At least Lucia probably wasn't in the mood for a party anymore. I don't care. Even saying that, she called for a maid. I left the room and waited in the hallway for her preparations to finish. In the end, various things happened. Section. In a corner of the imperial capital, the residential district. Late at night when the commoners had gone to sleep, despite the late hour, one boy was swinging a wooden sword relentlessly. Sweat dripped and golden hair swayed violently. 7 more years. In 7 years, the academy's entrance exam will begin. Every time the wooden sword sliced through the air, it made a whooshing sound. After a while, perhaps having exhausted his stamina, the boy released his stance and collapsed on the ground. Still covered in sweat, he looked up at the night sky. I'll definitely get admitted. For that, I won't waste even a second. I'll rise in the world, become stronger than anyone, and become a true hero. He made a fist with his outstretched right hand. Strong determination and confidence dwelled in the boy's green eyes. He was truly this world's. Intermission. Norn Nisan wants to celebrate a birthday. This was a day in daily life. With Luca's birthday approaching in 2 weeks, eldest daughter Norn Salvatore was troubled. I just can't decide on a good present. Speaking of which, Luca-sama's birthday is coming up soon. Are you planning to give him a present this year? The maid who had been watching Norn's behavior asked with a sly smile. Norn nodded. Yes, Luca is the most promising child in the Salvatore family. I have great expectations for him too. Seeing that talent, all humanity would want to celebrate Luca's birthday. I see. The maid muttered inwardly, wondering what she was saying when she hadn't even shown interest before Luca's talent became clear. But she too was one of those captivated by Luca's talent. Luca had talent that might let him see a world no one else had ever seen. By the way, Norn-sama, what kind of present are you planning to give? I haven't decided on specifics yet. Do you have some ideas? A dragon's heart. Excuse me. I said a dragon's heart. Eating it grants immense energy. The blood is also good, and the cursed flowers blooming on the eastern continent aren't bad either. The maid was taken aback. A dragon's heart was an ultra high-class item that ordinary people couldn't even touch. Even a small dragon's heart had rarity high enough to be offered to royalty. She was planning to naturally obtain such a thing and give it to the youngest Luca. It wasn't something to give a child, and she was shocked in various ways by Norn's calm attitude about killing dragons. I wonder, would Luca-sama be happy to receive a dragon's heart? Now that you mention it, a dragon's heart might still be too early for Luca's body. But if he strengthened himself with aura, perhaps. That's dangerous, so let's not. No matter how precocious and talented Luca-sama is, his body is still a child's. That's unfortunate. I want Luca to become strong quickly. Why is that? If he becomes strong quickly, I'll go dragon hunting with him. If I give him one-on-one guidance until I become an adult, Luca will become the strongest in no time. The maid was taken aback again, wondering if that was really a good thing. The people of the Salvatore Ducal family were as far from common sense as ever. There were no normal people. Every single one of them was mentally abnormal, yet great. The maid became a little worried about how Luca would grow. Or perhaps if the two of us killed father. Please calm down, Norn-sama. If the head of house hears about this. It's fine. I've been telling father for a long time that I'll kill him someday. I see. No good. Even though she had been with her for many years, she couldn't understand her heart at all. The maid gave up thinking. Even familicide was condoned. That was the Salvatore Ducal family. The strong oppressed others as befitted the strong. The weak were exploited by the Salvatores as befitted the weak. There was a kind of rule like that. More importantly, let's think about a present for Luca-sama. You're right. I forgot. She succeeded in diverting the conversation, but watching Norn nod and rack her brains only filled her with anxiety. After that, Norn came up with many Norn-like presents, but the maid woman rejected them all. I don't think Luca would be happy. When told such things, the brother complex Norn had no choice but to accept with IC. She probably vaguely understood it was questionable herself. At the end of it all, she came up with the most terrifying answer. Ah, that's right, I've got it. A present that Luca absolutely needs now? No, that future Luca will definitely need too. A present he'll need in the future. What kind of thing? Hee, don't be surprised when you hear it, okay? She whispered in the maid's ear with a smug face, adding that she must never tell anyone else. However, the maid who heard it turned pale. She was genuinely taken aback. As expected, she was taken aback. Section, on Luca's birthday. The person who should have been celebrating his birthday was calmly reading a book in his room. The Salvatore Ducal family basically didn't celebrate birthdays, because there was no meaning in it. Rather than celebrating the day you were born, celebrate the day you first killed something. That was the head of house's teaching. Following that, and having no particular desire to give presents to anyone, the siblings spent their usual day. In the midst of this, there was a knock on Luca's door. It was a modest sound. Who is it? I'm Arian, Norn-sama's personal maid. Ah, it's you, what's wrong? Isn't Nisan here? Usually, Norn would come along with the maid. Luca felt a strong sense of unease that Norn herself wasn't here. But in fact, no one else was there besides the maid. Moreover, the maid was carrying something even more concerning than Norn's absence. Norn-sama has stepped out. She asked me to give this to Luca-sama. That's quite a big box. What is this? What the maid placed in the room was a box large enough for Luca to easily fit inside. It was even carefully wrapped. He somehow understood what this was. The maid spoke the answer. It's a present from Norn-sama to Luca-sama. I thought so. Nisan went to the trouble of preparing such a big present. Luca's troubled voice leaked out, wondering where he was supposed to put it. But Luca's expression softened slightly. Since it was his first present from family, he seemed a little happy. He slowly reached out and checked the contents. He peeled off the wrapping and opened the box. Ta-da! I'm presenting. Snap! He closed the box. Somehow Norn was inside. What is this? Luca glanced at the maid. The maid averted her gaze while breaking out in profuse sweat. Her silence strangely seemed to provide an answer. Luca understood that Norn had gone on another rampage. Ha! You'll get short of breath staying in a place like that, Norn Nisan. He opened the box again and let her out. Norn hugged Luca and said, I'll grant any wish for you. While we're at it, shall I go take Cameron's head? She said something ominous. He sat Norn on the bed and held her down while patting her head. In a way, it became an unforgettable birthday for Luca. He politely declined the Cameron matter. Chapter 17, Academy Enrollment. In a dimly lit room, a young man was reading a book. The book's cover read about curses. No matter how many times I read this, there's nothing written about techniques to improve my abilities. After reading through the book, he closed it with a snap. He returned it to the bookshelf with a dejected look. His name was Ilario Salvatore. A child born between Salvatore Ducal family head Lucius and his legitimate wife Camilla. In other words, he was Luca's brother from the same mother. He was different from Cameron, who was born from a concubine. His black hair proved more than anything that he was the same as Norn and Luca. He was currently very troubled. The reason was simple and clear. It lay in Ilario Salvatore's position. You see, he was Luca's real older brother. He was also the younger brother of the genius Norn. In short, he was a mediocre person sandwiched between a genius sister and genius brother. Like Cameron, Ilario himself also belonged to the lowest tier within the Salvatore Ducal family. While he could be called a genius compared to ordinary people in terms of age and talent, in the Salvatore Ducal family, where that was the minimum standard, he was no different from a regular person. Therefore, Ilario was suffering. At this rate, no one would pay him any attention. He would live a garbage-like life. How can I become strong? How can I achieve results worthy of recognition from the head of house? Aura is questionable in my case, and the only card I have left is the curse I happen to awaken. Ilario had awakened another ability besides aura. That was curses. An ability to cause various status ailments by cursing others or to summon special creatures. However, it wasn't an ability suited for direct combat. At most, he could provide support. Moreover, Ilario didn't have much talent for aura. It was completely useless, but Ilario was so desperate that he had to cling even to such power. He had turned 15, and his younger brother would soon be coming to the academy in the royal capital. The academy permitted enrollment from age 15, and after that, only those who obtained graduation qualifications could graduate from the academy. Ilario was 18 this year. Though there was a 3-year age gap with Luca, he still didn't have the qualifications to graduate. Teachers repeatedly told him, "You're quite ordinary for someone from the Salvatore Ducal family," and his heart had grown desolate. If a monster like Luca enrolled there, his existence would be completely erased. Impatience dulled his thinking, and dulled thinking gradually twisted in strange directions. The next book he picked up was a book about demon summoning. It was quite an old title with a suspicious feel. Section, Luca-sama, the carriage is ready. After knocking on the door, the maid who entered the room told him that concisely. I, having put on new clothes, lifted the corners of my mouth and replied, "I see. Then let's leave right away. I need to get to the academy quickly." Understood. I passed by the maid and went out into the hallway. I went down the stairs as is and left the mansion. My personal maid Lulu followed behind me. In front of the main gate, a carriage bearing the Salvatore Ducal family crest was stopped. I boarded it together with the maid. When the maid told the male coachman the destination, the carriage slowly began to move. Currently, 7 years have passed since the day I received Muramasa at age 8. I had turned 15 and was at the Salvatore Ducal mansion in the royal capital. Today, I was scheduled to enroll in the Royal Academy in the royal capital. I had come from the territory for that purpose. The nobles were amazing. They had mansions in the royal capital that were no less impressive than the grand estates in their territories. Besides me, the ones using it were Ilario Nixan and Cameron Nixan, who were already enrolled, plus the stupid twin sisters who were under suspension, 4 people total. When I came to the mansion a week ago, Lynette, who had apparently sent a teacher to the temple, was really annoying with her pestering. The other one, Remiliera, clung to me strangely, and she had apparently pulverized both arms of a classmate just for being slightly sexually harassed. They were doing whatever they wanted. The reason they still weren't expelled was probably the Salvatore Ducal family name. Lynette's was treated as an unfortunate accident. Remiliera's case was even blamed on the other party. Terrifying bunch. What is? Nothing. The maid picked up my muttered words, but I carelessly cut off the conversation. I spent the time quietly until we arrived at the academy. Section. The carriage arrived in front of the academy's main gate. Many similar carriages were lined up there. They were probably other new students. When you enrolled in the academy, you were given a private dormitory room. If there was a dormitory, that meant I could train almost 24 hours a day. The auditorium where the entrance ceremony is held was in the back left. Yes, I'll guide you. Please do. I got off the carriage and headed to the destination on foot. During that time, I spotted a quite familiar figure from behind. That guy is. Is something wrong, Luca-sama? Ah, no, it's nothing. I quickly averted my gaze, no doubt about it. That back figure was the original protagonist. I felt like the initial character creation skin had that kind of appearance. I had seen it many times in my previous life. The clothes were also uniquely plain. but to think I'd really encounter that guy in a place like this. Did that mean the scenario was steadily progressing? While harboring a trace of anxiety, I followed the maid toward the auditorium. The auditorium was a typical type of hall. Long tables and such were arranged there. In the back was a space for faculty, where teacher-looking adults with the faces of seasoned veterans were lined up. Nice. Several of them seemed like skilled fighters I could really enjoy killing each other with. I wonder if we could have serious sword fights. I sat in a chair at the edge while observing them intently. After a while, the woman sitting in the largest chair stood up. She was a beautiful woman with long ears. Silence. A dignified voice echoed through the auditorium. She was a woman from the Morgan house. She had apparently become the academy principal without inheriting the house. Lucia would probably be the next head of the Morgan house. It was a wise decision. Thank you for gathering today. From this day, this moment, you are all students of our academy. Strive together and aim for the depths of all power. Magic is especially recommended. Hey now, that's totally personal bias. I glared at the principal while clapping. Then, perhaps noticing my gaze, she looked this way and smiled. What? I had thought all the Morgan House people disliked me. What a creepy person. I wonder if she hadn't heard about me beating up Lucia. Ah, that's right. There's something I want to tell you all at the end. Regarding today's first and last class, I'll have students from the divided classes fight each other. It's a good opportunity to know your current abilities and others' abilities, right? Do your best, strive, and become strong. That's all. This time I didn't clap. Nobody clapped. I could even hear the sound of people swallowing nervously. Conversely, I laughed. Nice, so nice. The meritocracy feeling is irresistible. I wonder who my opponent will be. Chapter 18, versus protagonist. The Royal Academy entrance ceremony ended. Due to the principal's announcement at the very end, tension ran through the students. With hardly any conversation, they were led by a male teacher to a certain location. It was a corner of the training ground used by many students. From now on, you will fight as the principal declared. Your opponent can be anyone. Choose the strongest enemy possible. As soon as they arrived at the training ground, the male faculty member said something rough. It was like telling students to form pairs in gym class. What would happen if someone ended up alone? Would that old man be their opponent? That wouldn't be bad either. Rather than crossing blades with ordinary people, fighting that man would yield more benefits. I decided not to approach anyone. However, even if I didn't approach anyone, there were those who would approach me. For example, Luca want to fight me. See Cornelia-sama. Cornelia Zehabarudo, the second princess who had taken a liking to me for some reason. She pressed her chest against me with all her might. It was a size unthinkable for someone who was also 15. My arm was buried in it. No one except Luca can serve as my opponent. So naturally, I have no choice but to fight Luca. I'd like to fight that male teacher myself. He looks interesting. How is he that good, that guy? Stare. Suddenly, Cornelia's eyes became fixed. The sparkle seemed to have disappeared. Why, Your Highness? How cruel, stealing Luca from me. That's just some ordinary person who's only gotten old, right? I'm a genius, and I can definitely satisfy Luca. I'll endure any pain for Luca's sake. I want Luca to hurt me. I want to be the only one who hurts Luca. Luca. Please calm down. I pulled her off my arm. My physical strength was superior. It's true that among the students, Your Highness is the only one who can serve as my opponent, and well, barely passing grade. But maybe one more person. Is there someone else? Yes, there's one guy I'm paying attention to. Got it. Tell me about this person you're paying attention to. Why? I'll kill them right now. Please calm down. Why is she so dangerous? Even so, that was too extreme. I understand she's not interested in anyone but me, but it would be troublesome if that guy, the original protagonist, was killed. If I killed the protagonist for my own sake, there'd be no problem, there would be problems. But if someone meaninglessly killed the protagonist, what kind of influence would that have? Besides, having my prey stolen would be unpleasant. I'd want them to at least serve as nourishment before being killed. Then it would be fine. It's barely, absolutely, passing grade. Lower than me. Yes, definitely. The main story's scenario had only just begun at this point. In that case, he shouldn't be able to use aura properly. With such rough skills, he couldn't beat me, let alone Cornelia. I had crossed blades with her many times over these 7 years. I had succeeded in training her considerably. Thanks to that, she had become stronger than the original Cornelia. If things went badly, she was strong enough to actually kill the protagonist. I'm somewhat dissatisfied, but if that's the case, it can't be helped. I'll specially forgive them. Just kidding, sorry Luca. Her mood returned. She bowed her head politely. The sparkle had returned to her eyes too. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was being selfish. This level of selfishness is adorable. Really, yay, I love Luca. Cornelia hugged me again. At that moment, suddenly, one male student approached us. He swayed his golden glowing hair and showed a refreshing smile. Hello, Princess Cornelia, Lord Luca. You are. I did recognize that face after all. Earlier it was just his back, but seeing him from the front, the answer was clear. The original protagonist. I felt like the initial character creation was this kind of refreshing good young man. Nice to meet you. I'm Aiden, who enrolled in this academy as a scholarship student. Aiden, so that's your name? Yes. Please treat me well. The protagonist, who introduced himself as Aiden, bowed his head respectfully. Quite polite, for a commoner. If I remember correctly, in monochrome sword setting, enrolling in the academy was positioned as the prologue to the main scenario. And if this scenario didn't progress, Aiden, the protagonist, would remain eternally just before enrollment, while the player operated him to adventure across the vast continent. Well, it was an MMORPG after all. That part didn't matter. Even after enrollment, you could play without progressing the main scenario anyway. But when this became reality, the sense of incongruity was incredible. The sense of incongruity of having a protagonist other than myself right in front of me. So, I have one request for Luca-sama. What is it? I'd like to ask Luca-sama to be my opponent. You want me as your opponent? Yes. I've heard that Luca-sama is a genius with exceptional talent, even within the prestigious Salvatore Ducal family. Please. Huh? It wasn't me who responded to Aiden's words. Cornelia, who had been ignoring Aiden the whole time, opened her pupils and glared at Aiden. Bloodlust was emanating. A mere commoner wants to fight Luca? There are people who don't know their place, aren't there? Yeah. Those types are in the way, so I need to kill them. Before Cornelia could draw the real sword from the sheath at her waist, without any hesitation. That's not allowed, Your Highness. I grabbed her arm and stopped her. Luca, why are you stopping me? Because this guy is the opponent I wanted to fight. This is. Well, whatever. I released Cornelia and stepped forward in front of Aiden. We stared at each other from close range. Interesting. I was just thinking I wanted to see a scholarship student's abilities. All right, let's do it. Let's have a match. Thank you. At my words, Aiden grinned. I wonder how long that smile will last. Chapter 19. Negligence in effort. I faced off against the protagonist Aiden in a corner of the training ground. Aiden wanted to beat me. He probably wanted to prove his strength by defeating me. A commoner beating a noble became a kind of status. He had made the effort to enroll as a scholarship student at the Royal Academy where many nobles attended, so there must be extraordinary determination there. But strangely, I felt like that wasn't all there was to it. Within Aiden, there seemed to be reasons other than simply wanting to surpass nobles. I felt that kind of discomfort. However, that was irrelevant now. I wanted to fight Aiden for my own reasons. My opponent was the protagonist of the MMORPG Monochrome Sword. He had the same appearance as the original. He enrolled as a scholarship student, just like in the original. He stood before the future enemy of the Salvatore Ducal family, just like in the original. Then there was no choice but to fight, right? I aim to become the incomparable strongest in this world. I have to become the strongest. To survive. Simply because I seek it, as if it's natural, everything invited me to battle. At the very least, if I couldn't surpass the protagonist Aiden, I could never become the strongest. Thank you, Aiden, for appearing as a wall I must overcome. I can mercilessly crush you. Are you prepared and ready, Luca-sama, son of the Duke Salvatore? Yeah, are you prepared to get hurt on your end? There's no need to be so hasty about the results. Which one of us is being hasty? While saying that, we both readied our swords. I held mine one-handed, the sword's tip lowered to just above the ground. Aiden held his at middle level. Perfectly aligned to the center line, A textbook stance. We stared at each other briefly. After 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed, Aiden moved. He kicked off the ground and closed in on me. I sensed an aura reaction from his body. He seemed to have the skill to fight while wrapping his entire body in aura. He was a scholarship student after all. While calmly turning my thoughts, I also wrapped myself in aura. First, I started by measuring my opponent's capabilities. I moved my sword to the side, and Aiden swept at maximum speed. I also defended with my wooden sword. Clang! A high-pitched sound rang out and impact was generated. I was surprised. This is all. The impact transmitted through the wooden sword was directly connected to Aiden's physical strength and aura output. However, it was disappointing beyond my expectations. He couldn't move me even one step while I was also wrapped in aura. As expected, taking you down in one hit is impossible. Then, Aiden put strength into his legs. He pulled back his sword, changed his stance, and unleashed a series of attacks. There was momentum, sharp attacks. The fact that he properly aimed for vital points was also worth points. But in the end, that was all it was. The most important element was missing from Aiden's sword. No, the most important gap had opened between Aiden and me. That was simply a difference in ability. Aiden's aura output and control were far inferior to mine at 15 years old. He was gripping his wooden sword firmly with both hands to attack, but I could handle everything with one hand. It was unexpected in a different sense. I thought I'd struggle a bit more. I didn't think Aiden was giving his all yet, but even so, the shock to my heart was great. While suppressing my frustrated feelings, I deflected Aiden's sword along with him. Aiden, inferior in physical strength, was easily repelled backward. He backed up about 5 meters and regained his stance. Haha, what terrifying brute strength. Your aura output is a bit higher, I suppose. Disappointing. Excuse me. Is that your full power? If you're holding back, hurry up and get serious. Otherwise, I won't be able to enjoy this. What, gah, you're quite condescending. Just because you're slightly ahead in aura doesn't mean you should be confident of victory so early. I have other powers I can use. Saying that, Aiden ran. Immediately after, a silver radiance dwelled in the sword he held. That is, it looked like divine prayer. It was natural for the protagonist to be able to use it. Because in the game, the protagonist had aptitude for all abilities. Aiden's blade, imbued with purification through divine prayer, was swung. Perhaps he had considerable trust in this magic, as the trajectory of his slash was simple enough to see through. I still defended against it while wrapped in aura. This was also more disappointing than I imagined. Why you stopped this attack too? Hey now, your aura dissolved when you used divine prayer magic. Perhaps he had forgotten it himself, as clear shock appeared on his face. Unlike me, this guy couldn't activate multiple abilities simultaneously. Or perhaps he couldn't do it without considerable concentration. Either way, divine prayer magic excelling and healing couldn't possibly overcome aura's physical strength. That's why I was going, oh no. I'm getting tired of playing with you. Continuing to play with this guy wouldn't yield anything. I had hoped for at least one thing that would benefit me, but he was clearly inferior. Though it couldn't be helped since the scenario had only just begun. Not yet, I even have magic. Aiden jumped backward. He thrust forward the hand not holding his sword and shot fire attribute magic from there. Having fought Lucia Morgan, the genius of the magical house Morgan, I understood. Aiden's magic was inferior even to Lucia when she was 12 years old. Of course it was. He had probably devoted most of his efforts to aura training, or perhaps he had dabbled in various other abilities. Judging from his aura ability, the latter possibility was extremely high. Therefore, each individual skill struggled to develop. If only he had trained as intensively as I had. Did he not have time? Did he think it was sufficient? Was he satisfied with that? Naive. Too naive. Effort is natural. Everyone does it. If you really want to win, do it to the extent that you think no one else can beat you. I'm desperately working hard too. The form of effort varies by person. A difference in talent? Ridiculous. If you really want to win, you can't say such things, because you can't win without working harder than anyone else. You can win precisely because you worked harder than anyone else. A consciousness that settles for compromise won't do. Become desperate? I did. I nearly died many times in 7 years. nor Nissan even cut off my arm once. Even so, I didn't run away. I couldn't run away, because I wanted to become strong. Yet you, the protagonist, such a blessed existence, neglect your efforts. I strengthened my aura. I no longer needed to deflect the approaching magic. I dodged to the side and approached Aiden. Aiden hastily entered a guard stance with his wooden sword, but I unleashed an attack without question. My wooden sword blew away Aiden along with his defense. I slammed the protagonist into the training ground wall while he bounced off the ground multiple times. The wall crumbled despite supposedly being reinforced. The match was over. Unable to move his arms and legs even a twitch, Aiden collapsed on the ground. Silence filled the training ground. Luca, you bastard. Just because it's interesting, you dabbled in various abilities. Just having aptitude is normally amazing. Chapter 20, Original Heroine. As part of the first day's class, I ended up fighting the original protagonist Aiden. Aiden could use the same 3 abilities as me: Aura, Divine Prayer, and Magic. He probably could use curses too. However, he had misjudged his choices. An all-rounder type who could do everything could only become the strongest when all their stats were on par with specialized types. Otherwise, they became a jack of all trades but master of none. All their stats ended up uniformly low. Then no matter how many moves they have, it's meaningless. That's why I don't use magic and curses. Hey, did you see that match just now? Around me, the students who had been watching the match were making a commotion. As expected of the Salvatore family genius. The scholarship student was quite strong too, but he was no match. Luca-sama is so cool. Handsome appearance, a genius in both literary and military arts. Being in the same generation as someone like that is ridiculous. It kills my motivation. The evaluations of me varied. Mainly, most of the female students were supporting me. Just hurry up and have your own matches already. I glared at them with sarcasm. Since my match was over, I decided to rest in a corner. Then Cornelia came over. Good work, Luca. She stood next to me as I leaned against the wall. Don't you need to have a match, Your Highness? That can wait. They're all weaklings anyway. There might be some interesting opponents among them. No way. Only Luca can entertain me. Crushing ordinary people is just a waste of time. This girl is saying incredible things. I understand the feeling, but with that attitude, won't you be isolated in class? Though she probably thinks it's fine to be isolated as long as I'm there. More than that scholarship student was hilarious. Cornelia laughed while seeing off Aiden being carried away by a teacher. He seems to have talent, but his overall ability values are too low. He can't beat people like me and Luca who have trained aura. What an idiot. You're a heroine, right? You're completely on the villain's side here. Well, I didn't have such lukewarm feelings as not stealing heroines from the protagonist. I neither dislike nor like Cornelia. I just had no intention of bending my path for that protagonist's sake. Even if the protagonist died and the scenario changed as a result, it was none of my business. I have my own path, my own future. I'll live selfishly for my own sake. He should at least learn summoning magic. Summoning magic is particularly difficult to master among all abilities, or rather, it's special. He probably struggled too. Rather, being able to manipulate 3 abilities to that extent at the beginning of the scenario was amazing. Originally, according to the game settings, he'd be level 1. You could say he worked quite hard, though his direction was wrong. Luca, aren't you going to learn summoning magic? Me? Well, I don't find it attractive at the moment. Hathy. Summoning magic was the ability to call forth and command special creatures. To summon stronger individuals required much more connection and time. Rather than spending time on such things, there were other abilities I wanted to raise. That was. So what's Luca's next goal? Magic. That miraculous blessing that Lucia Morgan had used. At that time, I had taken a massive lump of magical power with my bare body. Thanks to that, I grasped the sensation of magical power necessary to activate magic and awakened my aptitude for magic. But I still hadn't managed to activate magic even once. I had been thinking of starting today after enrolling in this academy. Because this academy had a large number of spellbooks that weren't available at the Salvatore family mansion. That's why I had continued to skip it for 7 years. Magic, I had a feeling. Close combat is aura, support is prayer. If I can just learn long-range magic, I'll be stable in future battles. Yeah. I can use magic too, but I'm still at beginner level or something like that. Can I study together with you? If you don't get in the way. Yay, that's why I like Luca. Chew, suddenly Cornelia kissed me. We're in class right now. To be honest, I was used to it. How many times do you think I was kissed over 7 years? I almost had my chastity stolen too. Normally, would you poison a rival and Duke's son? It would have been dangerous if I couldn't use divine prayer or aura. It's fine, I don't care about the rabble. Saying that, Cornelia hugged my arm. The soft sensation was slightly pleasant. I'm a boy after all. Section. After the match with Aiden, the first day's class ended while watching other students' matches. As a result of clashing head-on from the first day, something like a caste system was born within the class. At the top were Cornelia and me. We were more than a head above the rest. The others were mixed. Aiden's evaluation was also quite divided. Those who looked down on him for being a commoner. Those who acknowledge him because he had ability even as a commoner. Such group-like things had already been formed. How utterly ridiculous. More importantly, it was time for training. I declined invitations from classmates who approached me and left the classroom. The first place I headed wasn't the boys' dormitory, but the white tower that existed beyond the school building where classrooms and such were located. The tower's name was the Magic Tower, the domain of magicians, the so-called library that housed many spellbooks. I would acquire and train magic here. I put my hand on the door leading inside, and immediately after, someone called out to me from behind. Hey you. There were no other students nearby. I turned around thinking it was probably me they meant. Then, behind me was Sheila, is that you? Unforgettable. A character in a heroine position who appeared in the main scenario. Sheila Calera was there. Excluding Lucia Morgan, a magician with the world's highest level of talent. Chapter 21, Impossible, Academy Enrollment First Day. After finishing classes, I visited the white tower that stood towering next to the school building. The Magician's Tower, the Magic Tower. A library where enrolled magicians gathered. Wondering what kind of spellbooks were kept there, I was about to enter through the main entrance with excitement when I was called out to by a woman who could be called a heroine in the scenario. Her name was Sheila Calera, a white-haired beautiful girl with an inorganic, expressionless face. Those cool eyes were directed straight at my face. Do you know me? A voice as cold as ice and mechanical as a machine was emitted. It was a face I had seen many times in the game. The voice also brought back nostalgia. Yeah, you're honor student Sheila Senpai, right? Everyone knows you. I see. Are you from the Salvatore family? How did you know? I can tell from that hair color and bearing. Could you be Luca-sama? Correct, am I famous? There's no one among nobles close to your age who doesn't know about you. But it's strange. I tilted my head. What was strange about it? Why is someone from the Salvatore family in front of the Magic Tower? Ah, that's what you mean. I understood what she wanted to say in seconds. The Salvatore family basically favored aura. Both parents were chosen from aura users. The legitimate wife, concubines, everyone could use aura. Why were they so particular about aura? The reason was simple. Abilities in this world were easily inherited by children. That's why they had been passing down the aura that the first head had mastered through generations. As the condition for giving the first trial was awakening of aura, all members of the Salvatore family had awakened to aura. Of course, there were some who were blessed with abilities other than aura. However, proportionally, aura was the majority. That's probably why she had doubts. What business did someone from such a clan have at the Magic Tower? I decided to answer her concisely. If I'm entering the Magic Tower, I'm obviously here to learn magic. Is there anything else? You can use magic. Nope, I've never used it even once. Then you should stop. You'll regret it if you don't have aptitude. I have aptitude, no problem. Then why can't you use magic? I can't use it, no, I just haven't used it. They sound similar, but we're completely different, you know. Don't mistake them, to me it's the same thing. No, I have other abilities I can use. That's why I focused on developing those. Magic was secondary, depending on how you put it. I'm a bit annoyed. Why? I didn't even say anything harsh or anything. All the students in the Magic Tower are serious. They're seriously working hard. We don't welcome dilettantes. Who's a dilettante? I grinned and released magical power from my entire body. That is magical power. That's right. I thought you couldn't use it. Magic, yeah, I can at least release magical power. What I was doing now was just meaninglessly leaking magical power. Anyone who can use magic should be able to do this. Are you a bit convinced now? Not at all. You're only a magician if you can use magic. That's logical. Don't worry, I'll master it now. I don't think it's that simple. You became able to use magic quickly too. Because I'm a genius. You sure say it. As expected of a magician with talent to rival that of Lucia despite not being from the Morgan family. Nicely arrogant. Then you'd better watch carefully. There's a genius greater than you right in front of you. What do you mean? Sheila's eyes narrowed. Hostility was clearly emanating, but it didn't work on me. I'd even had bloodlust directed at me before, you know? I turned on my heel without concern and entered the magic tower. Perhaps curious despite her words, Sheila chased after me. The two of us first headed to the library where the spellbooks were kept. Section. I entered the library with Sheila. The nostalgic scene I had seen on the game screen spread out there. Bookshelves that filled my vision. Arranged in a circle, they continued further upward via connecting stairs. Just how many bookshelves were there? I expected it, but it looks like finding spellbooks will also take time. I'll help you. Is that okay? I don't mind. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of failure you'll show me. You sure are blunt. Fine then. Please bring me books that are easy for beginners to understand from what's here. Light demands for such an attitude. I'm seriously a beginner. I won't put on unnecessary airs. Not forcing myself was my creed. I understand for now. I'll bring something readable. Saying that, she headed to a nearby bookshelf. After a while, she brought about 3 books. Are those beginner-oriented books? Yes. Try your best to learn. I opened the book handed to me. Reading through several pages, there were indeed detailed instructions on how to use magic for beginners, as expected of a senpai 1 year ahead. She knows well. Thanks. Well then, let's try using magic right away. What are you saying? I said I'm going to use magic. What do you think the spellbook is for? That's impossible. If magic could be used so easily, anyone could become a great magician. Whoosh! In the middle of Sheila's words, a small flame shot out from my raised index finger. Seeing that, Sheila froze. What magic? No matter how you look at it, it's magic. Why? How did you use magic in one shot? Could you actually use magic all along? Of course not. If I could, I wouldn't have had you bring me beginner books. That would be a waste of time. I extinguished the fire and made a smug face. I delivered my finishing line to Sheila, who was stunned as if seeing a dream. The reason I could use magic was purely because I'm a genius. There's no other reason. Lies, impossible. To use magic in such a short time, and to maintain it properly. Even people from the Morgan Ducal family couldn't do that. The starting point was easy. It was similar to aura and divine prayer. The sensation of manipulating magical power was similar to aura. And the process of converting magical power's properties was similar to divine prayer. More concrete images and manipulation are required than divine prayer, but it worked out surprisingly well. With this, I can start that experiment sooner than I thought. Kyukuku, I can't help but look forward to it. While Sheila remained stunned, I inwardly smirked endlessly. Normally, activating magic would take much more time. Being able to use it this quickly is probably limited to Lucia, Sheila, and Luca. Even Cornelia would take 3 days when it comes to magic. Luca is currently the fastest. Chapter 22. Is that jealousy or arrogance? I demonstrated magic in front of Sheila Calera, a genius rivaling Lucia of the magical house Morgan. Seeing the small flame that shot from my finger, she showed clear astonishment. This is the first time I've seen someone activate magic just from reading a book. It's frustrating, but your talent is genuine. Sheila said that, with her face truly contorted in frustration. I puffed out my chest and answered with a smug expression. Well, yeah. That said, I didn't think I'd be able to use magic this easily either. Even though it was an ability similar to aura and divine prayer, there wasn't even the slightest discomfort. Like a bird being able to fly in the sky from birth, like a fish being able to swim in water, I could use magic. I'm curious. I want to cut you open and see what your body is like inside. Don't say scary things. Just when I thought she was getting closer, she spouted something terrifying. She didn't seem this extreme when I was playing the game, but I felt a strangely psychopathic atmosphere. Can't help it. Magicians are those who explore the unknown. They have an aspect of scholars. So you want to see my talent, the brain that produces it. Yeah. Don't just say yeah. Who would let you do such a grotesque thing? I grabbed Sheila's face and pushed her back. Being inferior in physical strength, she didn't even show signs of resistance. That hurts. You brought it on yourself. More importantly, I need to read more books and practice magic. That's impossible here. You'll get in trouble if you carelessly burn the equipment. Then tell me a good place. You should go to the training ground. The training ground, huh? Nice. I could use magic to my heart's content there. However, you've been surprisingly agreeable since earlier. What happened to that prickly attitude from before? That was just me being wary, thinking you might be desecrating magic. What about now? I'm interested in you. I want to keep watching. The heck? I couldn't help but give a Kansai-style retort. You're a talent holder I've never seen before. You'll surely discover something I haven't noticed. It seems like I'll be able to enjoy myself more than now. I'm not your toy, though. I'll pay compensation. Oh. Myself, I'll devote myself to Luca, so let me observe you always. Sheila as a reward? Not too bad. Right now, no matter how much talent I had, I was a novice magician. If Sheila's knowledge and experience were added there, I could become strong without wasting unnecessary time. There was no particular reason to refuse, so I nodded and gave permission. Fine, teach me various things, senpai. Sheila is fine, Luca and I are equals. Rather, I should be the one humbling myself. It's fine to stay as we are now. Even having an expressionless cool-type girl use polite language with me. I was the type who didn't care about formal speech and such details. While answering Sheila's various questions, I borrowed several books and left the library. We headed to the training ground together. Section. I stepped into the training ground guided by Sheila. Inside the training ground, human-shaped targets were placed in a row. Should I hit those targets with magic? Sheila, it's okay to hit those targets with magic, right? Yeah. They're made quite sturdy, so feel free to shoot at full power. She gave a thumbs up and made a good okay sign. In that case, I immediately built up magical power to the limit I could control. Since I was a novice, it wasn't that much. The attribute I'd change it to was fire. Earlier, I lowered the output by imagining candlelight, but this time I'd generate a fire bullet at full power. You're casually activating magic again. That's unfair. If you think so, try learning from watching me. I'll be a good sample. Got it, I'll stare holes through you. I'll grow twice as fast as you, though. One comment too many. Haha. Sorry. While joking around, I finished controlling the magical power. At my current level, it took time even to control magic about the size of a volleyball. I'll have to speed this up gradually. Thinking that, I released the fire bullet I'd created in my palm. The target was straight ahead. I could hit it just by throwing it. It would be harder to miss. Whoosh, my magic hit the target as aimed. The fire bullet burst with a small explosion. The damage was questionable. It would be unreliable for actual combat. Too weak. Should I increase the magical power output? No. Control is what's important. Control. Sheila behind me taught me various things. Just increasing output will only waste magical power if you can't control it. Controllability is most important. I see. So rather than rapid-firing magic, I should practice control first. Exactly. Well, the more you shoot magic, the more your output and controllability improve, so it's not wasteful. Specialize or go balanced. It was a dilemma. How about increasing both in a balanced way while at the training ground and focusing on control training outside the training ground? I think I could improve more efficiently. Got it. For now, I'll blast away while at the training ground. I'll do control training when alone. That's good, I'll keep you company. Nice, show me your magic too. Roger. Study well. Yes. Even though we hadn't met even an hour ago, I'd become friendly enough with Sheila to exchange banter. Rather than becoming friendly, Sheila was the one approaching me. She's somewhat similar to the Salvatore family members. Sheila-san, are you practicing magic at the training ground? Huh? I suddenly heard a voice from the side. A male voice. I glanced over and saw a man with seaweed-like bushy hair heading our way. Who is that? An acquaintance of Sheila's. Don't know him. Gasp and no way. Seaweed-kun was extremely flustered. With a pale face, he said, "It's me. I'm Og from the same class as Sheila-san. Orc, I'm not familiar with monsters." Ugh. Goo with a goo. He desperately gave his name, but Sheila tilted her head with apparent disinterest. How sad, to think she didn't even remember her classmates' faces. Well, neither do I, so what does Goo want? It's Og. How uninterested can you be? Your business. Sheila-san's magnificent ignorance. Watching it made me feel sorry for Seaweed-kun. GNN and GH, well, fine, I have one matter of business. What's going on, bringing along such a novice magician? Seaweed-kun's gaze turned to me. Could he be talking about me? He's Luca Salvatore. Salvatore, a son of that genius family, the Salvatore House. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Seaweed-kun. Seaweed. Wasn't seaweed used around here? Come to think of it, I hadn't seen any either. Since it's a marine product, it might be hard to get when you're far from the sea. There were seaside towns in parts of the Empire territory too, so I'd like to visit sometime. They probably have fish sauce and such. It means bushy hair. Bushy? How rude. Even if you're a duke's son, ability is everything in the magic tower. As a novice, you should respect me. Impossible. I can only respect myself, smug face. If you're going to say that much, won't you have a magic duel with me? I think it would be faster to actually fight to see which of us is more excellent. Hi. It was not like I was looking down on you, because you were weak or anything. I'll become stronger than you quickly anyway. There's no need to respect you. Rude. But I didn't dislike that attitude of seeking battle himself. He must have considerable confidence in his own talent. Honestly, with my current ability, there were too many uncertain factors. But could someone from the Salvatore family run away when challenged to a fight? I grinned and said, I don't really get it, but fine. I'll be your opponent. Chapter 23, Won't Stop. While I was training magic with Sheila, a mysterious male student I called Seaweed-kun, who unilaterally knew her, came over. I don't remember his name. He directed jealous feelings toward me for being on good terms with Sheila, and of all things, challenged me to a fight. I had only just learned magic. Honestly, I wasn't confident. But someone from the Salvatore Ducal family couldn't run away when challenged to a fight. It would be a trial by fire, but I would engage in real combat using magic. The rules are magic only. Aura, divine prayer, curses, and summoning magic are all forbidden. I can't use aura for defense. No, please defend properly with magic. I see. Rules that magicians would really like. Magic had defensive spells too. If this were divine prayer or curses, it would become a boring shit game lacking in interest. But with magic, it would make for a decently good match. Besides, if I used aura, I definitely wouldn't take any damage, so it couldn't be helped. Seaweed-kun and I distanced ourselves from each other in a corner of the training ground. There were no other students nearby. Our fight wouldn't involve anyone else. Incidentally, Sheila served as referee. She stood between us, somewhat apart, watching over the battle. Are you both ready? No problems. I'm good. Then the match began. Sheila lowered the hand she had raised. Immediately after, I sensed magical power from Seaweed-kun. Smooth magical power release. Very smooth from manipulation to activation. As a warm-up, he created a sphere of flame. Hee, I was watching your target practice earlier. You have virtually no experience activating magic, do you? How well you accepted my invitation in such a state. I'll make you regret it. Seaweed-kun showed a vulgar smile and released the flame sphere. The magic came straight toward me. If it hit, I'd take considerable damage. Right now, I wasn't using aura, and magical power itself had no body enhancement properties. For now, I dodged to the side. Even without aura, I could follow it with my eyes sufficiently. As expected, I can't defeat you in one hit. In that case, I'll increase my attacks. This time, Seaweed-kun formed flaming arrows. Multiple ones, too. Blazing arrows floated up around him, their arrowheads continuously tracking me. Ho! Multiple spells at once, no, are they bundled together as one collective? Interesting, so magic could be controlled like that too. But if my prediction was correct, that magic was flawed. Certainly the number of attacks was high, but since all the arrows were constructed as one spell, all arrows would fly in one attack, in the same direction. In other words, he couldn't control and manipulate them finely. It might be useful in group battles, but it was questionable in one-on-one matches. Besides, the power of each individual shot was low. The waiting time was also long, full of openings. I watched my opponent's reaction and kicked off the ground. I quickly closed in on Seaweed-kun. At that time, Seaweed-kun finished controlling his magic. The arrows were fired all at once. Fool approaching a suicide. Seaweed-kun was completely certain of victory. Indeed, with the distance between us closed this much, avoiding magic was nearly impossible. The flaming arrows approaching right in front of me, I defended with minimal defensive magic. This was my first time activating defensive magic. I directly manifested the contents written in the book into reality. Naturally, my defensive magic was crude. I couldn't defend against all of Seaweed-kun's multi-hit attack magic. The concentrated flames caused an explosion-like phenomenon. Arrows that didn't hit me stuck into the ground, blazing at my feet. However, what? Seaweed-kun showed astonishment. Because I, who should have been hit by the magic attack, came flying out from within the flames. Grinning, I completely closed the distance with Seaweed-kun. Here, now taste my magic. If I got this close, you couldn't defend against my magic either, right? Since I didn't need to control it, I released all my magical power. Any haphazard form was fine. I released flames, a strike pursuing only attack power. Seaweed-kun reflexively deployed defensive magic, but he took my magic before he could fully deploy it. This also generated an explosion-like impact that blew Seaweed-kun about 5 meters backward. Seaweed-kun rolled on the ground, his body burned. He got cooked before becoming dried seaweed. He hurriedly used water attribute magic to extinguish himself. Damn, how dare you burn me? Roughly shaking his hair that had become moist with water, Seaweed-kun radiated glittering bloodlust. Nice. The bloodlust felt pleasant. You burned me, so don't complain about getting burned yourself. Saying that, I looked at my own arm. Actually, since I had normally taken Seaweed-kun's attack, I had burns on my arm. My skin was slightly festering. Unforgivable, I'll finish this with my greatest magic. Seaweed-kun stood up and built up enormous magical power. What he created was a giant sphere of flame. It was several times larger than the sphere he had shown first. Ha! You have unexpectedly high magical power. That attack was definitely dangerous. If I took it head-on, that alone could decide the match. But for the current me to beat Seaweed-kun, making him take magic from close range was the quickest method. What I could do was limited. I lowered my posture and kicked off the ground. In response to my approach, Seaweed-kun released his magic. I won't show such disgrace as before. A flame sphere like a giant sun approached me. Against it, I activated water attribute magic to endure the heat even a little. Thanks to what Seaweed-kun had shown me, the magic activated smoothly. My water and Seaweed-kun's flames collided. Naturally, the water became steam, and the surroundings became smoky. My magic couldn't cancel out Seaweed-kun's magic. This time I deployed defensive magic while jumping to the side. Then the flame sphere quickly chased after me. This magic is Seaweed-kun manipulating the magical power? If so, I couldn't escape. Within the narrow training ground, I'd eventually be cornered by the magic. I was forced to choose and played my trump card I'd been saving. The application of magic that occurred to me the moment Seaweed-kun used water attribute magic. That was spraying water attribute magic onto the ground. Like a firefighter shooting water from a hose, water attribute magic was released with tremendous force. Immediately after, I was jumping. Using the water's momentum, I accelerated towards Seaweed-kun. Seaweed-kun panicked at my unexpected action. Panic created delay, and delay announced a fatal end. Seaweed-kun and I collided. Strictly speaking, I, superior in athleticism, ended up pinning down him. While manifesting flame magic in my right hand, I pressed it against his abdomen. Seaweed-kun's expression turned pale. He muttered in a trembling voice, Stop. Won't stop. Despite Seaweed-kun's plea, my fire attribute magic caused a light explosion in his abdomen. Chapter 24. Enhancement Magic. The magic duel with the male student who admired Sheila, Seaweed-kun, reached its conclusion. I was the victor. Taking my final blow, fire attribute magic at point-blank range to his abdomen, he lost consciousness while screaming in agony. Thanks to his defensive magic barely making it in time, Seaweed Kun's body wasn't that badly injured. This was also the result of me holding back. Even as I was now, I could have killed the defenseless Seaweed Kun with magic. For example, by targeting his neck, heart, or head instead of his abdomen. But I wouldn't do such a thing. The Salvatore Ducal family, if the opponent had been Cameron, I might have killed him, but Seaweed Kun was a noble son from another house. Moreover, this was the academy. I didn't want to cause trouble and draw attention from teachers or other students. I left Seaweed Kun, who was scattering drool and leaking urine from his lower body. Massive amounts of tears flowed from his eyes. It was truly like he was spraying bodily fluids from every hole in his body. Did he really think I was going to kill him? Honestly, I didn't feel this guy was worth killing. It would be more troublesome to kill him. Luca. The match ended, and Sheila, who had been serving as referee, rushed to my side. She immediately grabbed my arm. A slight pain shot through me. Hey now, don't suddenly grab my arm. I'm injured there. Terrible, why did you take that orc's magic with your bare body? There should have been better ways. What Sheila was referring to were the burns inflicted by Seaweed Kun's flame magic. Particularly bad were the flaming arrows I had charged through while defending partway. Actually, I hadn't blocked most of those. I had charged in believing in my defensive ability, my physical capabilities. As a result, my arm was burned and festered beyond imagination. It hurt just to move it. No problem, I can use divine prayer once the match is over. Like this, see. While speaking, I concentrated prayer on the injured area. The divine power easily healed the burns. It's still dangerous nonetheless. You were burning even during the final blow. You were laughing while burning. Oops, seems the corners of my mouth unconsciously went up. I hastily covered my mouth. My bad habit was unchanged. Since being reincarnated into this world, my fear of pain has diminished. Even when Norn Nisan cut my arm, rather than worrying whether my arm would grow back, I only thought about how I could kill Norn Nisan. Should I be a bit more considerate of my own well-being? No, becoming stronger was more important than that. I had at least the minimum sense of crisis needed to survive. Strange. Luca is insane. I really want to dissect your head and see inside. Don't mess around. Your own head, no. How about cutting open Seaweed Kun's head lying over there? I'll help. If Sheila was the main perpetrator, it wouldn't be my responsibility even if we cracked open Seaweed Kun's skull, right? Nah, not interested. That orc is ordinary. Yeah, I thought you'd say that. If I were Sheila, I would have said the same thing. In that aspect, Sheila and I might be infinitely close. Anyway, let's return to magic training. Let's also reflect on that match. Got it. First, what Luca lacks is leaving behind Seaweed Kun, who had collapsed with his eyes rolled back. Sheila and I began chatting while using magic. Thanks to Sheila teaching me magic, I grew rapidly in just one day. Section. Excluding the event of being challenged to a match by Seaweed Kun, my magic training was extremely smooth. This was also thanks to the genius Sheila's full cooperation. Without her, it might have taken at least half a year before I could use magic reasonably well. After all, magic was a power that couldn't be learned in the Salvatore Ducal family. Having the library was also very helpful. Of course, I also taught Sheila some of the knowledge I had gained. Since having Sheila become stronger meant gaining a valuable rival, I was happy about it. Along the way, there were times when I was chased around by a wild-eyed Cornelia, nearly sexually assaulted, and when Sheila and Cornelia engaged in a death match after a huge fight. But 2 months after learning magic, I had reached a level sufficient for practical use. All right. I extinguished the 3 types of magic floating in my palm. Watching this, Sheila let out an exasperated voice. You can already use 3 attributes simultaneously. What Sheila was referring to was parallel activation of magic. Originally, magic could only be used one at a time. Because as the number increased, manipulation and control became hellishly difficult. However, I had continued training magical power manipulation until I coughed up blood, achieving parallel activation that was quite close to brute force. Right now, it was still similar to the flaming arrows Seaweed Kun had shown before, but these and those were on different dimensions. No, perhaps I should say the ingenuity was different. Yeah, Sheila was at 2 attributes. Right. 3 attributes are still difficult. Luca surpassed me in just 2 months. Because I'm a genius. Really, I'm glad I met Luca. my knowledge has expanded terrifyingly. Thanks to you, I was able to master magic quickly too. Now I can even do applications. It was about time to conduct that experiment I had been thinking about. In a corner of the training ground, after confirming no one else was around, I generated a small flame in my palm. A small flame about the size of a baseball. What are you doing, Luca? Watch, I'm about to blow your mind. Sheila tilted her head, looking genuinely puzzled. Ignoring her, I mixed aura into the flame sphere floating in my palm. Aura was the power to enhance all things, not just physical abilities, but even the 5 senses and the strength of objects could be heightened. Then other abilities should also be enhanceable through aura. Theoretically, nothing was impossible for aura. This was the ultimate experiment I had wanted to try since childhood. Training that absolutely couldn't be done without being able to use divine prayer to some extent. Why was divine prayer necessary? That was obvious. Even simultaneous activation of magic was difficult enough to split your head, so what would happen if you used 2 abilities simultaneously and even mixed them? The answer was, proven by explosion. The baseball-sized flame mixed with aura and increased in potency. On the other hand, it became terrifyingly difficult to control. I could only control it for a few seconds. Maybe it lasted about 10 seconds, but either way my magic burst, in its enhanced state. Luca. My palm exploded. It was magnificently blown away. My right hand became a mess. Though it barely retained its original shape, seeing the overflowing blood, Sheila turned pale. She was in a mild panic state. Meanwhile, I couldn't suppress my loosening cheeks as I stared at my own wound. Elation involuntarily spilled from my mouth. Ha, I did it. I knew it could be done. Enhancement magic. Composite magic, whatever you want to call it. I had definitely, right now, surpassed the original work. I had created a technique that originally didn't exist. I couldn't stop laughing. I rejoiced grandly while concentrating divine prayer on my right hand. Sheila, who was nearby, was completely taken aback watching me like this. Chapter 25, Mentally Disturbed. The blood that had been gushing from my right hand stopped flowing. The power of enhancement magic could only be described as wonderful. Even a baseball-sized magic spell had easily blown away part of the human body. If I had made something larger than that, fear mixed with a strange elation filled my chest. My arm would probably have been blown off entirely. In that case, even my divine prayer couldn't regenerate it. I'd have to ask a highest-ranking cardinal or someone affiliated with the temple. But I won't give up. I'll immediately improve my magical power control ability and pursue the power of magic. Even if my arm really gets blown off in the end, I'd have no regrets. That much probably wouldn't kill me. Really, Luca is an idiot. Seeing me unable to stop grinning, Sheila voiced her criticism. What's that all of a sudden? How rude. Someone who magnificently blew off their right hand in front of another person has no right to say that. True enough. When I really thought about it, I was the rude one. This would normally be traumatic. Though I couldn't see anything like anxiety about magic in Sheila's demeanor. What was that in the first place? It didn't look like Luca's magic contained enough magical power to blow off a hand. Aura. Yeah, aura. The ability that enhances the workings of all things. I incorporated that into my magical power. No, it would be more accurate to say I used it to enhance my magical power. You can do such a thing. You saw it yourself, didn't you? Maximum power was demonstrated with minimum magical power. If I increase the magical power further, even more power will come out. The danger will also increase. That's one of those things we don't talk about. Can you move forward while considering danger? Let's think of my right hand as a noble sacrifice and give up on it. What, even if it's blown to pieces, divine prayer can restore it. Conversely, if it's just one right hand, that's a bargain. Luca really is an idiot, mentally disturbed. What you say, you bastard? What part of me was mentally disturbed? If you're even a fraction of a magician, offer up a body part or so for magical exploration. It'll heal anyway. When I glared at her, she glared back for some reason. With a sigh, Sheila said, be careful with injuries. I'd be troubled if Luca disappeared. Sad. Sad? You'd be sad about my death. Of course we're friends, comrades and allies. Friends, comrades and allies, To think I'd hear such words from Sheila, who only showed that expressionless mask-like face. Where did that mad scientist who wanted to dissect people's brains go? But if I died, you could dissect my brain, right? Not bad. Hey, you bastard, I take back what I said. People don't change that easily. Just kidding. Rather than dissecting brains, I'd rather stay with Luca. Luca is most important. Oh, thanks. Though Sheila and I had become reasonably close, being told such straightforward affection confused me. If anything, it would be easier to handle if she were as flashy as Cornelia. Anyway, shall we return to enhancement magic practice? I want to try that compression thing you taught me before too. Magical power compression. Isn't enhancement magic good enough? I'm going to enhance compressed magical power. The power will increase again. That's why the risk increases too. I'll be careful, don't worry. Just enough not to die. While muttering that internally, I created magic in my palm. With my current control ability, I couldn't withstand even minimal enhancement with aura. I should change the practice menu and incorporate more control training. I devoted myself to control while gradually changing the size of the magic. Section. While Luca diligently trained magic with Sheila, switching locations to an empty classroom. In the dimly lit room, there was a young man reading a book with single-minded devotion. His name was Ilario Salvatore, Luca's older brother. From the moment of enrollment, he harbored even greater impatience toward Luca, who had shown tremendous growth. He wanted to somehow approach Luca. While thinking he wanted to bring down Luca, he read books on curses. His purpose was a contract with demons. He believed that if he could just contract with demons, he could gain the power to temporarily overwhelm Luca. But demons also had ranks. Higher-ranking demons were strong and might become the trigger to surpass the current Luca. Still, he didn't know that even now, Luca was trying to become even stronger. Catalysts needed for demon summoning. I need to somehow obtain the highest grade ones. Ilario muttered to himself. The demon he was targeting was a highest-ranking individual. To summon it, his own talent was clearly insufficient. However, to compensate for that, he changed direction to make the catalyst as good as possible. Demon summoning was basically a power that wasn't recommended. Catalysts for summoning demons were mostly unobtainable through legal means. So how would he obtain them? He had no choice but to use illegal acquisition routes. Ilario had connections. He had heard that a certain criminal organization was hoarding such items. The risk was great, but proportionally the return was also promising. In his eyes, there was now only a thirst for strength. He wanted to contract with demons and, if possible, nip dangerous buds while still young. He harbored such wicked desires. Chapter 26, Demon Summoning. Hey Luca, one evening, Lilith floating above my head suddenly called out to me. What? You've been training magic all the time lately, but aren't you going to try other abilities? Other abilities, curses or summoning magic? That's right, I don't feel there's any benefit right now. Benefit? Lilith tilted her head. What an adorable gesture. I almost forgot she was technically a god. Do you remember when I fought that student Aiden? Aiden, who was that again? The blonde male student, the guy I fought in the first class. Ah, there was such a kid too. So from Lilith's perspective, the original protagonist wasn't worth remembering? Well, the scenario had only just begun. Aiden would get stronger from here. That guy had mastered 3 types of abilities: aura, divine prayer, and magic. He probably could use curses too. So what? If you remember even a little, you should understand that training multiple abilities simultaneously is inefficient. The number of cards you can play in combat increases, but the overall growth rate decreases. So basically, if you try this and that, there isn't enough time. Exactly. With my current ability, both my aura and divine prayer were still mediocre. I was nowhere near ideal. On top of that, I was also working on magic. I didn't have time to devote to any more unnecessary powers. If it meant I could become dramatically stronger, that would be different, but steady training was a bit much. Personally, mastering aura is the quickest way, as expected of a wild god. Those don't sound like words from someone who got beat after mastering that aura. Why do you say such things? That was because there were multiple opponents. That's exactly why. Anticipating multiple opponents, I need to acquire various powers. I said I'd help with your revenge, but it's not like I can kill other wild gods right away. At least I couldn't properly face them, until I reached 20 years old. If I clashed with them now, I'd definitely be killed instantly. While mastering aura was certainly the quickest path, that would make me the same as Lilith. I needed to become stronger than even Lilith. Boo, I understand what you're trying to say. I won't interfere strangely, as long as Luca has a clear vision. Of course I do. Right now, enhancement aura and magic is the biggest issue. Divine prayer is usable as it is, and curses are out of the question. You can't demonstrate proper power unless you at least contract with a demon. Demons, those are insidious bunch. Seems like it. They lie without hesitation, kill people, and bring misfortune. They only acknowledge hierarchical relationships. Interesting, isn't it? Only someone like Luca could call that interesting after knowing all that. Not really. My brother seems to be researching various things about demons. Luca's big brother. That damn cheeky brat? Not Cameron. A guy named Ilario who's also a legitimate wife's child like me. Don't know him? Who's that? A guy with aptitude for curses whose combat ability is trash level, but he seems really devoted to demons. I'd heard recently that he was only reading books about demon summoning. My brother had a mediocre aura and not very useful curse aptitude. I had almost no interest, but there was something I wanted to ask about demon summoning. I was just about to go meet him. I headed toward the empty classroom that Ilario frequently visited while doing magic control training. Section. In a corner of the silent, empty hallway. Ilario was in a dimly lit empty classroom where even sunlight was blocked by curtains. When I knocked on the door with a con, I heard a frightened male voice from inside. Who is it? It's me, Ilario Nixan. How are you doing? Luca. Why are you here? People are watching more than you'd expect. Some student I don't even know told me. And no, don't come in. Right now is important. Excuse me. I ignored Ilario Nixan's words and opened the door. When I entered, a large number of books were scattered on the floor. Every single one was about curses or demon summoning. Seems like he was studying properly as rumored. I picked up one of them, a book about demon summoning. Ilario Nixan, are you knowledgeable about demon summoning? So what if I am? It's none of your business. Actually, I have an aptitude for curses too. I wanted to hear a little about demon summoning. Curse aptitude. Don't mess with me. Why do you alone have such? Ilario Nixan clenched his back teeth. He had a frustrated expression, but there was nothing I could do about it. Then Ilario Nixan suddenly lifted the corners of his mouth and laughed. He showed an eerie smile. No, not yet. I haven't lost to you yet. Hi. What was he talking about? I didn't think we'd been discussing winning or losing. I directed a dubious gaze at Ilario Nixan, whose behavior was strange. Immediately after, Nixan took something out from his pocket. The moment I saw it, I made a yuck expression. How about this? With this, I can summon a great demon. What Ilario Nixan confidently took out was a blackened, disgusting right hand. That was a cursed item that didn't appear in the original work. I'd seen it before in a book at the Salvatore Ducal Mansion. A demon's hand. I didn't know how he'd obtained such a thing, but it was certainly suitable as a catalyst for summoning demons. Looking closely, there were faint red lines drawn at Ilario Nixan's feet. Figures resembling magic circles were drawn. I see. He was about to summon a demon. Are you going to summon a demon? Yeah. I'll summon a high-ranking demon and become the strongest. Kyukuku, you're jealous, aren't you? Not at all. What? Ilario Nixan's expression twisted. Sigh, I said while exhaling. Even if you summon a mere demon, demons can only use curses and magic at most, right? Even if you contract with one, you can't become the strongest. You could probably become explosively stronger, but it was too early to claim to be the strongest with that level of power. Don't underestimate being the strongest. Besides, with Nixan's current curse power total and control ability, I think you'd be killed by the demon you summon. I don't really recommend it. Don't make fun of me. I can do it if I try. Everyone looks down on me. I'll prove it. Even after receiving my warning, Ilario Nixan didn't stop. He began flowing curse power into the figure at his feet. And in the center, he placed the demon's hand that would serve as a catalyst. Eventually, the magic circle began to activate. It glowed red and ominously. The figure that had absorbed a large amount of curse power emitted an especially bright light, and black mist generated around us. From within the mist, a woman appeared. Swaying beautiful white hair that reached her waist, pale purple eyes stared straight at Ilario. Eventually the black mist cleared and she smiled gently. She opened her mouth. Hello. Are you the one who summoned me? Chapter 27, What's Yours is Mine. A single demon appeared from the magic circle that my brother Ilario had drawn. The demon was a beautiful girl with white hair and pale purple eyes. She gently swayed her waist-length hair and formed a soft smile. Oh, this is the demon I summoned. I understand. It's a high-ranking demon. Ilario spread both arms wide, while letting out a disgusting voice toward the white-haired woman. Is that really a high-ranking demon? I asked out of curiosity. Then Ilario began explaining with a stupid grin. You probably don't understand, but demons are considered higher ranking the closer they are to human form. An individual with an appearance this indistinguishable from humans is definitely proof of the highest-ranking demon. Heft, amazing. I clapped to praise my brother's efforts. Seeing it in person really made a difference. Despite her pure appearance, the amount of cursed power she contained within was extraordinary. She's definitely some highest-ranking whatever. Tell me your name, demon. Ilario looked away from me toward the white-haired demon. She answered while maintaining her smile. My name is Astaroth. Please treat me favorably for a long time, honored summoner. Astaroth bowed her head politely. She gave a different impression from the demons I had imagined. Quite well behaved. A dull sound was heard. Foo, just kidding though. Astaroth raised her face. My gaze turned toward her, no, toward Ilario who stood in front. Ilario's right arm had been severed. The sound from before was when Astaroth cut off Ilario's arm. Ilario, who couldn't even react, belatedly realized his right arm was gone. After a moment, he screamed. A scream that tore through the air. Hearing it, Astaroth giggled. I cannot serve someone so incompetent they can't even dodge that attack. Your cursed power is low too. Even your talent is ordinary, how sad. Astaroth smoothly raised her left arm. The moment I saw that movement, I was already moving. I stepped between Ilario and Astaroth. I ready my sword and grin. Sorry, but I won't let you kill Ilario Nielsen. I'll be your opponent from here on. Oh, you're his brother. You two get along well. No, I wouldn't particularly care if Ilario Nielsen died, but it would be troublesome if he died right now. Hearing my words that could be taken as heartless, Astaroth tilted her head. What do you mean? She seemed to ask. If Ilario Nielsen dies right now, you'll disappear too, right? I mean, you know that killing the summoner cancels the summoning itself, yet you still do it. Ah, I see. Clap, Astaroth struck her hands together in understanding. She giggled again. I don't want to serve an incompetent master. I responded to the summoning thinking it might be a bit fun if I could kill the summoner. I see, you really are a demon after all. I'm honored by your praise. As for you, you're somewhat not very human-like. Whatever. There's no one more human than me. While muttering that internally, I wrapped my entire body in aura. I let the aura crawl over my sword as well, then kicked off the floor and closed in on Astaroth. Astaroth intercepted me without losing her composed expression. You're fast. She thrusted out her right hand and released a dark-colored light from it. I quickly dodged to the side. A curse. Correct. If it hits, you won't get off with just pain, you know. Don't worry, it won't hit. I kicked off the floor again. This time, the distance to Astaroth was completely eliminated. She swung her arm. When I guarded Astaroth's attack with my sword, clang, an impact ran through. The momentum was completely killed. For such slender arms, you've got quite the strength. I'm a demon, after all. Fair enough. While speaking, I stepped back one pace. I secured the distance needed to swing my sword, then sweep it while wrapped in aura. Astaroth's right arm was severed. However, she showed no signs of pain. Oh my, I've been cut, you're very strong. Annoying reaction, no pain. Is that even fair? No blood either. We demons are close to ghost-like existences. Physical attacks have no meaning, you know. So in other words, divine prayers and magic are effective. That's right. Then I'll use those. Up to here was as expected. From here on, I'll one-sidedly beat up Astaroth. While maintaining my aura deployment, I concentrated divine power into my sword, an application of prayer. I can't strengthen it with aura, but against someone of Astaroth's level, there's no problem. She's probably not displaying her original power. being summoned by a mediocrity like Ilario was the end of her luck. Currently, her temporary contractor is Ilario. Her power also depended on Ilario. So even just prayer should deal fatal damage. I kick off the floor a third time and close in on Astaroth. Seeing my purifying light, she showed a confused expression for the first time. I never thought you could even use divine prayer. Don't run away, you'd be lonely, right? I was enhancement my body with aura. No matter how high a demon's physical abilities, I was not losing in terms of movement either. I quickly caught up to Astaroth, who had retreated. This was indoors to begin with. Though somewhat spacious, it was not suitable for running around. Astaroth continuously released curses, but I cut through them all with prayer, and eventually my blade reached her body. A diagonal slash exploded. Astaroth's body was deeply wounded. Though no blood came out, this time she cried out in apparent agony. Kaya, my soul, the purifying effect, Gah. You cry out with such a nice voice. Looking at you puts me in a good mood. I never thought Ilario would really summon a highest-ranking demon for me. The biggest bottleneck in training curses had been summoning demons. Thanks to Ilario shouldering that burden, I can steal this demon. I don't even try to hide my upturned mouth corners. I shoulder my sword blade and approach Astaroth with her distorted face. I wonder how I look to her right now. Strain that I would be cornered this much. Astaroth looks down, she trembles then. Foo, foo, foo. For some reason, she laughs softly. Chapter 28, Subjugation Contract. The highest-ranking demon Astaroth, summoned by my brother Ilario, laughed softly. Even with her arms severed and having received attacks from prayer, she still had composure. No, I didn't know if you'd call that composure. I just felt an eerily ominous atmosphere. While shouldering my sword, I watched her without letting my guard down. Then, after a moment, Astaroth raised her face. Her pale purple eyes gleamed strangely in the darkness. Even if I'm not at full strength, I understand. You have frighteningly tremendous talent. You're different from the fool who summoned me. Thanks for the high praise. You still seem energetic, so should I beat you up a little more? I wrapped the sword blade in divine prayer again. Seeing this, Astaroth lifted the corners of her mouth and said, Please wait. I have a proposal before you swing that blade. A proposal? Yes, you are far superior to that mediocrity over there. Since this is a good opportunity, won't you make a contract with me? What was smoothly extended was Astaroth's white, smooth right hand. Carrying a smile, she took the demon-like option of escape. In response, I grin and answer. I refuse. The demon was taken aback. She probably never thought she'd be rejected. To Astaroth, who widened her eyes, I kicked off the floor and closed in. I sliced through Astaroth's other arm as well with the sword still wrapped in divine prayer. Kaya, W.I. If you contract with me, there would be benefits for you too. You're probably planning some contract favorable to yourself anyway, right? Negotiations are a pain. It's easier to beat you up and subjugate you. As subjugation, there were roughly 2 methods of contracting with demons. One was equal conditions like I exchanged with Lilith, a general contract that was only formed when both parties agreed. And the other was a subjugation contract, where you force down the opponent with power and make them accept only your conditions. In subjugation, the demon was almost one-sidedly enslaved. They could not oppose me as their master. Creatures like demons could only be trusted through subjugation. I'd been aiming for that from way back. This time, there was a highest-ranking demon shackled by Ilario right in front of me. There was no way I'd miss this chance. Do you think I'll accept your conditions? If I'm killed, I can return to my original world anyway. That's right. I know that much, but that's only if you die, right? What are you? I'll torment you slowly without killing you. While I'm at it, I'll also use this as verification for how to efficiently wound demons. Kyukuko. How many birds with one stone is this? It's too good, I can't stop laughing. Seeing me gradually close the distance, Astaroth's shoulders trembled greatly. Is it just me, or is her face a bit pale? Do demons feel fear too? I'll compromise on the conditions a little. Right first one hit. I caressed her face with the sword as if cutting thin skin. The sword blade still had divine prayer, divine power mixed in. To her, it was equivalent to deadly poison. Even with just a grazing wound, she distorted her expression. The color of fear grew stronger and stronger. come on, submit to subjugation. It hurts when you touch divine prayer, doesn't it? I wrapped divine prayer around my other hand, my left hand that wasn't holding the sword. When I touched her with that hand, I heard a sound like flesh burning. At the same time, Astaroth screamed, "Nu, my leg, it's burning." Slowly from the bottom, "I have time, so don't worry. Even if your spirit breaks, I'll keep going." I closed in steadily. Astaroth was already at her limit. She couldn't endure the pain and suffering that awaited her. Demons were fundamentally faithful to instinct, not just desire. They were sensitive and weak to pain and suffering too, so I thought if I excessively stimulated her fear, she'd easily fall. Just before my left hand extended and touched her abdomen. I understand. I'll form a subjugation contract." Astaroth's scream echoed throughout the room. My movement stopped. Behind me, Ilario let out a pained voice. "The demon I summoned isn't mine anymore. Unfortunately, she's mine now. This is what happens when you attempt summoning beyond your means from the start. Then, let's contract right away. You will obey my every command." I humbly accept. In her tattered state, Astaroth prostrated herself. I touch her and form the contract. No restrictions, one-sidedly obeying my orders. These were the rules I established. Astaroth's cursed power, which had been temporarily connected to Ilario, now connects to me instead. With this, she completely became mine. By recontracting, she reconstructed her own body. She returned to an uninjured state. "This is your cursed power, magnificent." Astaroth checked her own body. Even from my perspective, Astaroth's total cursed power had shot up dramatically. Ilario and I were completely different in scale. If we fought again now, I might not be able to beat her. She had changed enough for me to think that. "Looking forward to working with you, Astaroth." "Yes, please treat me well. What's your name?" "Luca." "Luca-sama, Fufu." I feel like I might awaken to the joy of being dominated by someone. Perhaps because we'd already exchanged the subjugation contract. Surprisingly, Astaroth had given up completely. She formed a bewitching smile and embraced her own body. If possible, I'd like Luca-sama to continue disciplining me from now on." "Hi. What the hell is this girl suddenly saying?" Actually, that torture earlier was painful and agonizing, but when I thought it would end, I felt sad for some reason. It must be the influence of fulfilling the contract. The binding from subjugation makes me unable to help wanting you. Seriously, I didn't think the subjugation contract had such a flaw. She probably had the predisposition from the beginning. Meeting a strong person like me, experiencing one-sided pain that would normally be impossible, and being subjugated awakened her. To masochism at a level that makes you recoil. Was contracting a mistake? What a pervert was born. Don't say such cold things. It excites me. Are you invincible? I never knew that subjugation contracts were set up to make you feel affection for the contract master. In her case, she went another half-turn and became strange. Mainly in the head, Ilario hung his head while bleeding from his arm. Astaroth wriggled her body while excited, Lilith letting out an exasperated sigh directly above. Surrounded by such an incomprehensible bunch, I was already feeling exhausted. However, by contracting with Astaroth, my total cursed power jumped even higher. If I use curses in this state, I feel like I could kill anyone inferior without question. Should I try it on Ilario? Just kidding. Chapter 29, Get Along. I had obtained a demon. Though it was a sudden event, I was able to timely form a contract with a demon who was a curse user and strengthen my own power. I had originally been thinking of contracting with a demon, but thanks to Ilario, the plan advanced quite a bit ahead of schedule. Even now, Astaroth was talking with Lilith in front of me after I'd returned to my room. "Oh, so Lilith-san was a wild god. No wonder you have such an unusual aura. HMPH, I never thought I'd end up working alongside a demon. Honestly, the air is foul." "Fufu, don't say such things. Both you and I are Luca-sama's faithful servants. Don't lump me together with you. I contracted with Luca on equal terms." "Oh, is that so? But subjugation contracts aren't bad either. I love and adore Luca-sama, so much I can't stand it." "What's good about that? You're disgusting." "How cruel, sniff sniff. Luca-sama, please comfort me in my wounded state. Gyufufu." Saying that, Astaroth clung to my body. Her ample chest squished and changed shape as it enveloped my arm. Not bad. Don't fight too much. We're supposed to be comrades from now on. I'm reaching out to Lilith-san. It's just that Lilith-san seems to dislike me. So she says, Lilith, don't blame me. It's common sense that gods and demons don't get along. Lilith-san, you're not exactly the kind of god who brings benefits, are you? You're similar to a demon. Don't put me in the same category. Gah, Lilith exploded in anger. I couldn't say I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't have very good memories of the word demon either. I didn't want to speak from prejudice, but negative images inevitably crossed my mind. From interacting with her, she seemed like a normal girl as long as she was subjugated. Though her head was a bit off. I have no intention of getting along with this thing, but I won't fight for Luca's sake. Thanks, Lilith, that's enough. It wasn't like I wanted to actively tell them to get along. As long as they weren't noisy, anything was fine. I glanced back at the book in my hands. This was a book about curses that Ilario had borrowed. When we parted, I casually stole it. Luca-sama. What is it? That book appears to be a tome related to curses. Yeah. Since I have the chance, I thought I'd study a little. I've used quite a bit of magic power already. It was studying while waiting for natural recovery. In that case, please ask me questions. I should be able to answer anything at the level humans write about. Haha, convenient. I never thought demons had such uses, but thinking about it, they were living knowledge itself. I snapped the book shut and decided to ask her directly. Then I'll ask questions. Among curses, there are those that curse the target to death, right? Those are. From there, I continued firing questions at Astaroth for 2 or 3 hours. When my aura and magic power had recovered to some degree, I moved on to manipulation and control training. Of course, I also trained in enhancement magic. Seeing enhancement magic for the first time, Astaroth was completely shocked. When she got injured from it, she said things like, I want you to hit me with it too, just not enough to kill me, which I normally refused. What a dangerous fellow had become my ally. Section? What's this, Muramasa is? That night after finishing training, all that was left was to sleep. When I tried to maintain Muramasa before flopping onto bed, a strange sensation coursed through my entire body. I understood intuitively. It evolved. Strictly speaking, part of its abilities had been released. This was probably the result of contracting with the highest-ranking demon Astaroth. The cursed power that flowed in from her had undone one of Muramasa's seals, and it was an interesting ability right from the start. I see. Muramasa has curses sealed within it. The released ability was Curse. It was a vicious power that applied multiple curses to targets it cut. It didn't have effects as extreme as instant death, but even grazing wounds would apply troublesome curses. Very reliable indeed. Nice. The first event should begin soon. By my prediction, there's a high probability it'll develop into combat. It would be great if I could test cut then. Chuckling in my throat, I drew Muramasa. Gazing at the slightly purplish blade, I was entranced. For some reason, Lilith recoiled completely. Section. In the night when people had fallen asleep, in front of the black-clad figures gathered in the dim cave, a scruffy-bearded man said, You bastards, it's festival time. UOOH. The comrades shouted loudly in response to the man's words. The air inside the cave trembled with vibration. Receiving that shout resembling cheers, the bandana-wearing man continued further. The next target is the Royal Academy in the Royal Capital. We're going to steal the item, the treasure sleeping there. What about killing? Can we kill, boss? Yeah, go wild as much as you want. Just kill anyone who gets in the way. But there's one person I want to kill. A target. That's right, the name is Luca Salvatore. Lucky you bastards. He's from that prestigious Salvatore Ducal family. UOOH. The men's excitement reached maximum. Killing intent now dwelled in everyone's eyes. Confirming this, the man declared one final time, Enjoy, kill, steal, that connects to our future. If we steal the target treasure, we can kill even more people. The cave was now in a festival mood. In their eyes, there was nothing but a clear desire for killing. New assassins were about to close in on Luca and the others. Chapter 30, the beginning of the event. The day after, I stole the demon Astaroth that Ilario had summoned. I attended classes as usual, then stepped into the training grounds. Along with Cornelia, who had also come to train magic, I began magic power control and manipulation training. You're the demon Luca was talking about. Yes, my name is Astaroth. I'll even deign to speak to livestock like humans. I'll kill you. Wait. I grabbed Cornelia's shoulder as she tried to start rampaging. Astaroth was with us today too. At first, Cornelia had been staring at Astaroth, but as soon as she suddenly spoke to her, this happened. Please don't start pointless fights in front of me. Luca, I hate this thing. Astaroth was definitely in the wrong just now, but don't you fight either. It's a waste of time. A waste? Did you just say I was a waste, Luca-sama? Don't get excited, idiot. Just dealing with Cornelia alone was exhausting enough, but with Astaroth added to the mix, my headaches had multiplied. Since it was troublesome, I had her return to her original world for a while. The master who formed a contract could send demons back. When Astaroth disappeared like smoke, Cornelia puffed out her chest in satisfaction. HMPH, impudent demon. I'm definitely more useful to Luca than someone like that. Even someone like that is the highest-ranking demon. Forgive her. Moo can't be helped. I'll allow 1 or 2 concubines. I'll kill her eventually, though. You can't win against her, as you are now. Also, what's that concubine talk? I don't remember marrying you. We had become close enough to speak casually, but I hadn't permitted that much. I felt it firsthand. That demon is considerably strong. She's the highest-ranking existence among demons. Since she contracted with me, she's close to her original power. Even so, I'll win in the end. If I can't win now, I just need to get stronger and kill her. Saying that, Cornelia grinned, a very much to my liking answer. Then train for that purpose. I'll show you something interesting today. Something interesting. Since you can use aura, you should be able to do the same thing as me. It's difficult, but if you learn it, it'll definitely be useful. I demonstrated the enhancement magic I hadn't shown her yet right in front of her. The magic I used was flame. I wrapped it with aura and boosted its power. The fireball I released in that state blew the target set up in the training grounds to smithereens. Its power was far greater than ordinary magic. What's that? I call it enhancement magic. It's like using aura's properties to strengthen magic power itself. Amazing, I've never seen that before. As far as I know, no one else uses it. You practice too and get stronger. The stronger Cornelia became, the more I could beat her up and get stronger myself. She'd helped me in various ways during aura training, and I'd rely on her in the future too, so this much was no trouble at all. Cornelia's emotions visibly heightened. She hugged me and desperately tried to convey her feelings. Thank you, Luca. I'm so happy I'm special, aren't I? Well, you could say that. Actually, there was someone else I'd taught that enhancement magic to, Sheila Calera. I'd keep it secret since Cornelia would probably start talking about killing again if she found out. Enhancement magic with aura, strengthen. Right away, Cornelia floated flame magic in her palm and simultaneously activated aura. She'd been training aura with me since long ago. At that time, we'd tried simultaneous activation and other techniques, so her skill level was quite close to mine. She could manage simultaneous activation of aura and magic, but the result was obvious. Ikaya, the magic floating in Cornelia's palm exploded, unable to withstand the aura enhancement. Her right hand was blown off. This was considerably better than my time. It was good that I'd told her to lower the power. Even so, blood dripped steadily and her skin was slightly burned and festering. It looked painful. However, Cornelia didn't writhe in agony. She wore a beaming smile. This is enhancement magic. Amazing, Luca. The power jumped up several times. It properly hurts. As expected, she had sensibilities similar to mine. That's right. If you're serious about it, this is where you should be happy. Even if your hand gets blown off, it's still delightful. While nodding internally, I healed her hand with prayer. Right, you should be able to control it soon. Keep perfecting it more and more. At first, if you just train enhancement magic, you'll get stronger quickly. I will, thanks, Luca. I love you. Choo, Cornelia kissed me, this time on the mouth. Yes, you keep feeding me useful information too, Cornelia. Yeah, speaking of which, there's an interesting story. Oh, looks like I could receive compensation right away. What kind of story? Related to the aura Luca was looking for. G-O-O-O-O-O-N. In the middle of Cornelia's words, the training ground door was suddenly destroyed. It was blown away by tremendous impact. Everyone, including us students who were there, looked toward the entrance after crashing into the wall. From within the smoke, multiple suspicious groups wearing masks appeared. A group clad in black. They declared while holding weapons. Academy students, we're going to kill you. If you don't want to die, obediently crawl on the ground. We might specially let you live if you don't interfere. Those guys are. This development and the enemy's attire. I had quite distinct memories of it. This seemed very similar to the beginning of the event I'd been waiting for. Finally came, you terrorists. While the men made a fuss noisily, I grinned ferociously. Then I could see students near the entrance readying weapons. Apparently, they'd chosen to resist. They swung swords at the intruders one after another, but their level was low. Instead, they were counterattacked, and several students were easily killed. From there was a storm of screams. The resisting students disappeared, and everyone crouched down on the spot, except for me and Cornelia. Hey, you two also hurry up and crawl him. Your face, I've seen it somewhere. One intruder came toward me. He stared at my face, trying to remember something. In the meantime, I drew the magic sword Muramasa from its sheath. Ah, that's right, Salvatore. Perfect timing, you're our target. Whoosh. In the middle of the conversation, I quickly swung my sword. The man couldn't even react and was bisected horizontally across his torso. The intruder collapsed with a dull sound. Looking down at him, I said briefly to Cornelia, "Anyway, we're killing all the enemies here." She smiled sweetly and answered, "Okay." Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 31, Worthless and Meaningless Trash. The black-clad, suspicious individuals stepped into the academy's training grounds. They calmly slaughtered students and intimidated the other students, but Cornelia and I did not comply. I killed one of the black-clad fools who foolishly approached, and without even glancing at the corpse, I said, "For now, we're killing all the enemies here." Cornelia smiled sweetly and replied, "Okay." We approached the black-clad men while both holding swords. Naturally, the black-clad men were shaken by our attitude of not even raising an eyebrow despite fellow students being killed right before our eyes. "Why, you bastards? Do you understand the situation?" "Huh, suspicious people invaded the academy, right? Thanks, I just wanted to test out Muramasa. Attacking students would get me scolded, but if it's you guys, no one will care if I kill you. Really appreciate it." I said that with a beaming smile. All the black-clad men were completely taken aback, but only Cornelia had a different reaction. "Ahaha, that's great, Luca. When Luca's happy, I'm happy too. Cornelia, don't use enhancement magic. You'll get hurt." I know. Just a little bit is fine for Luca's sake." "Really? Really? Thanks, Cornelia's the best." I'm so happy." Cornelia's face turned bright red from being thanked by me. She grinned happily with her cheeks relaxed. An atmosphere flowed as if there were no enemies in front of us, which upset the black-clad men. "Damn. Don't underestimate us, brat. You're Luca Salvatore, aren't you?" "So what if I am? I'll kill you even if you're crawling on the ground. What do you think will happen to these guys if you lay a hand on us?" "Eek." One of the black-clad men pressed a sword to the neck of a nearby female student right in front of me. What he wanted to do was obvious. "Move and you'll kill her, yeah." "Yeah, that's right. Meeting you at this timing is a stroke of luck. I actually wanted to fight a little, but I'll show respect for your strength. Just die quietly." "I refuse." I thrust my right hand forward and activated water attribute magic. The water that appeared in my palm froze and transformed into a sharp icicle. This was also water attribute magic. I boosted its strength with aura, took aim, and fired. Like a bullet, the ice pierced through the face of the man in front. The man collapsed with a dull sound. A large amount of blood flowed from his face. Blood also splattered on the woman who had been taken hostage, and she screamed, "Nuwo." Hearing that scream, the other black-clad men realized the hostage was meaningless. They hurriedly rushed to my side. A strategy of overwhelming with numbers. In response, I used the power of Muramasa that had just recently been released. I unleashed the curse sealed within Muramasa and scattered negative aura around. Of course, I narrowed the effective range to the extreme. Only the black-clad men touched the negative aura. Those who had been holding swords simultaneously stopped and dropped to their knees on the spot. Some even foamed at the mouth and collapsed. What is this?" "It's fear. You're currently struck by my curse and feeling fear." This was instinctive. No matter how much you told yourself not to be afraid, it was useless. If your resistance to curses was low, you were forcibly affected. It could be blocked with aura or divine prayer, but apparently they couldn't defend at their level. Their entire bodies trembled violently. Tears flowed from their eyes. It's fine to attack, kill, and take hostages, but don't let your guard down until the end. From my perspective, hostages had no value. Even if Cornelia or Sheila were captured, the result would be the same. There was no guarantee that hostages would be saved after I lost without moving. Whether they died as a result of my actions was the same thing. Then it was better to pretend there were no hostages from the beginning. Hesitating would only unnecessarily increase casualties. Only story protagonists could talk about idealistic nonsense like saving everyone. I didn't say such honey-sweet things. First of all, those captured were basically telling me to throw away my life for the sake of their own, weren't they? What was wrong with me prioritizing my own life? If you're going to do it thoroughly. That's the basics of evil, you know. Saying that, I beheaded all the black-clad men who had fallen around. I had information, and there was no need to deliberately keep them alive. I ignored the hostages, but I didn't want to deliberately kill them either. Silence quickly returned to the training grounds. Cornelia also safely killed several intruders. She came over carrying a severed head. Don't come here. Good work, Luca. How was it? Were you able to test out that sword? Yeah, from cutting several torsos, the curse definitely activated. From their suffering, it seems to have effects similar to poison too. Wow, amazing. These guys must have been happy to help with Luca's verification too. Cornelia stepped on the corpses at her feet with an ecstatic expression. Well, anyway, what do we do after this? Atmosphere-wise, there are other black-clad guys inside the academy, right? Yeah, there must be many of them. Annihilating them would be backbreaking, so let's target the leader. Crushing the head is effective. There's no end to swatting flies one by one. Exactly. Nodding, Cornelia and I headed toward the training ground entrance. Then, one of the male students who had been crawling nearby shouted angrily, Hey, we were about to be killed, so why did you start a rampage? We could have been killed. Hi. What the hell is this guy? Is his head boiling or something? He apparently wanted to talk to me about responsibility now. I was about to punch him, but Cornelia drew her sword faster. Shut up. Who are you? Pathetically begging for your life. If you want to survive, fight for yourself. Trash, trash, trash. Cornelia unleashed serious killing intent. At this rate, she really seemed like she might kill him. Weaklings immediately rely on others, which is disgusting. They parasitize off others and blame them for unpleasant things. They can't do anything themselves but are eloquent with their mouths. Acting important. There's no value in being alive. Why are you living? Cornelia readied her sword. Seeing that, the male student let out a hoarse scream. I grabbed her hand to stop her. Stop it, Cornelia. Don't stop me, Luca. Let's kill him as an example. I have to send his severed head back to his family. It's meaningless. Whether that guy dies or not doesn't matter, but don't waste time. Our goal is ultimately enemy elimination. Considering the future, it's easier not to kill. Okay. Too bad. She really looked disappointed as she sheathed her sword, and then kicked the male student's face. The male student rolled on the ground from the tremendous impact and eventually stopped moving completely. His consciousness had been knocked out. Well, whatever. That much was probably cute enough. I didn't say anything in particular and pulled Cornelia's hand as we left the training grounds. For some reason, Cornelia was in an unusually good mood. Chapter 32, the protagonist appears. After defeating the black-clad men who had entered the training grounds, I was heading to a certain location in the academy with Cornelia. It was a corner lined with empty classrooms. We proceeded to the back and entered an unremarkable room. Luca, do you have business in a place like this? Behind me, Cornelia tilted her head curiously. I answered while patting the wall in front of me. Yeah, if my memory is correct, there should be something around here. Oh, there it is. When I touched the stone wall, part of it was pushed in as if drawing a small square. A hidden door opened with a loud sound. What's this? A hidden passage. It's a passage connected to the academy's warehouse. Beyond here, there are tons of valuable items sleeping that are hardly ever used. How does Luca know such things? I just happened to overhear it. What will you do, Cornelia? I think enemies have already snuck ahead. There will be combat. Of course I'm going. If Luca kills, I'll kill too. If Luca dies, I'll die too. I have that much resolve. What are you saying? I let out a sigh. Cornelia looked down somewhat sadly. However, I declared, neither you nor I will die. All enemies will be killed. As long as we win in the end, anything's fine. Luca, perhaps immediately understanding what I wanted to say, Cornelia raised her voice happily. Neither I nor Cornelia would die. We weren't the side being stolen from, but the side doing the stealing. She still didn't understand that. That's why I was exasperated. There was no need to prepare to die. Together with the noisily excited Cornelia, we aimed for the end of the dim hidden passage. Section. We proceeded straight through the hidden passage. Fortunately, it had a simple structure. Without getting particularly lost, we discovered enemies near the warehouse. Ah, there are enemies. Right, from the looks of it, guards are keeping watch against intruders. What do? Charge in. And no, my destination isn't the warehouse in front. It's the warehouse on the left. If we go slowly there, we probably won't be discovered. The left, that dilapidated door. Yeah. I slowly approached the door on the left side. We weren't discovered. The door was already open. Did the intruders check here too? In any case, I slipped past the guard's eyes without problem and entered. It was one of the warehouses used long ago. It had been ransacked, and trash was scattered across the floor. What's in such a dirty place? Luca. There's a legendary medicine, created by a researcher long ago. Medicine? You came looking for that. Correct. If you drink that medicine, your total aura apparently increases. It's perfect for me. In the game era, I got walkthrough information and went searching. I found that medicine in this room, and when I drank it, I properly powered up. Wow, there's such an amazing medicine. How nice. I'll give it to you if I find a new one. Really? That medicine only has an effect once per person. From the second one onward, concepts like sub-accounts and other utilization methods were born. But in this life, there was no concept like sub-accounts, and even if I tried to use it for alchemy, I didn't have that kind of talent. Even if I did, it wasn't that amazing an item anyway. In that case, it was better to give one to Cornelia and make her stronger. Yay, I love you, Luca. Cornelia said that in a small voice, being considerate of our surroundings. I gave an appropriate response while searching for the medicine. Yeah, thanks, There was a strange texture deep in the shelf. I tried pushing, hitting, and sliding it sideways. Then something slid sideways. Something came out with a clunk sound. It was a small box. When I opened it, inside was... Oh, lucky, found it. I discovered the target item. In the game, you could find it by pointing the cursor around this area and clicking repeatedly. I believed it would definitely be there. Setting-wise, the guy who made the medicine probably hid it. It was basically a cheat-level item after all. Here, Cornelia, this is for you. There were 2. Wow, thank you, Luca. I tossed a small bottle to Cornelia behind me. She caught it and drank the liquid inside without any hesitation. Immediately after, aura leaked slightly from her body. How does it feel? Yeah, I understand. I feel like my aura amount increased. Just as expected. I followed her and drank the liquid inside as well. Like Cornelia, I felt the sensation of aura overflowing from within. My aura had definitely increased. Good. Now that we've powered up, shall we go kill the enemies in the front warehouse as practice for control? Okay. Muramasa, right? Will you test that sword? No, this time Cornelia can rampage freely too. There will probably be more than enough enemies anyway. Got it. Will you praise me if I kill lots? I'll praise you. Cornelia thrust her head forward. I gently petted her head. Cornelia smiled happily with embarrassment, just like a dog. Then let's go, I'm looking forward to it. We danced back the way we came to leave the room. Just before, both Cornelia and I stopped simultaneously. We quickly hid at the corner of the door. What are you doing here? A loud voice was heard from outside the room. This voice was. When I glanced outside from the entrance, I could see a very familiar young man's figure confronting the black-clad men near the front entrance. A blond man, he wore a confident expression and pointed his sword tip at the black-clad men. His name was Aiden Ha. The young man Aiden, thought to be this world's protagonist and the initial avatar. Why was he here? I carefully observed his behavior. Chapter 33, Small Justice. The MMORPG Monochrome Swords event had begun. The event's content was that bandits would infiltrate the academy where the protagonist Aiden was enrolled to steal a certain item. In the original route, the protagonist controlled by the player would engage in combat with enemy characters and hear the final boss's purpose. Because of that, I, who wasn't the original protagonist, stepped into the floor where aura enhancement items were hidden, bringing along the second Princess Cornelia. Fortunately, there was enough of the target medicine for 2 people. When I shared it with Cornelia, an incident occurred after we drank the medicine. The original protagonist had appeared in a way different from the original route. In the regular route, he would fight the fleeing bandit leader inside the school building. This was beyond the hidden passage. You could call it inside the school building, but the scenery had changed quite a bit. That guy, isn't he the scholarship student who picked a fight with Luca before and got beaten to a pulp? Cornelia glanced at the visitor Aiden and remembered. While internally retorting that you should be in the heroine position in the original work, I nodded to affirm her words. Yeah, that's right. Aiden, why is he here? Was it because he found and opened the hidden passage I had left closed? I certainly hadn't bothered to close it using the switch on the inside since it was troublesome, but could he really find it with such good timing? This was the very back of the empty classrooms. Various questions raced through my mind. However, I didn't have time to leisurely ponder. While I was thinking, Aiden, who had drawn his sword from its sheath, declared to the black-clad men who were similarly readying weapons in front. That's the Academy's warehouse. It's not a place for people like you to enter. Return what you stole. I refuse. Kill him if he interferes. Yeah. Flatly rejecting Aiden's words, the black-clad men kicked off the floor. They closed in on the protagonist. Both sides refined their aura and exchanged sharp sword strikes. His skill is fairly decent. He's gotten stronger than before. Really? Cornelia tilted her head, but having actually crossed swords with him, I understood. He had grown surprisingly since then. At least his total aura had jumped up and his swordsmanship had no more openings. Interesting, as expected of the original protagonist. He had grown steadily in the short time I hadn't seen him. The current him might provide a good fight if I hold back. Of course, that would be in a battle without divine prayer, without enhancement magic, and without Muramasa. But what do we do, Luca? That scholarship student is in the way, and we can't fight. Right, should we watch until it ends, or lend a hand? Lend a hand? I don't want to cooperate with someone like that. Cornelia puffed out her cheeks, extremely dissatisfied. Just how much did she hate Aiden? Well, whatever. Our goal is the same. If we're killing those black-clad guys, the more allies the better. Won't he drag us down? That guy should be barely qualified. At least he was fighting well, in a many-against-one situation. Just by continuing to watch, I understood he could defeat the small fry. The problem was, "Oi, what are you guys doing there?" "Here he comes." The only source of concern opened the door and came outside. A man in his 30s with a bandana wrapped around his head. He stroked his stubble and looked at Aiden fighting his comrades. Aiden also jumped back greatly and said, "You're the bandits' leader. Return the treasure you stole." He pointed his sword tip sharply forward. In response, the bandana man grinned and replied, "I refuse. If you want it back so badly, try taking it by force." The sword he drew from its sheath was a cutlass, a weapon slightly more curved than a normal sword. He wrapped his entire body in aura and made his comrades fall back. "Hess, that guy's pretty good." Cornelia, standing beside me, honestly evaluated the bandana man after looking at him. I agreed, that guy's fairly strong. The current Aiden can't win. Should we help? No, let's watch the situation first. This was a good chance to investigate how strong Aiden currently was. Besides, if I helped after he got into a pinch and sold him a favor, I could recover more later. There would be no loss in selling a favor to the original protagonist. I continued watching with a chuckle. Cornelia had no objection to my opinion either. She drawled "Aka" and relaxed. "Don't you understand that justice always wins?" While we were relaxing, Aiden and the bandana man crossed swords at high speed. The sound of metal clashing rang out repeatedly. For now it seemed like they were putting on an even match. However, the bandana man was holding back. He wasn't serious yet. In contrast, Aiden was clearly giving his all. The bandana man deflected his sword that showed no composure, and his kick pierced into the protagonist's abdomen. Gaha! Like I give a damn about justice. I kill because I want to kill. I rape because I want to rape. I steal because I want to steal. That's the essence of humanity. The bandana man looked down with a grin at Aiden, who had spit up saliva and fallen to the ground. What to say? There was no doubt the bandana man had superior skill, but Aiden had his own problems. Perhaps because it was still early on, there was an undeniable sense that he was being overwhelmed by power. Originally, he was a character operated by players, so his skill depended on the player. How strong Aiden was in this world that had become reality, I still couldn't fully measure that. Come on. What was that about justice? Gah. Aiden took another kick. A sword wasn't even being used. He was completely toying around. Perhaps fear had emerged after taking that hit, because Aiden was completely backing down. He probably hadn't taken that much damage, but at this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. In fact, this event's boss battle was also a guaranteed loss event. It was natural for the protagonist to lose, but then I suddenly thought, if the battle location changed, would the character who was supposed to come to help make it in time? I became slightly anxious and thought it would be a waste to let Aiden die meaninglessly here. It's about time to end this. I smoothly emerged from the corner of the room. Cornelia formed a smile. Going. Yeah, I'll sell that guy a favor or two. There would be important uses for him in the future. It was still too early to kill him. Muttering that internally, I slowly walked toward the two while making my footsteps audible. Partway through, both the bandana man and Aiden noticed Cornelia and me. Shock appeared on Aiden's expression. I ignored that and spoke to the bandana man. Yo, let us join in the fun too. Chapter 34. Cursing and Being Cursed. I intruded into the battle of the original protagonist Aiden. When I approached together with Cornelia, Aiden said with shock on his face, "WHY are you here? I had some business to take care of. More importantly, I'll be your opponent." I drew the magic sword Muramasa from its sheath and pointed its tip at the bandana man in front. The bandana man tilted his head upon seeing my face, then suddenly began laughing. "Oh, could you be Luca from the Salvatore Ducal family?" So what if I am? I had become quite the celebrity. Come to think of it, I felt like his subordinate had asked my name too. I had a bad feeling. As if affirming that premonition, the bandana man chuckled and answered, "I knew it. Perfect timing. Saved me the trouble of searching." "What, you were looking for me?" "Yeah, your big brother asked me to. It was related to this job, so I took it on as a side task. He said to kill you." Huh, that kind of harassment again. It was probably the same guy who had sent assassins after me before. It had been peaceful for several years, but was he getting flustered again now? Ridiculous. It was like voluntarily offering me prey. "Harassment? You got it wrong. You're gonna die now. If you're gonna resent someone, resent your brother who requested your killing." Saying that, the bandana man kicked off the ground. He quickly circled to my side and swung down his curved sword. I blocked that strike without looking. Kiing. The unpleasant sound of metal clashing reached my ears. The bandana man's strength and my strength were evenly matched. The sword I blocked didn't budge an inch. What? Don't be surprised by something like this. The Salvators are a clan of aura. Did you think I'd be weaker than you? I deflected the opponent's cutlass. Probably due to the influence of drinking the medicine, my aura amount was greater than the bandana man's. The bandana man, who had stepped back slightly, clicked his tongue while giving me a suspicious look. "So you're a monster just like the rumors say. Won't go down easy, huh?" The bandana man released even more aura. Not a bad amount. It might be the most among enemies I'd encountered so far. But even so, he couldn't beat me. I adjusted my amount to match the opponent's aura and clashed swords again. High-pitched sounds rang out as we swung our weapons repeatedly, creating sparks. This guy, could he be doing this on purpose? "You noticed. Nice, you've got good sense." I deflected the bandana man's sword diagonally downward and landed a kick in his wide-open chest. Clean hit, the bandana man scattered saliva as he rolled backward. "Damn, don't get cocky, brat." The bandana man, who had gotten up and readied himself, roared and pulled out a new weapon from his breast. A dagger with eerie decorations. What was drawn from its sheath was clearly a cursed weapon. That's Cuckoo. This is a cursed weapon I stole long ago. The merchant was apparently transporting this to a temple, but what a waste, right? purifying such a good item. You killed the merchant and stole it. Yeah, in the end, I killed that merchant with this dagger. I'll never forget his suffering face from that time. Do you regret it? As if. It was so fun I can't forget it. His vulgar laughter was grating to the ears. The cursed weapon had quite eroded his mind. Cursed weapons had the flaw of corroding their owner's mind. Unless one was well-versed in curses, they would be possessed by madness like the bandana man. Really wasteful. He should have had decent talent, but in the end, he was just a mentally contaminated person relying on junk. I had thought I could enjoy this a bit more, but it was already over. While I was at it, should I confirm the other benefit I gained from contracting with Astaroth? I smoothly lowered Muramasa and stared at the bandana man in a defenseless state. The bandana man readied his dagger and kicked off the ground. Haha, you'll regret underestimating me. The bandana man thrust his dagger's point forward. A sharp strike. I caught it with my bare hand. The blade pierced through my palm with a dull stabbing sound. The gushing blood slightly stained my clothes red. The bandana man's expression became confident of victory. Idiot! Anyone wounded by this dagger receives a powerful curse. Are you crazy, guarding with your bare hand? His grating laughter echoed. Pitch-black aura flowed in from the dagger. Probably the curse the dagger itself possessed. The curse clung to my body, and immediately after, it burst. Seeing that scene, the bandana man suddenly stiffened his expression and was dumbfounded. His gaze flickered back and forth between the dagger and my face. I calmly opened my mouth. Verification complete. Good thing it was as I expected. WH, why aren't you affected by the curse? Unfortunately, I have a body resistant to curses, due to demonic influence. D-demon. You bastard, you've contracted with a demon. I happen to have a chance. Thanks to you, I was able to reconfirm the demon's power. With a squelching sound, I pulled my left hand from the man's dagger. Though blood flowed like an overflow, it was immediately healed with prayer. It was an interesting experience, so that's what it feels like to receive a curse, even temporarily. Why you're insane, deliberately taking a cursed weapon in actual combat. Being crazy enough is just right, isn't it? You'll soon have the same experience. I smoothly raised my right hand. Gripped, there was the cursed magic sword Muramasa. I pointed the strangely glowing blade at the bandana man and struck it into his defenseless body. Fresh blood beautifully stained my vision. Now please taste some suffering. Chapter 35, Luca is the protagonist. The bandana man collapsed with a thud. A strong expression of agony was etched on the man's face. The curse Muramasa had inflicted must have been incredibly powerful. He didn't move a muscle. He was definitely dead. How trivial. I thought I could play a little longer. I averted my gaze from the bandana man and sheathed the magic sword Muramasa. Then Cornelia, who had been attacking the other black-clad men from a distance, returned to my side with the enthusiasm of a dog. The others had been completely wiped out. Good work. As expected of Luca, you were really strong, so cool. It looked like a dog's tail was growing from her rear. Of course, it was just an illusion. I patted her head as usual. Good work to you too, Cornelia. Thanks for cleaning up the black-clad men in my place. No, it's fine. Those guys were trying to interfere with Luca, right? Can't forgive that. The reason the others didn't join the fight against the bandana man was that Cornelia had been constantly disrupting them. She's useful at the level of a watchdog. Watching her relax with a happy expression, I couldn't believe she was the one who had wiped out the black-clad men. She seemed normal when she was smiling, though. No way to be defeated so easily. I couldn't win at all. Behind Cornelia, the original protagonist Iden knelt on the ground with his head bowed. Though I couldn't see his expression, I could tell from his faint voice that he was feeling down. I didn't feel the need to say anything to him. To me, the protagonist was someone who just needed to stay alive. There was no need to whip his spirit, nor was I obliged to encourage him. I immediately returned my gaze to the bandana man behind him. From here on was the long-awaited bonus time. Naturally, having defeated that man, I had the right to claim the drop items. After patting Cornelia moderately, I asked her to collect the belongings of the black-clad men. I watched her run off happily, then rummaged through the bandana man's corpse. Aside from the cursed dagger being out of the question, he actually had quite a few items. I rummaged through the bandana man's pockets. One after another, I found items with special effects, some even enhanced abilities other than aura. They were probably items recovered from the Academy's warehouse. Since we had already left the warehouse and the bandana man was carrying them, that meant they belonged to me, the one who defeated the bandana man, right? I arrogantly deployed my supreme logic and seized the items. I ignored the dagger that had fallen to the ground. Such a poor quality item was nothing more than a lower-tier version of Muramasa in every aspect. Having contracted with a demon and being recognized by Muramasa, my mental strength wouldn't be contaminated, but holding it felt somehow creepy and unnecessary. After I finished taking most of the items, I called out to Cornelia, who was still working. "Hey, Cornelia, that's enough for now. The Academy teachers will take care of the rest." "Really? Isn't that wasteful? I recovered a decent amount from the bandana man. That's enough." "I see, then let's go home. Staying here any longer wouldn't be fun anyway." "Right, we've finished what we needed to do. If there are any remnants inside the school building, we'll hunt them down for fun." "Agreed." Together with Cornelia, who hugged my arm, I left the hidden room, abandoning Aiden, who still hadn't raised his head. I moved as far as possible from the hidden room and began checking the items together with Cornelia. It was a jackpot. Section. The first event of Monochrome Sword ended. Thanks to the teachers' efforts, most of the bandits who had infiltrated the academy were successfully eliminated. According to the teachers, several had apparently escaped, but since Cornelia and I had annihilated the enemy's main force, casualties were kept to a minimum. Cornelia and I split the items we had taken from the intruders and parted ways before the teachers found out. Currently, I was lying on my bed in a corner of my dormitory room. Next to me was Asteroth, who had deliberately lain down. It was a wise decision not to bring back that filthy dagger, Lucasama. Yeah, it would just be a nuisance to have. Even without such a thing, I will curse and kill Lucasama's enemies. Please leave it to me. No, that's fine. When I treated her roughly as usual, she let out an excited voice. Please don't suddenly raise your voice loudly in my ear. It's noisy. You're being mean, Lucasama. My enemies are mine. You're just one of the options. Don't do unnecessary things. Fufu, I knew Lucasama would say that from the very beginning. Then why did you ask? Because I wanted to be treated coldly. Gross. Asteroth could no longer hide her excitement. I had casually played along with her, but what an easy-to-please person to be happy with something like this. It was helpful for me that she was easy to control. While thinking about such things, I gazed at the items in my hand. These were the same as Asteroth. They were merely tools to enhance my power. If items became my trump card, it would be the end. Relying too much on items was no good either. How nice for you, Luca. You've got lots more toys. Lilith, who had been quietly floating above my head until just now, chuckled softly while bobbing up and down. I glanced upward. Well, yeah, I only wanted one, but I was lucky to find some additional useful ones. More training for a while. Of course. In addition to that, I plan to participate in the martial arts tournament next month. Martial arts tournament? Lilith tilted her head with a question mark. I grinned and answered. It's the greatest event held at the Colosseum in the Western District of the Royal Capital. Chapter 36, Interlude, Lucia Morgan's Aftermath. Lucia Morgan. One of the 3 heroes who contributed to the Empire's founding, the daughter of the Morgan Ducal family of magical geniuses. Such a girl met the person who would twist her fate when she was 12 years old. The other party's name was Luca Salvatore. Like the Morgan Ducal family, he was the youngest child of the Salvatore Ducal family of aura geniuses, one of the 3 heroes who contributed to the founding. Lucia knew Luca's name. That name was famous enough to resound even in the Morgan Ducal family. However, Lucia tried to overwhelm the then 8-year-old Luca Salvatore with crushing power. She wanted to prove she was superior. This was entirely due to the nature of the Morgan Ducal family. These elves possessed high magical aptitude from birth. Magic was an ability suited for attacking wide areas at once. The high destructive power was unmatched by others. That was precisely why the elves always thought of themselves as the perfected beings, the true humans. Lucia also possessed this arrogance and was secretly angered that a mere human was being sung as a prodigy. Originally, the talent supremacist Salvatore and Morgan families had poor compatibility, and had occasionally engaged in fight-like behavior. The current generation was simply when it was Luca and Lucia. The battle between the two began when Cornelia, who happened to pass by, provoked them, but the result was, surprisingly, Luca, who was 4 years younger, achieved victory. An overwhelming victory. Beaten down and having returned home, Lucia completely withdrew into her shell, partly due to her mother's scolding. Why? Why did I lose to a younger Salvatore? In a corner of the dim room, she turned her hollow eyes toward the window. Several days had already passed since the duel incident. However, the wounds she had suffered still hadn't healed. She feared Luca enough to frequently dream about him. What was lacking? What was wrong? What was inferior? I don't understand. He was abnormal. Many times she tried to find the cause of her loss to Luca. Each time, she suffered from not knowing the answer. She had confidence she could win overwhelmingly with her magic. Yet Luca had taken her magic and counterattacked. Honestly, she saw that scene in her dreams. That was the identity of her nightmare. If I continue training like this, can I win? Against Luca. Even though I'm 4 years older, with a 4-year gap, I still lost. She couldn't envision any scenario where she could beat Luca. No matter how many times she repeated it, she only felt like she would lose. This was the first time she'd felt this way. Until now, constant victory had been natural. No. She didn't want to lose. She wanted to win no matter what. Only such feelings overflowed in her heart, and Lucia felt like she was going crazy. Then, suddenly, the door was knocked. Despite the small sound, Lucia braced herself, wondering if her mother had come. However, what she heard was a gentle maid's voice. "Young lady, are you feeling well? You've been shut in since morning again today." "I am fine, I'm okay, I'm strong, I can win." There must be some method. It was good that it was a maid who visited the room. That relief brought Lucia's mind back. In a strange direction, that is. The maid who heard her reply through the door immediately understood that the usual episode was occurring again. Yes, Lucia-sama can surely win against even that Salvatore Ducal family. For now, may I enter the room? Please eat dinner properly for the sake of victory. Why, yes, I understand. Come in. Excuse me. With permission from Lucia, the maid entered the room. When she lit the room, Lucia trembled her shoulders with a start. She had become afraid of bright places since that day. It reminded her of the party scene, and incidentally, her exchange with Luca flashed through her mind. "This is today's dinner. Please call me anytime if you need anything." Saying only that, the maid left the room. She thought it would be bad for Lucia's mental health to stay in the room too long. Indeed, when the maid left, Lucia was clearly relieved. She stood up from her spot and wobbled toward the meal the maid had placed on the table. In the midst of this, something suddenly bumped into her foot. When she looked down, there was a book she had scattered about. An ordinary magic book. It described what magic was about, but looking at such things wouldn't help her beat Luca. It was one of the books she had thrown with that thought. She was drawn to pick it up and gripped it tightly. If I could get stronger with something like this, I wouldn't have lost. She thought about throwing it against the wall this time, at that moment. Suddenly, she remembered. Come to think of it, this book had something written in it that had once intrigued her. It was purely by chance that she could remember, but it was suitable for her current situation. It was forbidden designated magic. It was about abominable magic whose very use was prohibited. Chapter 36.2, Interlude, Cornelia Zehabar-Rudo is jealous. Hey, did you hear? One of the female students walking down the hallway asked another female student, who appeared to be her friend. She tilted her head and answered, "Hear what?" "About the suspicious people who showed up recently." "Suspicious people? You mean those shady black-clad groups who snuck into the academy?" That was an event from just a few days ago. Suddenly, bandits had infiltrated the Royal Academy, an educational institution for raising excellent children. Fortunately, there were almost no casualties, but for students with little combat experience, it became a quite unforgettable incident. Even now, part of the damaged school building hadn't been repaired. The scars from that time remained. However, the academy held classes the next day. Even students who had been injured attended school. The reason was, as mentioned earlier, that there were almost no casualties. Why were there so few casualties despite being attacked by skilled intruders? A student who knew the reason began explaining with a delighted voice. Yes, that. When faced with criminals, my body froze and I couldn't move properly. Me too. In the end, I was saved by a teacher. Right, but there's actually a rumor about this story that isn't being openly talked about. A rumor? There's a rumor that a certain student defeated the leader of the bandits, who infiltrated the academy. Who was it? Isn't that impossible? A child couldn't possibly beat an adult. One of the female students listening thought so. However, the female student doing the explaining grinned and said, "Foo-foo, did you forget? In this academy, among our fellow students, there was a genius praised as a prodigy." A prodigy, you don't mean? Did you figure it out? The answer is Luca Salvatore, son of the Duke. Luca Salvatore. There was no one who didn't know that name. At least, there was no student or teacher enrolled in the academy who didn't know it. Throughout the vast empire, he was the youngest child of the Salvatore Ducal family, a clan particularly distinguished in martial prowess. A genuine monster who manifested aura at world record speed and broke through the Ducal family's trials at the fastest rate in history. Furthermore, Luca wasn't just an aura user. He also wielded 3 other powers. Divine Prayer, which excelled in healing, and Magic, which excelled in firepower. Recently, he had also been dabbling in curses, but few students knew that. Even so, there was no one who didn't know how excellent Luca was. You're saying Luca-sama crushed the enemy leader? Really? I understand the feeling of not being able to believe it even about Luca-sama, but many students are spreading that rumor. Moreover, the source of the rumor seems to be the teachers. The teachers said it, that Luca-sama was active. I don't know that much, but thanks to that, it gained credibility all at once. Now, there are fewer people who don't believe it. Wow, as expected, chosen geniuses are different. Compared to me, who was trembling and being protected, the very class is. Thud. Partway through, one of the female students who had been looking sideways bumped into someone in front. Perhaps the other party had better core strength, because the female student who bumped fell backward. She sat down hard and looked up. Immediately after, she let out a scream. Eek! What she had bumped into was Cornelia Zehebarudo, who boasted fame rivaling even Luca Salvatore. She narrowed her eyes and glared at the female student. "Who are you?" A terribly cold voice was heard, and the fallen female student's body began trembling. Fear, overwhelming fear, coursed through her entire body. "Secor Cornelia, Your Highness the Princess, I." She trembled and couldn't speak well. The other female student was also panicking, not knowing what to do. Knowing nothing of such things, Cornelia stepped forward. She brought her face slightly closer to the female student who had fallen and murmured, "You too, were you just talking about Luca?" Just hearing that voice made her feel like losing consciousness. The reason she was feared by other students was due to her usual behavior. Unlike Luca, who was praised unreservedly, she was extremely violent and most students tried to keep their distance. Now that several months had passed since enrollment, just how many students had been sent to the hospital? Among them, there were apparently students who had been traumatized from being beaten up too much by her. Cornelia especially wouldn't tolerate any abuse directed at Luca. The story of those who had been jealous of Luca seeing hell was all too famous, and yet she was royalty. No one could oppose her. Even if multiple people tried to fight, Cornelia easily mowed down her enemies, truly a symbol of terror. Such a woman was right in front of them. She was about to cry and wet herself. How easy it would be if she could just lose consciousness. As her trembling gradually increased, Cornelia continued without concern. "You'd better not talk about Luca too much. You don't want to, right? To have painful experiences." "Why, yes. Good girl. Only chosen me is allowed to speak Luca's name. If you call him too familiarly, I'll kill you, okay?" It was no good anymore. The female student lost consciousness. At that moment, a male voice was heard from behind Cornelia, a familiar voice that sounded somewhat exasperated. "Section? Hey, what are you doing, Cornelia?" On my way to the training grounds, Cornelia was bothering students I didn't know. She was probably baring her fangs as usual. I called out to her, thinking I didn't have time to waste on such things. Then Cornelia ran toward me with a beaming smile. The face of the female student I glimpsed briefly had sadly rolled back her eyes. She threatened them again. Sorry, Luca. Some flies were being noisy." "Flies, you say? I won't help you if you make enemies carelessly and get attacked." "Hey, you won't protect me. I'll help you if you're in a pinch, but you can get through it yourself, right?" Well, yeah, foo-foo. I didn't know what was so happy about that, but Cornelia hugged my arm and lined up beside me. It was somewhat hard to walk, but I had enough composure to enjoy the sensation of her chest. The two of us headed for the training grounds while talking about what came next. Later, several female students looked at me with frightened eyes. Just what did Cornelia say? When I asked her, she played dumb, saying, "What are you talking about?" She had definitely forgot. End of Volume 1.